umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. You have done so well. You may now have your seats. Thank you so much. Wasn't that an amazing exercise? Didn't we go back in time? And that is how we do it here in Kenya. So once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second annual Daring Diaspora Returnees 2025. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Coming to you live from the beautiful Holiday Inn in the Immaculate Two Rivers. Now, I know you guys have come and you have seen how beautiful this place is, right? Great. Now, ladies and desk at Holiday Inn. Round of applause.
Thank you so much. My name is Bernard. I take this opportunity to officially welcome you to the hotel and tell you that we value your safety and we are here to make sure that you are safe. I'll start by emphasizing on the challenges that we faced here today in the morning about our parking and tell you that by default we are doing renovations, that is installing the canopies behind the hotel. So we currently advise our guests to park at the mall, which we are allowed to park anywhere inside the mall, which is very safe. And again, the parking fee is catered for by the hotel. So we always request guests, once you want to exit, please avail your ticket at the reception for validation. In the case you encounter any challenges, please report to us so that we can assist on time. Okay? I'll start by talking about emergency. So in the case of an emergency, that is if we activate our alarms, we advise our guests to locate the nearest assembly point by checking on the display on our doors to the conference rooms. The emergency evacuation plan, it is displayed on all the rooms, that is guest rooms and the conferences, where guests can confirm the shortest route to the nearest exit and assembly point. Still, the guests on board, the staff on board can assist on giving directions to the nearest exit during evacuations when we are required. In the case of a medical emergency, we have a doctor on call. We also have a Aga Khan University at the mall, at first floor. And we have the closest facility also at Ruaka, that is Equity Afya. I have seen them, they are with us. They can assist us, but the expenses are catered by the guest. Okay? So from here, we as human beings will be required rooms. From this facility, from the door we turn right, then we get to the breakout area, we turn right again and walk straight to the far end. The ladies are on the left and the jets always on the right. Again, if you have conferencing badges, please wear them all the time. This will help us to first identify those who are not authorized for this meeting. And again, we request you to, in case you identify any intruder, please let us know immediately. That is informing the staff assisting you. You can also call hotel reception directory on +254 09264 00. We have safety deposit boxes in all our rooms, and we have one at the reception. In the case you have valuables that you need, for them to be stored for you, please provide them at the reception, and we take care of them, and then you pick when you'll be leaving the facility. If you are not able to access our Wi-Fi, please inform our IT personnel. They will guide you on accessing the Wi-Fi. And again, we have laid out procedures for the comfort of our guests, attendees. We have designated as smoking zones, and we don't encourage indoors. We have one in front of the hotel at the CK Square. We can also do the same at the pool area that is behind the restaurant. We have enough trained fire marshals and first aiders covering all the shift for assisting during an emergency. Also, if you need to use or to go out using our taxis, we have vetted taxi drivers. They are aware of the local terrains. They are safe. Please, if you need transportation, you can go through the reception and they will be assisted. We also have our 24 hours police patrol in the mall facility, utilizing the advantages of having a Ruda police station just allowed us. In the case of an emergency, we get to be assisted in time. Today, we are not expecting to have any fire drills. Please, if you encounter any alarm, please respond accordingly for our safety and the safety for all of us. I'll take this opportunity also to tell you that you are eligible for offers and discount within the mall and at the hotel. You can pick your ticket at the reception, that is the voucher, on the discount. For example, on Sweat Hot Yoga, they give 15%. We have Ashley's, they give 20%. We have Nairobi Pingy Ball, they give 15%. We have Mad Max, that is go-karting, they also give 15%. At the hotel, we give 25% discount on food for the guests who have enrolled to our 1HG rewards members, which is free. You just report to the reception and you will be enrolled immediately. Thank you again for your time. I repeat, we apologize and we emphasize with you about the challenges with the parking due to the innovations, that is setting up the canopies. We are currently parking at the mall, and for some have been able to park their vehicles and their car keys are at the reception. Please pick your key on exit. We, of course, will be identifying yourselves as you request for your key. Avail your card for validation during on your exit, and we make sure that during this stay you are safe. Please feel free to report any concern that you may wish us to address to the staff on board and also at the reception. Thank you for your time and have a nice meeting.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Bernard from Holiday Inn Security, keeping us safe. And as someone who visits Holiday Inn from time to time and we have events here, I can comfortably say that they actually do mean what they say, and they do deliver. I remember one time we were hosting a DIASPORA event, and all of a sudden the alarm started ringing and they went off. And of course we were worried. We were like, that's fire, right? So swiftly, Bernard and his team came through and they were able to find the cause, of which it was not a fire, but apparently it was the strong odor of someone's perfume. And I said, when I grow up, I wish to have such perfumes that announce my entry into a place. Right, ladies and gentlemen? Great. So thank you so much for joining us. We shall be beginning shortly. Kind reminder that this session, the forum, is being recorded. As you can see, we have camera personnel all around, and we are also taking your photographs. So please be aware that by entering here, you're giving us your permission to be able to capture your image, your likeness, and your voice. But it is all for a worthy cause. Is that agreed upon, ladies and gentlemen? Great. We appreciate each and every one of you. Now, ladies, before we kick things to the next level, let me just request, we all have smartphones, right? And we all know if you were at an event and there's no photo of you, were you really there? So ladies and gentlemen, right now, let me see those amazing smartphones that you have. Let's see those amazing smartphones. Okay, okay. I'm seeing them. Kindly take your neighbor and let's have a selfie with your neighbor, right? Let's have a selfie with your neighbor. Ambassador, I will ask Alex to join you there. Also, yes, I will request Alex to join you for a quick selfie. Yes. Kindly tell them, smile for the photo. Awesome. If you feel like it's a bit difficult for them to smile, tell them you're looking lovely. Even if you do not believe it, but tell them they're looking lovely. Gentlemen, if you're next to a gentleman, do not be afraid. Tell him he looks lovely, right? Awesome. Now, I will request each and every one of you, if you can be able to share the photos on your various social media platforms using hashtag Daring Returnees 2025, hashtag Daring Returnees 2025, be it X, Facebook. For the young ones and the young at heart, you can also give TikTok. You can do a quick reel, a quick dance, and share so that people know where it is happening. My name is Michael Zimanji. I'm a reporter and producer right here at Chams Media. Hashtag Daring Returnees 2025. Hashtag Daring Returnees 2025. For those who are joining us from the US, 2025. Daring Returnees. Right. So thank you so much for joining us, and we really appreciate each and every one of you for being here. Today it is a celebration of all things brain gain, courtesy of the Kenyan Diaspora Returnees. Can you give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all that they're doing for us, for daring as well to come back to Kenya so that we can gain through their experiences. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my humble honor to bring the man, the myth, the legend. You know him, you love him, and most of you have seen him throughout your lives, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, without taking any more time, can we put a hearty round of applause for the one, the only, coming all the way from a screen near you, Mr. Alex Chamwada, OGW MBS.
Good morning. Let me put my microphone on. Good morning to you once again. Mukobie. Yeah, once again, karibuni tena. My name is Alex Chamwada. The gentleman you've seen here is the first officer. Nani amewahi kwenda mbele kwa ndege huko? Who is normally busier? The first officer. Ama namna gani? Yeah, so Michael Zimanji there. So we are doing well, and just need to line up with those who are online. Just as you will guide us so that we know who is online. We were expecting Emily Korir in Australia. This gentleman in Japan. And as we prepare, Michael may have forgotten to let you know that we do care about your body and mind. So we have Equity Afya around, and get a moment for some checkups free. So be healthy, know your body, get a moment as we continue anytime. They have a place when you enter, I think on the left, where you can be checked, blood sugar, BMI. BMI, very important. I've checked mine. I'm very okay. And any other checkups that you may want to know about. So Equity Afya, thank you so much for offering those services. Remember, if you don't have a RAFO ticket, we'll also, you need to have it in your hand. So I want to acknowledge our partners, and I think you'll see the board as it comes. And as we do that, you are most welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and to let you know that our guest of honor, Principal Secretary, State Department for Diaspora Affairs, Madam Rosaline Jogu, was unable to be with us today to an impromptu safari that has come up. She's gone today abroad for...
He went on to the University of Nairobi, where he graduated with first-class honors and a degree in chemistry. He proceeded...
Yeah, impromptu safari. So she is represented by Ambassador Helen Gishui, who is in charge of partnerships, Secretary for Partnerships and Diaspora Affairs at the State Department of Diaspora Affairs. So Ambassador Helen Gishui is in the house. Madam Ambassador, if you can stand and wave so that they know who is our chief guest. Tumpige makofi, our chief guest. Yeah. She is also a diaspora returnee. So as she gives the speech of our chief guest, she'll tell us where she's dared before and why she decided to return home. So, asante sana balozi. Are we able to play the board of the partners to appreciate? And there are many, so if I start mentioning one by one, I could leave out one, and you've met them already outside there, and get time to interact with them. As they come to present, get their contacts. They are the ones who make this happen. Some have been long partners since we began this journey of daring abroad. So in a brief, those are our partners. If any is missing, just make sure you are there, maybe in the next board. So we hope no one is missing. We don't want to leave out anyone. So this is a list of our partners, and we really appreciate. Some have been journeying with us since we began this journey, and thank you so much for joining us today. So next is to tell you why we are here. So Chams Media has been documenting the diaspora story. So we've featured well over 2,000 people from various parts of the world. Those who are not here, we've told you, even we went to an island, St. Helena Island. That gentleman will come online also, in an island of 4,000 people only, and we featured him, and he is the air traffic controller there. He used to work for Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, and is now there, and he knows almost everybody on the island. So when we started this journey, so we were challenged to organize forums. So from 2023, we've been doing investment forums across the world. We've done in Australia, Europe, Canada, USA. And you will be surprised that we've done 34 forums so far. The idea of the forums is, apart from telling the individual story, you saw us in Australia in a farm, hydroponic farm, that we were challenged, can you organize sessions like this where we can interact, we can meet? Then again, this evolved to returnees. So we've also been featuring those who are abroad and decided to return. And that's the theme of this forum, Beyond Remittances. So you've been sending money, you are in the US, you're in the UK, you're in Australia. But beyond just money, what else is there? Because there is the human face to this. You will be told stories of a nurse from Sweden who came back and started a caregiving service in Nakuru. That's beyond remittances. We have here professionals in IT who came back, and they've innovations that are transforming this country. You'll be glad to hear that the owners of the famous Texas Cancer Center, a couple, studied in Texas. They established a cancer center in Kenya. And that's the name of the origin of the name is where they studied as a couple. They are unable to be with us, but they were with us last year. Amazing. So there are so many things that diaspora returnees have done. And who is a diaspora returnee? It could be a student who's just finished their master's program, they're back, an engineer. We have teachers here. We have lecturers. Vice chancellors of universities are returnees, MPs, members of parliament, governors. Myself, I'm a diaspora returnee. So they are with us, and in every sector. So some are looking for partners so that they can continue doing what they were doing abroad in terms of skills and knowledge transfer. So that is the purpose of this forum. And with the partners then, some of them will be holding your hand as you settle back home. This forum is also attended by the diasporians themselves, as I told you. Then there are some who are preparing to come back. Then in this forum, there are those who've come to listen to your stories. They've come to hear from you. Maju kukoaje. That is the purpose of this forum. In this forum, you'll find people are able even to share their nasty stories. It's not always rosy. And there's a gentleman, I don't know if he's come yet, who wants to share his story as a deportee. Are you here? Maybe it's on the way. So as a deportee, and he's written a book. That book is titled, very interesting title, Deportation into Destiny. It's a nice twist. You know, many people will say deportation into oblivion, but this is deportation into destiny. So that's the purpose of this forum. And to get a feel of who is Maju, who is doing what, we've played 1 or 2 videos, but I think we'll play later. Let's get the video of the president of the Association of Nurses and Midwives in the UK, what they are doing. It's a 4-minute video, and what they are doing back home. That clip is ready. And then quickly we'll go to Australia, get a 1-minute clip, and then we'll be going to Wapipe and Njoroge before we invite the guest of honor, so that we have a feel of the diaspora and the returnee. Is the clip ready for the nurses?
Known as Kenma UK was founded in 2020, around the time when the Memorandum of Understanding was being signed by the then President of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, and also during a very challenging time when it was just when we were having the COVID pandemic, and we were having nurses or healthcare workers traveling from Kenya to the UK. What that brought about is a lot of isolation, homesickness. You can imagine you've traveled from a country to a new country, you don't know anybody, and you've been put into a hotel where you don't know anyone. And we formed the association to be able to support the nurses or healthcare workers who are coming from Kenya, to prevent that social isolation, and also to support them to kind of wave through this really tough terrain of the UK health system. It's not easy. We are a group of Kenyan nurses who have relocated from Kenya, and we are residing here in the UK. We also have some nurses who have trained here in the UK but of Kenyan origin. We come together with loads of years of experience as an association. Right now what we are doing is to support the nurses before they come to the United Kingdom. So we are running programs to empower them through the Kenma Thrive Together program, where we talk about contracts, where we talk about reading the fine line, because that is catching many of our nurses. When they come to the UK, they find themselves into challenges, and it's because they didn't understand the contract, what it was saying, where we are sharing what things like mandatory training means. What does a mandatory training? Because When you come to the UK, the training is very different. You're expected to do things like moving and handling. What is that? What does it involve? You're expected to know things like safeguarding. What is that? What does it involve? So that when you come to the UK, you are not caught unawares of your expectations. Because what we are finding is that when people travel to the UK without knowing their expectations, they are finding themselves in trouble with the UK regulator. We want to prevent that from happening. The system in Kenya, as a nurse, you can work and be everywhere, yeah? You can be a general nurse. In the UK, you specialize. So myself, when I came, I worked in a care home for 2 years, but because I was acutely trained, I trained as an accident and emergency nurse, I wanted to work in the hospital. So I applied to work in a hospital, but I got a job in a renal unit, which is acute. So I was trained to specialize in renal unit. But the problem I had, I wasn't progressing my career the way I wanted. I wasn't moving to the next level. So I specialized in infection prevention and control, and I moved to the infection and prevention control department, where I could manage incidents, outbreaks, and become more specialized and more educated in that area, and did my master's in infection prevention and control. Then moved to the civil service side to be able to input into guidelines on infection and prevention and control. So there's a lot of specialization, and that specialization, when you look giving back to Kenya with all those years, you can imagine the input we are supporting our Kenyan health system. An infection prevention control nurse like me. You also have to look like, like research as well. Research is a very specialized area. We have very experienced nurses who are researchers, and they can give back to the country to become researchers and how research is performed. The only problem we have, it is the process of us re-registering back into Kenya. It's a very lengthy process, and that is what that puts people off from giving back into the country. We need that a little bit streamlined and made easier for us to be able to give back. This is an amazing opportunity to share about our organization, to share about the experiences of nurses, and just know that we are here if you need any support, if you need us to answer any questions. And thank you, Alex and team and Chams Media, for this opportunity to share this with the audience and for people to know what we do here in the UK. And I'm hoping that I'm going to get quite a few of you contact me to know more.
Thank you so much. That tumpigie makofi. Makofi hayatoshi. Makofi tena. Aya. That was Sally Nyinza, the president or the founding president of the Kenya Nurses and Midwives Association UK. Tumfanye hivi. Thank you so much. Now, this is another daring returnee you would like to hear about, and the video is just about to be played. A former High Commissioner, Kenya's High Commissioner to the UK, and former State House spokesperson, Ambassador Manoa Esipiso, who has apologized. He couldn't be with us, but his message is very powerful. He'll tell you what he's doing and how you can tap into the trade agreements that he helped craft when he was Kenya's High Commissioner to the UK. Ambassador Manoa Esipiso. Inakuja ama twende Australia mkiprepare. Michael, guide me. So, Michael.
I'm Ambassador Manoa Esipisu. Most people know me as former High Commissioner for Kenya to the UK or as former State House spokesperson. I am now a public affairs consultant, Africa specialist. I'm a visiting professor in global affairs at King's College London, and I'm an honorary professor in cancer sciences at the University of Manchester. My company offers strategic advice to governments, to private enterprise, to individuals on how to interact with corporates, how to manage government processes, and how to thrive doing business in Africa. I'm delighted to be addressing this forum this morning. My friend Alex asked me to speak about the Kenya-UK trade agreement post the signature and what it means for people like yourselves and I. It was a very important agreement in terms of transition of our trade from the pre-Brexit era to how does Kenya operate with the UK post-Brexit. The agreement pretty much offers us, Kenya, access to the UK market for our produce, duty-free, quota-free. So be it your agricultural produce from horticulture, tea, coffee, avocados, to agro-processing, all those things, provided we keep the quality and the standards required internationally, we have access to the UK market. Well, it means that if we are producing our goods, that we do not expect that when they arrive on the borders of the United Kingdom, that there will be any taxes levied on them. The only thing you have to worry about is how do you produce them to the quality required by the United Kingdom. So it's a question of ensuring that what we produce, what we manufacture, what we add value to is able to get into the UK shelves because it meets the required standards. Everyone can benefit. Let's start from diasporans. I'm from Western Kenya, so let me talk about them. We have more than 1,000 Bukura Agricultural College students or ex-students working in UK farms. They are getting a certain level of access to the required standards for UK farm workers for what UK fruits and vegetables look like. If they transfer that technology, produce the same quality of goods back home because they have access to these farms, then they can export to the UK. They don't need an intermediary. They just need to build relationships with the companies with which they work at present to ensure that we can export to those markets. If you look at hospitality industry, for instance, hundreds of people from this part of the world, from Kenya, from Western, they are involved in hospitality in Europe, in the UK. And you find that in some of these places, Western again, Kakamega, Bungoma, Busia, there aren't hotels or facilities at the quality required for international conferencing. But we have Kenyans offering these services at this level elsewhere. It's a question of getting them to do so in our own country so that we buttress the facilities we have. And for that, we don't need additional help. We already have the talent. We already have them practicing. It's about transferring technology. And you know, technology transfer is really part of what you make these agreements work for. And thirdly, in terms of our partnerships around, say, education, with this agreement, the UK is obliged to help Kenya lift its skills in the various areas. So there's an opportunity for universities to partner. Which is why, for instance, it was easy to get Cancer Center of Excellence set up at KU in partnership with the University of Manchester, because pretty much these agreements allow for technology transfer and for us to be able to trade in the various aspects we can.
Makofi kwa balozi. Makofi kwa balozi. Haya yatoshi. Makofi kwa balozi. Patrick, if you could assist, and Michael, let's line up Emily Tanui's clip in Australia. And as Emily Tanui's clip is being prepared, and then we'll come to her, kindly let's join Justin Njuguna in Australia, former president of Kenya community in Victoria. They are based in Melbourne, and he's there with the current chair. And if Justin, you are hearing us, and the controls, if we can see Justin, for a minute, Justin, to say hi. Australia, they're quite ahead in time. I think it's past 7 p.m. Probably they are having their dinner. Justin Muturi. Sorry, Justin. You know, when you are a journalist, you know what we mean. So there are those names that come. Alex Chamada. Justin Njuguna, if you are online. Justin Njuguna. Justin Njuguna will join us later. Do we have Emily online? They were ready at some point. Ladies, you'll abide with us because we are trying to bring the whole world into one room. Who does that? Tupigieni makofi. The whole world into one room, you know? And those in America are still sleeping. They'll be up later on around 1 p.m. So as we prepare, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Paul. Paul uko hapa. Paul, I think you said yours is interactive. As we prepare Australia, there is another gentleman in Japan who had also called. They are also about to go to bed. The whole world in one room. The whole world in one room. So, yes, that's the clip for Emily.
Eldoret, the city of champions, known across the world for producing athletes who have carried Kenya's name to the highest podiums. A city where discipline, resilience, and victory are woven into its very soul. But today, Eldoret becomes more than the city of champions in sport. Today, it becomes the first city in Kenya championing hope. Through the generosity of Sir Barnabas and his family and the tireless dedication of Emily and Bernard of the BET Foundation, a new legacy is being written. A legacy of compassion, dignity, and care for persons with disabilities and their families. This land, now gifted for a respite care center, will be a sanctuary. A place where caregivers can rest, where families can breathe, and where individuals with disabilities will be embraced with love and respect. Eldoret, the city of champions, now rises as the city of hope, a beacon for Kenya, a light for Africa, a promise for generations to come. Here, victory is not just measured in medals, but in lives touched, hearts healed, and hope restored.
Thank you so much. Tumpigie Helen na nitakwambia hiyo clip inahusu nini. Sorry, so Emily Korir Tanui is in the housing sector. She's done an amazing job as a developer of accessible housing that takes care of those living with a disability. And she's doing programs here in Kenya as well. So Emily Korir Tanui, she's telling me she's in, she can see us, she's listening to me. So Emily Tanui has been one of our great partners. So she's been daring abroad as well as locally here. So Emily, say hi if we have Emily to the audience, a minute, and then we proceed. Do we have Emily? She's saying she can see us. Emily. Okay, great. As we prepare, Emily, I want to recognize one person here. She's also dared abroad. Na ni mtu mnajua vizuri sana. Elizabeth Obege. Elizabeth Obege, simama watu wakuone. Pigeni makofi. Mnakumbuka mtangazaji wa zamu Elizabeth Obege pale KBC. Anaongea Kifaransa pia. Bonjour. Ça va bien? Merci beaucoup. Tumewapeleka mbio kidogo. So Paul Ndishu, karibu. Now Paul is in the innovation world. He stayed in Australia 10 years. He came back to practice his skills back home. And he has a product, WapiPay. And he'll tell you about this, why he came back. As we wait for Emily, Australia seems to be doing very well. We have one from Australia here. Tumpigie makofi Paul. Paul ndio huyo, Paul Mwaura, innovation leader, co-founder, WapiPay. And his topic is bridging currencies and continents through cross-border payment solutions. Makofi kwa Paul Mwaura. Karibu Paul. Asante sana. It's your turn. You use this mic so that you are more interactive. Yeah, karibu.
Hello Kenyans. Hello Kenyans. Hello diaspora returnees. Hello diaspora for those who are online. Good morning. Chief guests, Balozi, to the speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Again, protocols observed. Good morning. Kila mtu amekunywa kahawa. It's my first time to meet Alex face to face, but I always watch his stories, which is quite fascinating. So today I hope to try and be a storyteller as I tell you about the journey that we've gone through to even be a returnee and build WapiPay. Yeah? And as he said, it's going to be interactive, so please ask questions, as many questions as you can. And hopefully, I will attempt for you guys to take out 3 things, and I'll summarize those 3 things. I thought I was speaking before Professor, or after Professor. So as a first speaker, I guess I have to set the tone as to what the day would look like. So I'll start the story with myself as the co-founder of WapiPay. As Alex has mentioned, I did live in Australia, Perth, for about 10 years, for both study and also worked in Perth. Both my twin brother and I. Some of you know, but I do have an identical twin brother. So if you do see me somewhere in the street and I do not say hi, just know it's not me. Ironically, I also have twin daughters as well. My journey started actually in Mombasa. I'm born and raised in Mombasa. So my Kiswahili is quite good. For those who are from Mombasa, no one? Yeah? And quickly ran off to college and university in Australia, Perth, Curtin University. Studied there. I also got to work for the government of Australia, the city of Perth, as an economic officer. Very interesting journey. Through college, it was not easy. We had to pay our own school fees back then. I think I was telling Professor, the Australian dollar was 45 shillings, believe it or not. I think now it's almost at par to the dollar. And the journey was very interesting. Of course, working, studying, working, studying. For those who are diaspora, those who are ex-diaspora, I think you know how it goes. It's not easy. But we survived it and were able to succeed and actually get jobs and work in Australia. After that, we did the daring returnees to come back to Kenya, which was another whole dimension. Anyone who's a returnee here and has not gone back? Vincent, you cannot raise your hand. It is a very, very tough simulation once you come back home. Remember, I was from Mombasa. So this is my first time living in Nairobi. And you have no one that you know in Nairobi apart from family. And you have to figure out what you're going to do. First, you start by looking for a job in a one-bedroom apartment, sharing with my brother. And yeah, no furniture, just sleeping on the mattress. Very interesting story. But the assimilation took about 2 years. Eventually ended up in technology, working as Cellulant. It was a small business back then. The business grew. I was chief of business. It expanded. We grew it across 12 countries. How many know what Cellulant is? Cellulant? It's a mobile technology company. And we built mobile banking services for different banks, about 40 different banks, from Barclays to Standard Bank. In a technology world, you know, mobile banking, for those who are much older, you remember SMS banking. Who remembers SMS banking? I don't know if Alex Chamwada remembers SMS banking, where you'd send an SMS and get your bank balance. We moved that to USSD, and then now app and technology improved significantly. M-Pesa came along and integrated that for banks. I later on became a banker. I'm an ex-banker as well. Banking is an interesting experience. And later on became CEO of InterSwitch. Up until then, we decided to start WapiPay. So far that journey sounds short, but there's a lot of bumps, ups and downs. But as a returning diaspora, I think for me it's probably the most fulfilling journey that we've had to date. Today, after founding WapiPay, which turns 5 years this year, we have a team across Singapore, China, Kenya, Uganda, Ghana, Nigeria, and South Africa. So we employ about 45 people, indirectly about 100. And our business is financial services, financial technology services, where we power the technology that allows people to remit money in and out of Kenya. We are licensed by the Central Bank of Kenya. I know many people have very different comments about the Central Bank, but to be honest, once you understand the dimension of actually living abroad and understanding what rules and procedures are, you stand to appreciate what the Central Bank does and also what the government does. Even as indigenous Kenyans, it still took us 4 years to get our license under the Banking Supervision Act, and also licensed out of Uganda and Kenya. Now, if I'm speaking acronyms, please raise your hand and tell me what this licensing is about, and I'll explain it better. What it fundamentally does allows you to send money into Kenya and out of Kenya. Diaspora out there last year sent $4.9 billion, which is about 650 billion. If you walk up to our stand, I think the Ministry of Diaspora, we worked together to build a report of an ambitious target that the government was looking at 1 trillion shillings in the next 2 years or so. And so we did a bit of research to see how that would be possible. We built our business, believe it or not, as a daring returnee out of Singapore. That's where we started the business. We lived in Singapore for a bit. And our technology team lives out of Beijing, China. After we came back home and were now licensed, and for those who are from Australia, you'll know in Australia universities there are a lot of Asians who school there, and they became our very close friends. And now, because Kenya and Africa in general, I don't know if you guys know this as a fact, and this is under the King's College under Boris, diasporas in Africa are actually the 3rd continent in the world in terms of numbers. That is quite significant. And they do remit significant amount of money into Africa. The opportunity we saw, as much as we've done 4.9 billion as Kenya into Kenya as diaspora, believe it or not, Kenya sends out almost 200 billion shillings. $200 billion. And fundamentally, that is because we are not a manufacturing state, so everything is imported out of China. I'm sure everyone knows that. pharmaceuticals, construction, everything. Not just China, but Southeast Asia. So the first problem statement we, I think, looked to attempt as ex-technologists and bankers is how do people actually get money into Asia? And that's why we set up out of Singapore. And after setting that up very quickly, we got licensed in Kenya and set up WapiPay, which is a global remittance business. I can see our customers here. That's why I keep mentioning Vincent. Over there from Lemfi, he was a customer. So anyone who's in diaspora uses the TapTaps, the Lemfis, etc., etc. I won't talk about the others. I'll focus on Lemfi because they're here. But we are the ones who actually terminate the M-Pesa transactions to M-Pesa and also bank. So for those who have the apps, Lemfi, try do a transaction today and see the message that you get. We are the rails that actually terminate into Kenya. This year alone, we're looking to possibly do about a billion, $1.5 billion. Next year, 3 billion. And, you know, the journey of seeing how it's transitioned to purpose payments. So mostly people send money to mom, shosho, maybe hospital or pay school fees. But now people are sending money to even e-citizen. They're sending it for investments. They're sending it for all sorts of things. And it's very interesting to see that transition and see the volume grow to about 20-25% year on year. Now, I think the first lesson there is, at least as we've seen it, is in coming back home, do not flinch. There's our product team has a very common term that they use when defining what products to build. The first one is timing eats talent for breakfast while talent is waiting for lunch. I'll repeat that. Timing eats talent for lunch while talent is waiting for breakfast while talent is waiting for lunch. Did you all get that? It's timing versus talent when it comes to opportunity, and I think as returning diasporas, timing is specifically crucial. The second one is the dimensions. Diasporas have the best opportunity to live in 2 dimensions. One, abroad. Second, you're a Kenyan and you live here. And you only can understand what space you live in based on what you see there and what is possible here. The third thing, as I can see Alex wrap me up, is maximize on that dimension. And again, with a famous quote, where there's mystery, there's margin. You know, watching the stories from everywhere, from Korea to an island in St. Helen to everywhere else, where there's mystery, there's margin. And because you live in 2 dimensions, both in Kenya and abroad, you are able to define that mystery, build a business, and actually thrive and survive. Because I see a lot of diasporas, for example, Chinese, set up businesses, even here in Kenya, and become very successful. I think my time is up. I will take any questions that you might have, but that is from me today. And we do have a stand out there with a report we did with the Ministry of Diaspora together with UN. Please have a look. Journey to a Trillion. Thank you, guys.
Any quick question? Tupigie makofi kwanza.
It's tough to be the first speaker, so
Yeah, maybe the question.
we'll come later.
You are still here interacting. Keep your question and is here. Thank you so much. Makofi tena kwake. So you can see our partners. This event is, you have the exhibition table outside there, but there's so much you can gain even just right here as people speak. Networks. You are a banker here. What can you do with the WapiPay? What can you do with the gentleman coming to establish a medicine manufacturing plant? And Paul Mwaura has told us about medicines being manufactured wherever, China. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to introduce a professor who's lived in America and he dared to return to bring his skill back. We'll play his video first, and then we'll come to him speaking. This is Professor George Njoroge. So the video will give us a summary. Professor George Njoroge, founder and chairman of Center of Africa Life Sciences ex-USA returnee and Daystar University Council Chairman. So video, ya Paul Njoroge.
Born and raised in Kenya, Dr. Njoroge was first introduced to the intriguing world of medicine by his grandmother, who was an herbal medicinal doctor. He went on to the University of Nairobi, where he graduated with first-class honors and a degree in chemistry. He proceeded to obtain master's and doctorate degrees in organic chemistry from Case Western University in the U.S. in 1985. Since then, Dr. Njoroge has made a career as one of the scientific world's leading researchers and pioneers, particularly in the fields of infectious diseases and oncology. He has published over 120 research papers and has been awarded over 100 patents, the first African researcher to do so. He has held various leadership positions at America's leading pharmaceutical companies, from Schering-Plough to Merck to Lilly. It was while serving as director in the Department of Medicinal Chemistry at Merck Research that Dr. Njoroge made his most far-reaching research breakthrough, leading a team that discovered and brought to market a radical new medication for treating hepatitis C, a disease that infects over 3 million people in the U.S. and between 130 to 170 million people worldwide. It was for this and his other contributions to our understanding of the chemical world that Dr. Njoroge was inducted into the Scientific Hall of Fame by the American Chemical Society, the world's largest scientific society. Dr. Njoroge is a living demonstration of the reality that Africa possesses the raw intellectual material to, if properly harnessed, compete in the fields of scientific achievement. As a pioneer, he has stamped his name in history books and has blazed a path that will only lead to more groundbreaking discoveries in future generations.
Makofi kwa Professor Njoroge. And you know, the tongue slipped, nikasema nani? Paul Parla. So you know, there was this famous anchor, very famous, prominent, wherever. So we have a new president to be sworn in. And he says, President Daniel Arap Moi to be sworn in. And you know, it was who to be sworn in? Mwai Kibaki. Why? Because we are used to president. Then what follows next? So makofi kwa Professor Njoroge. Hapo mmenisamehe. Karibu sana. Wewe tunajuana, wewe unaweza kunisamehe. Yeah, sijui kama Justin kule Australia alinisamehe. Makofi kwa Professor Njoroge, George Njoroge. So briefly, what you did in America, what made you come back, and what you are doing here in Kenya.
Thank you, Alex, and all protocols observed. I appreciate being here. My fellow diasporians, good morning. Are you excited to be here? Thank you, Alex, for arranging this. It's good to be in one room with all people who have similar experiences so that we can share what we've had in those distant lands. If we could go to my slides, because I know we are hard with time. I would like to take you through the journey that I went through since I left this motherland, our country. I left here maybe longer than most of you. I was in US for more than 40 years. I came back in 2019. Professor Wairongo, the Swahili master there, we are with him there, and we had a lot of interesting discussions. Can I get my first slides, please? So what I'm going to do today is take you through a journey that provided one of the best medicines in the world, and also what we are doing to make sure that we transfer that technology to our motherland, Kenya. So it was a very important, the beginning of the slides, please. To take you a little bit, to give you some flavor of what it takes to succeed in America and what that would mean for us as we come back. after spending so much time in that land of opportunity. I think you're struggling. You had the slides on. Just click and we'll get to the first slide. So the story I'm going to talk about is a disease called hepatitis C. Very early in the early years, around 1986. Nobody knew about this disease. It was as bad as COVID. As you saw from the slide, affecting more than 3 million Americans. And worldwide, it had about 200 million people affected with hepatitis C. So this is a journey. I'm seeing the slides on the other side. I don't think you can see them on this main board. Can you do that also? Yeah, there you go. So what I'm going to talk quickly is about discovering of that drug and development of that medicine and what we can do with that knowledge back here in Kenya. Next slide, please. So the story I'm talking about again is about this disease, hepatitis C, which was a deadly disease. As you can see, a big public crisis affecting more than 200 million people worldwide and about 3 to 4 about 3 to 4 million Americans. Let me make sure this works. Is it working? Can you check? Yeah, about 3 to 4 million Americans. And the problem with hepatitis C, if it continues to exist, it develops into a cancer of the liver cirrhosis. So it's very dire disease. So when I started back in 1986, there was no medicine for it, and people were dying from the disease, and so we had to put our science together and come up with a drug, a small molecule that could become a drug. Next slide, please. So using the most current technology at that time, next slide, please. I worked with my group to come up with a molecule that was very, very effective in treatment of hepatitis C. And you can see me with one of my colleagues trying to design what medicine can attack this virus that was really a very difficult one to treat. Next slide, please. And through that work, we got a very nice molecule that was oral. You could give as a tablet. And we had to file what they call in US an NDA to the Food and Drug Administration, which we did back in 2010. And since there was no medicine for this disease, it had to take what they call priority review. That means it had been to be given by specialists to review the data and give a response within 6 months. The reviewers are people from Harvard, MIT, Yale, and Stanford, and all those big universities. So they reviewed it, and interestingly enough, on April 27th of 2011, they had to vote whether this medicine should go to the market. And to 12-0, meaning nobody voted against it, it was approved and to go to the market. And that the approval came on May 13, 2011, and it had to also have an approval in Europe through the European Commission. And on July 18, 2011, it was also approved in Europe. The drug's name is Returnee. Original name was Boceprevir, and around you can see the packaging there. And around 2012, it sold about 50.1 billion Kenyan shillings. That and made even more progress thereafter. Wasn't that amazing? Next slide, please. So this is where because it was very expensive to produce this medicine in US, we had to set up a facility in Singapore. And Paul, I think that's where you are. We also had to go to Singapore. And that's me now in the manufacturing facility in Singapore. It was much easier or more cost-effective doing this work in Singapore. Next slide, please. So after we manufactured the drug, it was very, very successful. And I got a lot of calls from Kenya. I think Paul was not there, but I got a lot of calls. They said, we had you discovered a drug and you have a lot of money. Can you send some to Kenya? Unfortunately, they didn't know that I was working for a pharmaceutical company, and all the proceeds from the drug were going to my master company. I was getting a zero except my salary and living expenses. So I had to tell them I didn't have that money to give out. Fortunately, my solace and my fulfillment came with what this drug did. This is just a letter, you cannot read it, but it's a lady from Las Vegas who said that I was the first person in Clark County to undergo the new Victorious treatment for Hep C type 1A. My viral load was 11 million when I started in June 2011, and I'm now happy to report, thanks to all of you, it is now 0. So this was a letter from one of the patients. Next slide, please. So this is the team, and you saw it in the other slide. It's a very international team. You can see the American, the Indians, the Chinese, all of them, we had to work together. I had about more than 100 PhDs working with me to come to this discovery. Next slide, please. And through that, as you heard about the patents, every item, to get this medicine, we had to look about 1 million molecules to get that one drug. It took 15 years to get that drug. And those were converted, those were what we wrote as patents, because every step you discover something new, you had to patent so that nobody else scoops you. And that's all these are the patents that we wrote. Next slide, please. And from that, there were several awards, the Heroes of Chemistry. Next slide, please. And interestingly enough, this is a molecule that we kind of configured. And it's interesting in science because about 2019, COVID came. And COVID had some similarities to hepatitis C. So there was a company, all of you might know because you have their vaccine, Pfizer. They looked at the molecule and they found that some scientists in US had decided that, or had found out that the molecule I made was also active in COVID. And they came and took my molecule. Sorry for bringing in some chemistry here. I know most of us are not chemists, but I've done some structures here. We used to call it a rabbit here because that's a molecule there. That's my molecule on the left-hand side. But you can see they tweaked the molecule. They found out they wanted to be even a better molecule for COVID treatment. And they came up with a molecule which they changed the tail and came up with the only molecule today that can treat COVID for serious cases that is sold, other than the ones that are anecdotal. And that's if you go to the pharmacies, it's called Paxlovid by Pfizer. And in the year 2022, Pfizer made about 1.7 trillion Kenyan shillings from the sale of Paxlovid. Now, you can see John Luhmann of Bloomberg Business Week wrote a big article, and those who came from America can understand what they wrote in the article. They said, Merck's COVID pill fumble gives Pfizer potential for $17 billion. You know what fumbling is when you throw the football and the intended person does not catch it, somebody catches it. That's the story. Next slide, please. So let's come now to Kenya. I am not going to give you more stories, but that's a story in America. We decided to come back to Kenya around 2019 to establish what we would call medical tourism, and mostly to bring information, start manufacturing, have life science education, biotechnology, and do more research and have universal healthcare. I've been working with also with KU Referral Hospital, and also I've worked with the University of Manchester. People talked about University of Manchester. We are doing research on esophageal cancer. Next slide, please. So in this effort, why Naivasha? We are calling it MedVasha, Vasha Med City, is because it's a good attraction city. This is in the international tourism. We want medicine people to be coming, like they go to Thailand and other places where they can come, be treated, and also they enjoy the amenities of our country, Kenya. They can come with their families where they are when they are being treated. Those families could be having vacations in our country. And you can see how Zuckerberg is enjoying Kenya in one of the trips. Next slide, please. So these are the areas we are working on. Of course, we are in a very interesting place in Naivasha, just above the Ramea, whereby from the top you can see Lake Naivasha, like it's just next to you. And it's very green as opposed to most of the Naivasha. So we are having drug manufacturing, trying to set it up, life science institutions, biotechnology, vaccine, and more importantly, because we are encouraging people to come for this medical tourism, we have hotels and convention center where they can stay. Next slide, please. So this is where we are. I'm taking this picture from the top. I think Alex took one of them. He was there with the drone. This is from the top. This is the land where we are putting the facility. Next slide, please. And the job, we started the work. You can see the infrastructure. We've done about 10 kilometers of load, and now the construction is starting. And you can see some fellows from, I don't know whether they are here, from Family Bank, coming to visit the facility. Next slide, please. And you can see this is part of the roads that are being made. It's coming from the bottom and going all the way to the top. From the top, you look at the Naivasha, and it's very, very beautiful. Next slide, please. And this is how it will be. This will be a multi-specialty hospital where we will be looking at the major diseases, cancer, renal, and others, and move on as we combat other diseases. Next slide. And this is one of the resorts where the families will be enjoying. You can see this is the hospitality area, and already we've mapped out whether this is going to be. Next slide. And as I said, we need to, one thing we are lacking in Kenya is experts, medical experts, and this is another area we just want to concentrate on in the university area, in the medical area, so that we can produce more health practitioners, more health experts. Next slide, please. And also what this is going to do, we're going to have his hospitality, manufacturing, housing, and drug discovery. These are our 4 pillars that we are working on. Next slide, please. And from there, these are the numbers we are expecting to get. From hospitality, 1,000, manufacturing, 2,500. And so we expect about, in the beginning when we start with the effort, about 6,500 Kenyans. This will be the starting. If it kicks off and we put all the other infrastructures in place, the numbers will go up and will be very competitive in the world. Next slide, please. So this is towards my end of presentation. This is what we've done. We have about 400 acres of panoramic Naivasha Cliff area land above Dalamea. We've done all the topographic survey for all the 400 acres, planted over 100,000 hardwood trees, and presented this work to Laird of London Group, who rated this project very, very highly. And the project planners have provided us with the preliminary master plans, which we are working on. And work in progress is now business discussion, and we have many people who we are discussing with how to get all this. This is a humongous project, so we cannot work just by ourselves. And that's why it's also important that you are all here, you are all in it with us, we are all gonna work together, and that's for this hospitality, manufacturing house, wherever you can feel you can fit in. Next slide, please. And one cannot do all this without good support, without support of Alex, and without the support of that lady in a yellow jacket. And that's my wife, Esther Nyambura Joroge, who has supported me all the way. And that's my daughter, who is now a professor at Stanford University, and Jesse, who went to Cornell University. Actually, my daughter, Joy Joroge, also went to Northwestern University, where Professor Wairongo used to teach Swahili. Okay, thank you so much. This is basically giving you an idea of what we are doing, and I'm very, very happy to be having a fellowship with my fellow diasporians. Thank you very much.
What a story, what a story. Tumpigie Prof makofi. Amesoma, watoto amesoma, Prof amesoma mpaka nywele imeisha kwa kichwa. Imagine establishing a medicine manufacturing plant in Kenya. Tumpigie makofi. Who said it's brain drain? Mlikuwa mnasema brain drain. Is it brain drain really? And we'll have a panel discussion on that. Going Maju, is it brain drain or brain gain? Sa tutakuja hapo. Swali moja tu kwa Prof. Michael, just one question. If that burning question for Prof. You know, we want this to be really interactive. One question only. Michael, there's a question there. I know we've really eaten into time, but it's a better crisis than not having content, is it?
Yeah.
Afadhali chakula mingi than sawa.
Yeah.
Gina, quickly,
Okay.
short to the point, and
Yes.
your question. Eh?
Peter Dua, I'm a returnee from North Carolina. I was a banker. Thank you very much. Prof, great work, and everybody else who's done great work. The question I just had is, I really love what I've just seen, but I'm wondering is, are we partnering with some of the things that are actually being formulated? We have a Tattoo City, we have the Konza, now I can see you have another one. I saw another gentleman in Makueni opening another place. And I'm finding, are we all working in silos, or are we trying to come together and build up into one?
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that's a very, very good question, because that's one thing that can hinder progress if you work in silos. Yes, we are all we are working with the people we have the same mindset, and we are trying to bring a lot of those into it. However, as we said, you know, this is a big area. You heard about people doing constructions. You had people who are doing other we have just heard from Paul, doing financial aspects. And we all work together, because we cannot work without finances, Paul. We need that money. And so we have to talk, but we have to know, and that's why this forum is so important, so that we can interact. But we are trying to work with not only actually in Kenya, even abroad. Now, one I didn't show you, there's a group that just came to see this project from Germany and Dubai. So it's going to be an international effort, because there's a big opportunity in our country. People want to come and work here because of the knowledge and also the climate that we have. So that's a good question, but we will reach out to anybody who can hear us, so that we can move these things. You cannot just do it by yourself.
Makofi tena kwa Prof. Makofi, thank you so much. Wow. It must be really short, my friend Elizabeth Obege.
Thank you very much, Professor. I'm very proud of you, and I'm very happy. Being a broadcaster at the same time being a journalist, freelance, I would like to know how to meet you personally. I have my colleague here, Topista Nabsoba. She's also from KBC. Maybe she has got something to say to you, nothing? Me, I would like to meet you personally. For your number, as a freelancer, paparazzi, sir, allow me.
Makofi, thank you. This is the purpose of this forum. And our partners, you can see, beyond the exhibition desk, you can see the whole world is here. So while Prof is putting up a medicine plant, where is the developer? Where is the banker? The real estate, the money transfer company, the planning expert, the funds management expert. We have Madison investment fund managers here. So it is a very unique event. Laban Opande, I wanted to say hi before he goes to bed. I hope technology will work and forgive us better, what we have, lots of content. and we believe we are already enjoying it. Is Laban Opande ready? He just wants to say hi. Laban Opande is a lawyer and is practicing both in Kenya and USA, and is a great partner of Chams Media. He gives us a lot of legal advice all the way from Houston, Texas. Laban, take it away for a minute. Thank you. Makofi kwa Laban, short and sweet. Thank you so much, Laban. And just to make, asante, enda ulale sasa. Enda ulale, asante for being patient. Really, this is interactive. Another gentleman who has dared abroad, I'll recognize him, maybe if he gets time later. But to just keep this interactive is my friend, Gordon Opio. Gopio, simama watu wakuone. Na anaongea Kijerumani. Obege, wewe unaongea Kifaransa. Huyu anaongea Kijerumani, ametembea huko. Mpigieni Gordon Opio makofi. So, if you watched a story we did of German students who are learning Germany and they are preparing kwenda huko to benefit from the pact Balozi between Kenya and Germany, Jobs Maju. This guy has been quite instrumental in supporting that, and he teaches that language in various universities here, including KU, including Tom Mboya University in Homa Bay. And just recently, the first cohort of about 700 did their exams, and Chams Media will be part of the journey to tell their stories right from the villages as they proceed to Germany. And who knows, they are likely to be the professors of the world, like Professor Njoroge. Ama namna gani? Makofi kwa Gordon Opio. Thank you so much. Emily, again, technology allowing. Emily Tanui, Korir, Ako. Karibu, Emily, I'd introduced you, a developer in the disability sector. She overcame a very, very, very nasty scenario. She was struck by stroke, and for a number of years, not doing anything, but she overcame and decided, I'll go into the disability sector, and she's been doing a lot, and you saw her video earlier. Laban took just a minute. Emily, if you can kindly take a minute, we'll appreciate. Thank you, Emily. Pale Adelaide, Australia, karibu. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex. You've featured us many times. Nashukuru kabisa. For those who want to join us as we make history and give hope, please go to our foundation, betfoundation.org, and see how you can help us. Groundbreaking will be on the 22nd of December in Eldoret. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you so much, Emily. Tumpigie Emily makofi. Well done, well done. And you need her contacts. You need to know more about what they do. Get in touch with us at Chams Media or her website. Later on, Patrick, you let me know if Justin Njuguna, gotten it right now, is ready. In the meantime, I want to invite a friend for again a minute. Here, Mr. Solomon Omboto, Karibu. Solomon Omboto is a friend of Chams Media. One day I was on a plane to go to USA, and who do I meet in the plane? Veteran actress Mama Kayai. So I took a photo and shared, and it went viral. I didn't know Mr. Omboto. So Omboto had organized some awards in the USA to give to Kenyan artists. And when she saw the photo had gone viral, he looked for me and joined us in the forums that we're organizing in the US, and he's a returnee. So his background is he was in the US Army. He retired and came back home, but he's promoting art across the borders. And that's in the spirit of this forum, Beyond Remittances. So Solomon, karibu sana for a minute, and you'll be surprised. Solomon just flew in this morning from the airport. He came straight here. He was in a t-shirt. He asked me, where do I change? I showed him where to change. Was it a nice place?
It was in the gym. I had to work out first.
Okay, so he's the founder of an organization known as Myogenic Africa. Myogenic is that thing related to how the heart pumps. So I don't know much biology, don't go into that, it will be too detailed. That's how he chose the name myogenic. I think self-pumping, something like that, those who've done biology. So say hi, just in a minute, and I think you had a quick song, and then let that song be 30 seconds. Karibu, Solomon.
Najua kwamba Bwana wewe ni wangu, unanipenda tena sana. Nuru yako imenitoa gizani, sitaogopa kamwe. Asante sana. My name's Solomon Omboto. Yes, he said I'm retired United States Army. I did 11 years of service, and that's why I came back to serve those who need my services. I'm into the creative economy, as he has said. I don't want to repeat, but I want to thank every single one of you who went overseas and their art still remained back home. We are the backbone of our country. Let us use that knowledge. Let us use those expertise to come back and rebuild our country. That's all I got to say. Thank you very much.
So you wait, have tea with us before you go to rest. You are coming from Angola, right? South Africa. Great. Tumpigie Solomon makofi. Do we have Justin? As Justin prepares, I would like to urge those who are behind have been asked so that you come in front, so that those who are coming late can sit behind, na nyinyi mchukue the front row. Amtaki top layer. As we do that, I'm preparing the next two speakers before we take a break. I would like a clip. Just choose, the DJ, choose any clip. Do we have a diaspora returnee? Michael, that will be, I think, 30 seconds of a clip so that we go to the last two speakers. Meanwhile, if you can come in front, we'll appreciate. So can I get a clip? If you can't get returnee, we can get one who is still abroad. We have International Organization of Migration, IOM Kenya, in the house. They'll also tell us about their role in this. It's okay, I just want to, for a breather, we've talked so much, I want a 30-second, 1-minute clip of a diaspora returnee or one who is still abroad. Tuko nayo? DJ. as he prepares, again, tell your neighbor, you look nice. Kwani, you are not looking nice. Say, you look great. Yeah, you look great. You look wonderful. There are some words I won't say. Aya, tuko tayari? I can see my daughter here. She didn't tell me she was coming. This is my daughter, Chelsea. And she's come from college. She wants to do abroad. She's learning architecture at JKU Art. Tuko na clip. Pigieni, hamwezi kupigia my daughter makofi. Ndio huyo hapa, simama wakuone. Yes. Yeah, niko na bidii. Clip. Justin really insisted kabla alale, so we have to be fair. Mkuwe tu patient kidogo, ndio nikienda huko Australia nizidi kukaribishwa vizuri. Patrick, clip or clip, eh? Yeah, we'll have a panel discussion, brain drain or brain gain. Is Gakuo here? Gakuo, umefika? Elijah Oenga. Elijah. Okay, I really need a breather, a clip. Michael, Iko? Or Justin?
I believe Justin is ready.
Okay. Justin, I'd introduced you. Justin Njuguna, Emeritus Chair or President of Kenya Community in Victoria. Wow. Justin aliniambia asipokuja hewani awasalimia nisionekane Australia tena. So wamekusikia Justin and your team. So again, your colleagues in US, Emily took 1 minute. So Justin, our partners of Charms Media, kindly give us a minute, salimia delegates, and then what you do briefly, alafu muende mulale. Karibu, Justin. We can hear you.
Victoria. I'm joined by 4 community leaders. I'm joined by David Kamande, who is the current chairperson of Kenya Community in Victoria, the community that serves and advocates for the community here and has done so for the last 14 years. I'm also joined by the chairman of TownNet Nelel, Ruto Mambusho, who's here with us, and also the vice chairperson or vice president of TownNet Nelel, and also director of Grace International, Betty Langat, and I'll get them to say 1 or 2 words just to introduce themselves. So, greetings from Australia. We live and work and we've been here for a while. It's good to see this forum, Alex, and we missed you and we look forward to having you here again because you came here last year for Daring Abroad and we hosted you. And the community here in Australia is vibrant, it's engaged, and we are newcomers if you compare to other diaspora communities like America and Europe. So we are really growing new roots here in Australia, and can be found in every industry and corner of the country, which speaks volumes of the tenacity and resilience of our Kenyan community. So I'll let David Kamande say a few words to introduce himself, and then I'll let Ruto Mambusho do the same, and then Betty, and that'll be good. Over to you, David. David?
Sandy Sana, Emeritus. Hi, everyone. All protocols observed. Alex, been a while. Good to see you on this very important forum. My name is David Kamande, like you've been told. I'm the new Kenya Community Victoria chairperson, and this is a space where we represent the interests of Kenyans living, working and studying here in Australia. We are in a state called Victoria in Melbourne, and I'm honored to be here in this informative forum. We are continuing our journey here in diaspora, daring in different things, and making our stories here known to the world and known to the locals here also. I'm happy that this is a platform where we can also have a unique opportunity to connect, learn and explore the values that we can collaborate with one another, both at home and abroad. So my encouragement today to you is to come together so that we can embody the spirit of daring abroad, and while we still remain committed to our commitment to build our Jamhuri and a better Kenya. So karibuni sana in Melbourne, Victoria. Anytime if you wish to send your loved ones here, please let them know that it's the Kenyan community in Victoria that is willing and engaging to support each and every one of us. I'm so delighted to hear some of the success stories from Daskari and everyone. That's very amazing. And I'm hoping that those who are returning from Australia also will get to share the platform with you on this story. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, David. Ruto Mangusho, say a few words, please.
Briefly.
All right.
Briefly.
Chile.
If it is available, I'll get maybe Betty to say a few words briefly, please.
Just about 30 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Betty. We can't hear you, Betty. Mute.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Betty Langat. I'm based in Melbourne, Victoria. I'm so honored to be part of this. And Alex, you're more than welcome in Melbourne. We look forward to meeting with you, and thank you for bringing all of us together. We feel so proud of your work, and we continue to cheer you on.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Betty. Just to let you know that if you do want to have any visa or migration inquiries, Grace International and Betty Langat is your contact. Kwa hivyo tumia Alex contact zako. If people have inquiries, they can come to you, Betty. Sindio?
Thank you.
Alex, asante sana. Thanks for the opportunity to say hello. Here it is about 7 p.m. Kwa hivyo in a few hours tuenda kulala pia sisi.
Asanteni sana, makofi kwa team Victoria Melbourne. Asanteni sana. Makofi tena kwao. Hayo makofi hayatoshi. Makofi kwao. Asante sana. Yeah, we have someone watching us. Is my friend. Is called Ken the farmer. He's very active on social media, teaching us about agriculture. Little did I know that he would be in Gambia today. He operates mostly from central Kenya. If you go to Facebook, you'll see this popular name, Ken the farmer. Thank you, Ken, for watching us from Gambia. You are daring abroad. You come back with more experience. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more speaker, then we go to the guest of honor. So, yes, when we talk about returning home, it's all about migration. And one of our partners, and we've been doing quite a bit with them, is IOM Kenya. So we are privileged to have a representative from IOM Kenya, and her name is Linda Kola, National Resilience Officer dealing with migration, protection, and assistance. Linda, it's your turn. Tumpigie Linda makofi. She says hers is interactive, just about 5 minutes, and then we go to the guest of honor. Karibu sana Linda. Makofi tena kwa Linda.
Thank you, Alex. Again, my name is Linda Kola. I'm from International Organization for Migration. This is the UN Migration Agency. Thank you for having me here today and for seeing the good work that you're doing as Charms Media. I just want to touch a bit on what IOM does when it comes to migration. So when it comes to migration, I want to talk about mixed migration. So when you're looking at migrants, we have something called mixed migration. And mixed migration has different types of migrants. This is victims of trafficking, smuggled migrants, labor migrants, which I think most of you who are diasporans fall under that category. So for the smuggled migrants, unfortunately, when they reach their countries of destination, be it Europe, Asia, Americans, they unfortunately will serve a sentence and might get deported. I'm sure you're seeing a lot of that going on in the current atmosphere. IOM assists these migrants, who we call them vulnerable migrants, to come back to their countries of origin in a safe and dignified way. We also assist victims of trafficking and also labor migrants. So what do we do when it comes to the labor migrants? We have done a lot in terms of policy, and this we've done in conjunction with the Kenyan government, Ministry of Labor, Department of Foreign Affairs, which are our main partners, as well as Ministry of Gender. When we look at some of the policy documents that we have managed to develop, we have the diaspora policy, which I hope most of you have interacted with. Anyone who has any information on the diaspora policy in Kenya? Because we did work with diasporans on it as well. I see at least one person has some information on that. We have the labor migration policy, which is a big fit, because in Eastern Horn of Africa, Kenya is the only one that has a migration policy. We have the Counter Trafficking in Persons Act that is currently being reviewed, and hopefully we'll have it by the end of the year. Okay, maybe next year, since we are in November. And when it comes to remittances, which I believe is the reason why we are here, IOM has data, we collect data on a lot of things when it comes to mixed migrations, but specifically on remittances, and I know one of the speakers who was here spoke a bit about it. 284 million is remitted every year globally. When you come down to Kenya, and in Kenyan shillings, Kenya has a remittances of 4.95 billion, which accounts to our GDP. 4% of Kenya's GDP is due to the remittances. So it's a big deal. And maybe we should clap for ourselves. And because of this, IOM recognizes the importance and the role that diasporans play in the economy of Kenya. And due to this, we are very keen on setting up systems, ensuring that remitting money back to the community is done in a way that is accessible to not just a few elites, but to every Kenyan. Why is this? Because remittances lead to savings, lead to investments in Kenya, entrepreneurship in Kenya, local job creation, and finally, economic growth for the country. So what has IOM done when it comes to remittances? We have a project that is very dedicated. It's not only for Kenya, but it's for the Eastern Horn of Africa region. It tries to reduce the high cost of remittances despite the accelerated integration and uptake of digital financial services in the country and in the region. And specifically in Kenya, when you look at 2024 data, the average cost of sending $200 was 8.3, compared to the global average of 6.7. And this is also, we're trying to do this and aligning it by the Sustainable Development Goals, especially goal number 8. And we're trying to do this by the year 2030. So I hope that it will be achievable. Many remittances still used are for short-term consumption rather than for investments. So that's also something that we need to work on, and IOM is actively doing so in partnership with the government of Kenya. We are doing financial literacy trainings, not just in Nairobi, but across the country. We are supporting digital remittances by developing a toolkit. It's called the Digital Remittance Booklet. It's a practical guide for remittances as well as investments for the Kenyan diaspora. And if you have any questions, you will kindly say chat me or ask Alex for my phone number so that I can give you more details on the same. And for this, we are partnering not just with the government of Kenya, but also with the private sector. So far, we are partnering with Safaricom, which is one of the biggest telecommunication companies in Kenya. We are partnering with Equity Bank, and most importantly, we're also partnering with Kenya Airways, and hopefully in the future, and I'm happy to see that they're also partnering with Chams, and hopefully in the future, we're going to get subsidized rates for migrants, or rather for diasporans who are coming back home to reinvest. So that's a good thing as well, right? So let's clap for KQ. Having said that, I think those are the main things when it comes to what IOM does. In case you or anyone that you know might be stranded abroad and might need assisted voluntary return or reintegration, IOM also does this. It's completely free of charge. And for sustainability, we give reintegration to migrants when they come back to their countries of origin. Thank you so much, Charles.
A quick question, maybe one question only for IOM Kenya. A quick question. I think we are here. It's very interactive. Maybe this question will come later. Asante sana. Kuna moja hapa. I think I'll have to pass the mic quickly. Very short to the point.
My name is Vincent Avery. I just have a question about how do you partner with remittance companies? What do you see that partnership looking like?
How do you partner with the remittance companies? I use this one.
Thank you for that question. So this project kick-started this year. The first thing that they've done is they've mapped out all the remittance companies that we have. And I noted that one of the companies that I've seen was not mapped out. So the mapping exercise has, well, it's about to complete. We'll be having a workshop next week, actually. And I'll be adding one of the companies that I've seen in this. The next thing we want to see, as I mentioned previously, is we are trying to see how best they can still get their profit margins, but also try to reduce it so that more people can use their companies. One of the problems that we've seen from the reports that we've had, not just in Kenya, but in Eastern Horn of Africa, is most people then end up using informal channels when remitting money. Therefore, this money does not circulate in the economy of Kenya. And this is one of the things that we're trying to just decrease and ensure that money is circulated well, so that it can help the economy. Did I get the second?
Yeah. Real quick. Americans say real quick. There was a question? Okay. Diaspora returnee also. It's the second time you're attending this forum. Quickly, your name and your question.
Thank you. My name is Hazel, and the question I have is there have been recent cuts from the US, and they've affected UN. How have they affected IOM?
Good question. I'm told you can use this mic. Let's see if it's working. Yeah.
But you can hear me. I feel like I have good projection. Yes, we were really affected in terms of funding. America was one of the main funders when it comes to our programs. However, we do have funding from European Union, UK. You know about the Brexit, so they are not part of the UK. But I also want to bring in another partner that most people don't think about, and IOM is very keen on, the private sector. We believe in whole of government, whole of society when it comes to approach so that it's sustainable. And the private sector plays a very big role in this. We worked with IKEA. We work with Chanel Foundation. Rihanna also has a foundation, and she actually really helps a lot of migrants. We work with KQ, as I spoke about it. Currently, Kenya Airways is assisting us with victims of trafficking. We have subsidized airfare for victims of trafficking from wherever in the world. And we also train them on how to basically refer victims of trafficking to us. We are also at Kenya level, we're also working with Equity Bank, who also really help with migrant protection and assistance, especially in the northeastern region. So yes, we are trying to fill the gap. Thank you.
Makofi kwa Linda. Thank you so much, Linda. Yeah, and a quick reminder is we have health checks ongoing, and this is by our other partner, Equity Afia, and I know you know where to get them. When you enter, I think it's on the left. So Equity Afia here. If you can get a moment as the sessions go on, you can go be checked for free. So, and we really value our partners. Fred, are you in? Fred was on the way coming, the guy who's written a book on deportation. Fred? Fred, uko wapi?
I'm around.
Yeah, wave to the crowd. Tumpigie makofi Fred. I'll come to you later. So Fred is daring to tell his nasty story because tunafichanga sana. Mimi nasikia huko ukidipotiwa hata sijui uendi nyumbani, si ndio? Is it true? Yeah, huko ndege tayari iko tayari, nguo nini hakuna, familia watasikia tu unaenda Kenya. He was deported and he decided to turn his story into inspiration, and he has a book. You look for him, buy that book. It tells you so much. We face situations, but you can come out of that situation. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, allow me to introduce our guest of honor, Ambassador Helen Gishuhi, and Helen is the secretary. Let's see if it works. 1, 2, 3. Shika Isasa, first officer. So Helen Gishui is the secretary, partnerships and diaspora affairs at the State Department for Diaspora Affairs, and she is representing Madam Rosalind Jogu, the principal secretary in that department, who could not be with us today, and she's really apologized. But later on, we'll have a video that is being prepared so that she can still talk to you as she travels. So makofi to Ambassador Helen as she comes to speak to us. Makofi, asante sana. And she's a daring returnee as well. Karibu.
Good morning. Good morning. It's very exciting to be with the Daring Abroad team. This is my second time to be with you. Last year we had a fantastic event where we spoke about the diaspora policy, which our colleague from IOM has alluded to. So this year we are talking about remittances, and we're happy to be part and parcel of this very interesting interaction. And I think the networking, just an opportunity to see other people who have dared abroad is a wonderful thing. And I'm excited to have somebody who was deported to greatness, because we do have a stigma about deportation. So it's interesting to have somebody who can actually speak about that. Allow me to apologize on behalf of my peers. Once again, Rosalind Jogu, she really wanted to be here, but she couldn't be here because, as was explained, she had other pressing engagements which she had to attend to. I am a returnee. I first went to the US with a green card in 1987. My sister lived in the US and she got me a green card. And she lived in a small town called Kingsport in Tennessee. And I went there in the month of August. We stayed August, September, October, November. It started getting cold. It started getting dark. Then they had something called Halloween and Thanksgiving. And we woke up one morning and our tree was decorated with tissue paper. And I decided I wanted the sunshine, and I had had enough, and I came back. So I congratulate everybody who dared abroad and stayed. But apart from that, I have lived in South Africa, I have lived in and worked in South Africa, I have lived and worked in the US at some point, I have lived and worked in France, and so yes, I'm back in Kenya. So I have some experience living abroad, and it's an exciting experience. Allow me to just read what I was given by my PS, because I think she had a certain message that she wanted to pass, so I don't want to dilute what she wanted to say. Allow me to read it. Our host, Mr. Alex Chamwada, distinguished guests, our beloved diaspora colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Hamjambo. It is indeed an honor to be here this morning to celebrate our brothers and sisters who dared to dream, dared to go abroad to live, work and study, build family, and ultimately dared to return back home. Thank you, Mr. Chamwada and your team for organizing this event and for the very reflective theme of Beyond Remittances. Last year, I think we spoke about remittances, and we were saying that we not only want your remittances, we want your welfare to be taken care of as well. So Beyond Remittances is a very apt theme that you have taken, which is key to demystifying how we look at our diaspora beyond what they send home. We always appreciate the generosity of the diaspora who work tirelessly abroad and dutifully remit funds home to support their families, set up or boost businesses and investments, or send us savings. But today, we recognize their sacrifices of toiling in foreign land and having the courage to come back home with the knowledge, skills, and technology transfer, as well as networks that help us drive the social economic development of our country. Professor Njoroge has given us a very, very good example of what we can do when we come together as the diaspora. Asanteni sana for you're never forgetting your motherland, your home, your people. Ladies and gentlemen, our topic for today, Beyond Remittances, working with diaspora returnees to actualize Kenya's strategic visions, is quite timely and necessary. This is because Kenya's strategic vision, as outlined in policies like the Vision 2030, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, and the Kenya Diaspora Policy of 2024, and if you do not have this policy document, please read it, because we think we did a very good job. It was a collaborative exercise. We had the diaspora contributing and telling us to remove portions, to add portions to it. So it is a document that speaks to the diaspora. We believe it speaks to the diaspora. It focuses heavily on engaging diaspora returnees, not just for financial remittances, but also for their skills, knowledge transfer, innovation, global networks, and expertise to drive national development. As government, we're implementing strategies for working with the diaspora returnees to actualize Kenya's strategic vision, including when our diaspora return, they bring valuable international experience, skills, and knowledge, which are critical for various sectors of our economy, including professional roles, where as government we continue to encourage them to take up leadership and professional roles in both public and private sectors, technology and innovation. The government aims to partner with the diaspora to enhance technology, knowledge, and skills transfer for research, investments, and innovation. Mentorship. Returnees offer mentorship to students and professionals in Kenya, either online or in person, providing guidance on career paths and industry standards. And we do welcome any returnee or the diaspora abroad who wants to speak to a certain group of people in Kenya. We can organize. We do have a lot of online sessions as the State Department for Diaspora Affairs. Investments in key economic sectors beyond consumption-based remittances, and I think we were given the figures how we send out so much more because we do not have manufacturing and our industries, most of them are closing. So beyond consumption-based remittances, the government has established mechanism to channel diaspora investments into productive and high-impact ventures aligned with national priorities. I think a lot of us are aware that the money that is sent back home, a lot of us call it the black tax. It goes to school fees. When somebody has died, you have to buy the coffin and the food. For those of us from Western, we love eating at funerals, so that money goes there. When somebody is indisposed for one reason or another, they have a court case, you have to give money for that. And so a lot of the money is really being consumed. In 2023, we had a diaspora investment conference where we were showcasing alternative investment opportunities. And you know our diaspora really love brick and mortar. For us, when you've invested, uko na kamogoda mahali and uko na kanyoba somewhere, brick and mortar, that is the essence of investment. But there's a lot more to investment than just brick and mortar, you know. And a lot of us, if you're Stanley and Louisa, the investment is called Stanlu. And so people know that you've invested in that particular area. But a lot of people don't want for people to know how you have invested and where you have invested. So they are silent investments. And the Diaspora Investment Support Office, the DISO, has been established. And this agency coordinates and guides diaspora investments, helping streamline the process and to remove bureaucratic processes. Targeted investment opportunities. This is where government is packaging viable investment opportunities in sectors like the Affordable Housing Program, agribusiness and related value chains, diaspora bonds, the technology through PPP, encouraging returnees to invest in line with Vision 2030 economic pillars. And you know, last year we were encouraging the diaspora, and we are still encouraging the diaspora, to look at counties as an option. The counties offer a particular investment vehicle that is not offered by the national government. And so if you're from Nyandarua, Nyandarua is sadly well known for pouring out their milk, giving their cabbage to the cows and carrots, and basically their potatoes rot because the roads are not done. So we've been encouraging the diaspora that cottage industries work very well. If we are looking at storage facility for potatoes, if we are looking at turning cabbage into kimchi, kimchi is a very valuable food, and we have a lot of cabbage. We can actually invest in other value addition to what we already have. So fostering entrepreneurship and job creation, under financial instruments as an investment vehicle, we have specific financial products like government security T-bills and T-bonds, which are available remotely through CBKs. CBK is the Central Bank of Kenya's DAO CSD to facilitate investment in national initiatives. In fostering job creation, we are looking at diaspora returnees establishing ventures like what Professor Njoroge has that will create jobs and stimulate local economic development, particularly in areas such as education, healthcare, and trade. Networking, government facilities, networking events, and business matchmaking programs to connect diaspora investors with local entrepreneurs. And not just government. I think this particular opportunity we have today, CHAMS has done very well in having a lot of the partners are outside. As I was walking in, I got a bit distracted. I walked through several of the booths, and I was quite impressed by what is there. So please take time to also look at the booths, because there are investment opportunities there and avenues which are not necessarily government. Integration and reintegration mechanisms to address challenges faced by returnees. The government has planned support systems such as reintegration programs as envisioned in the Kenya Diaspora Policy 2024. And I will request at some point my colleagues will give us the link to the Diaspora Policy, and we'll be able to put it there. Then you can scan and be able to have the Diaspora Policy with you. Transferability of social benefits, where the government, we are developing frameworks together with like-minded governments for the transferability and portability of social security benefits from other countries. So some of you might wonder, what is this? We know that a lot of our diaspora who went just post-independence are now ready to come back home for their retirement. But some of them are not able to come back because their social benefits, they cannot port them back to Kenya. And when they port them back to Kenya, the cost of remittances that IOM was talking about is very, very high. And in return, then their mental wellness is affected because they want to come back home and they're not able to come back home. So that the three things that go together, we are trying to see how we can assist the returnees such that they come back, and they come back when they are very enabled and they are comfortable. So we have started conversations with the ILO and the IOM in Geneva so that it becomes a universally accepted practice for returnees across the world to come back with their social benefits. Ladies and gentlemen, on policy formulation and governance, courtesy of the technological advancements, the government continues to include the diaspora in public participation. I hope all of you follow our social media as the State Department for Diaspora, because every time there's any discourse in government, we share a link with the diaspora for them to have their voice. Their input is important, so we always share links. And our social media is diaspora_GOKE. Am I right? Diaspora_GOKE in all social media. That's our name, or whatever. That's our, oh God, what is it called? Handle. I'm at that age where the word just disappears when I'm in the middle of saying it. So the fact that the diaspora has really participated has helped sensitize and empower the diaspora with information, and once they return home, they're already empowered. They already know what is there and what is happening and how to go about their issues. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, by focusing on these multifaceted approaches, Kenya aims to leverage the extensive human capital of its diaspora to achieve sustainable and inclusive national development, moving beyond a sole reliance on financial contributions. Through the implementation of the diaspora policy, Kenyans abroad and returnees act as valuable ambassadors, promoting Kenya's image, culture, trade, and investment opportunities globally, and the key point for network linkages and skills and technology transfer once back home. Therefore, as we gather here today, let us renew our shared commitment to building a Kenya that works for all, both at home and abroad. Together, we will strengthen the bonds that connect us and harness the power of our diaspora to make Kenya a model of prosperity and global partnership. The PS reaffirms that the government remains focused on the implementation of the Kenya Diaspora Policy provisions for economic transformation, and the State Department for Diaspora Affairs will continue to protect, empower, and connect Kenyans, both in the diaspora and you who are welcome back home, to more opportunities. I thank you. Thank you very much.
Quick question for Balozi. Mike with the mic. Kimbia. Tumpigie Balozi makofi tena. Our partners, you can see the booth there, but lots of networking here, certainly.
Thank you so much, Balozi. My name is Michael Wairungu from Central Lens University Kenya Semester Program. Whenever we talk about diaspora, the term presupposes a lot of positivity. People who went out there made it, like Professor Njoroge, myself, and others. I would like you to comment about the untold side of diaspora from the Middle East. Where do they belong in this conversation? Whenever we hear about them, we hear about suffering. We hear about trafficking. Where are we in that conversation? Thank you.
So thank you very much. Our diaspora in the Middle East are squarely in the programs of the State Department of Diaspora Affairs and the government of Kenya as a whole. Just to put it in perspective, before the State Department for Diaspora Affairs was created, we had, sadly, a minimum of 20 cases a month where people came back in coffins. I'm not saying it is zero. Sadly, we have between 2 and 5 a month, and sometimes we have 0 a month. So with the coming in of the State Department for Diaspora, if you look at when you get our diaspora policy document, the very foundation of our policy is the welfare of the diaspora. To us, it doesn't matter. You have gone out there, you've been arrested, you're in jail, you still belong to us. You're still ours. You're still our diaspora. And we will do everything possible to protect you. But to put it into perspective, of these 20, 30 that used to come before the State Department of Diaspora Affairs came in, let me give an example. One particular country which was very common with these issues, as a government officials, we are not allowed to name names, but I think we all know which country it is. So this particular country has over 270,000 Kenyans. So in perspective, if you look at the numbers, and then you look at the number of cases, I'm not saying that they should die, but I think nature of and by itself usually offloads some. Nature of and by itself. And I'm not saying it is a good thing. So what we want to avoid is the offloading which is created unnaturally. Unnaturally. We don't want anybody to die out of unnatural effects. We don't want anybody to be killed. We don't want anybody to be tortured. And because of that, we come up with what are called MOUs and bilateral labor agreements. What do these give? They give a protective layer which protects every worker that goes abroad. And I know there's been a lot of confusion regarding how the bilateral labor agreements actually protect the workers, but we have clauses that, for example, talk about the minimum wage, because a lot of our people who are not given the amount of money they need, they're basically trafficked and they're used as slaves. So we eliminate that because we say the minimum wage is this much and the working hours are this much. So if your employer goes beyond and gives you less than what has been agreed, you have a recourse because there's a clause that talks about it, and you can actually leave that employment. We have a clause that talks about if you're being abused, there are those who are sexually abused, there are those who are physically abused, we have a recourse for it. And there are, I don't want to go into details because that's government to government, but there are consequences for that. And that has greatly discouraged the number of cases that we have. I don't know if I've answered your question fully, but yes, we are bang in the middle of it. That is actually my docket. It's the welfare docket, and we do care for each and every individual. And just for you to know, because we do understand also that some of them have been mentally affected, we are the only state department which has a hotline 24 hours. And you're able to call us. And for some of the people who've called us, somebody has just called and said, "Mi nataka kuongea na mtu na Kiswahili." That's all. Because their mental wellness is such that where they are, they don't have a Kenyan they can speak with. And we also offer counseling services 24/7 on these lines. And the lines, we have like about, I think we have 7 double centers, so that's 14. We can manage 14 calls at any one time on counseling. And we have counselors on board. We also have counseling services. You can walk in case you have an issue that is bothering you. But by the nature of who we deal with, also we offer counseling services to the families, particularly of those who are bereaved. It is not a good experience. So we do offer that counseling service as well.
Makofi kwa balozi. We'll come to other questions later. Okay. I'll give you the privilege. You are the first speaker here. Microphone to Paul Mwaura. Yes.
Hello, Balozi. Good to see you again.
Yeah.
You guys are doing a fantastic work. We've had the opportunity to interact, and it's amazing what you guys are doing. My question is two-part. Maybe there isn't an answer, but something to think about, particularly around remittances. We terminate to about 3 million. We have 3 million customers who use remittances to terminate into Kenya. The president has just ascended the virtual assets bill. These customers are asking, how else can we send money back home using virtual assets? Maybe it's not an answer for now. It will move to CBK and CMA, but majority of the disruption is going to happen in remittances. Is it something that you guys have looked at in partnership level, but also in terms of engaging some of these diasporans?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So in our State Department, we have 2 departments. We have welfare and partnerships, which are head, and we have investments, savings, and remittances, which Ambassador Kabira heads. I did not come alone, and I don't want to pretend to be an expert. Any of my colleagues who has an answer to that, or who can speak to that? Is that something we are looking at? I am looking at you. Is that something we are looking at? Probably not. Probably we have not looked at it because it's just been assented to, and we don't know what the repercussions will be. But what I do know, that the president is very aware of the diaspora remittances and their importance. He's very much aware of our efforts to try and reduce the cost of remittances. He's very much aware of the players in the field, and I doubt anything negative will come out of that ascension. I think I almost am sure about that. Yeah.
Makofi tena kwa balozi. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Yes, maybe I can. I will be leaving. I don't know. Maybe I can network with anybody who has a question. I'll be.
You will have tea with us.
I will have tea for anybody who wants an explanation.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Makofi kwa balozi. Thank you so much. Yeah, networking. That's the purpose of this meeting. Paul, sinilikwambia, unaona? Yes. Ile hata ukai kwa desk, you are finding more value here, but we want to tell the audience to interact with our partners. We have circles here, Kenya USA Diaspora Circle, Mwalimu National Circle. You don't have to be a teacher to be a member of Mwalimu National Circle. Most circles opened up their bonds so that you can join despite your profession or what you do. We have banks here, Family Bank, Kenya Commercial Bank, Equity Bank are represented. We have real estate, Centum Real Estate, Unity Homes, and many others. You saw the board there. If I've left you not in bad faith. So interact, and we'll be having a break soon. Michael, come here and tell us how it happened. It will happen. But a colleague has asked me, I know the guest of honor has spoken, but it is quite to just recognize also that there are many contributors to this story of daring abroad, and we have a friend from Germany, Philip. Yes, you, yes, stand. Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen. Yeah, well, you are privileged. You speak French also? Okay, so Philip is an examiner and is working closely with the gentleman I introduced earlier, Gordon Opio, here to enable us know Germany. Najua mi najua Kifaransa, so utanifundisha Kijerumani, Philip and Gordon, examiners. You need to have certain standards of German level before you get a visa to go Maju. And we have some young people who are raring to go to Germany. Makofi kwa Philip. Wow. Simnaona, the whole world is here. And another one is a student doing PhD in migration, also from Germany. She's online. She'll want to say hi to you at some point and request you that when she's doing her research that you cooperate and give her material. Look at the value of this forum. Tupigieni makofi. Thank you so much. So we'll now take a quick break and use that to interact. You don't have to take the tea or coffee. You can use that moment to visit our partners. So Michael, lead us. How long? And we'll urge that we take barely 25 minutes and then we come back. The good thing, I've managed to finish some of the things that would have come in the afternoon. So it's a good crisis, and trust me, we will manage. Michael?
Thank you. Another round of applause for OGW MBS himself. That was a good session. Ladies and gentlemen, right now we want to break for tea. And as has been mentioned, we're going to take 25 minutes. This is military precision. So please network. Look at the exhibitors. Go visit Equity Afia Ruaka. They're in Rumor Hall. And then after 25 minutes, we come back for session 2. How many excited for session 2, ladies and gentlemen? Great, great, great. So, without wasting any more time, you were released, but remember, exactly 25 minutes, I shall come for you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Why not? Why not just have a restaurant? Because most of the people who are not able to get us on the food truck, they'll come at the restaurant. So that's where the idea of the restaurant came about. We have Americans, we have people from South America, we have people from even North America. So we just have people from all over coming to our restaurant to have our meals.
The one thing I really learned from doing business here, and I compare it to whenever I go back home, is making sure you have top-notch customer service, because that is the one thing a customer always remembers. Your food can be the most delicious food, but if you did not treat your customer right, they will not have the urge of coming back.
My name is Major Retired John Mwanzia. I was in the military before. I was operating within the unit that is the 20th Para Battalion. We went to the former Yugoslavia. I was there for about a year and a half, and then after that mission is when I went back to Gilgil. Continued with the military. Around 206 is when we came here also, Congo, as a UN mission military observer. There was a lot of fighting, and we saw so many people getting killed. So I said, one time when I leave the military, I'll try and do something to save lives of people. I started just one clinic. Afterwards, I started another clinic at a place called Uvira. I started, about 2 clinics initially at a place called Logu and BCA, then Goma. Goma is actually now the biggest hospital. That is what I have now at the moment, and we are trying to install very highly technical equipments. In life, I think somebody has to make some decision. I didn't want to continue, and then I get too old in the military, and then I don't do something else. It's very important to be very ambitious, and also at the same time, you also have to be very careful with what you do. You have to follow the law, particularly when you're operating abroad. Try and gain experience through, talking to other people regarding their experiences.
My name is Dick Olango. I am Kenyan, but I've been in Japan for over 25 years. OSA, Olango and Sakata Associates, is a brainchild of Sakata, and both of us are architects, and both of us have practiced in Japan, and both of us also have a very good passion or high passion to really see what we can do as architects back in Kenya. So right now, I think one of the hottest topics that we are working on currently is on how to turn black cotton soil into a useful product. So what we are thinking right now is to make blocks. So we call it black cotton soil. So you use black cotton soil to make blocks that can be used in construction. So when you do that, first of all, you're minimizing the waste. Instead of throwing it away, you can use that block to do some walling. You can do the interior wallings with it, and also you can use it, for example, the civil works. You can use it for pavements. You can also use it as a hardcore, because once you make it hard, it can still be used in the foundation to support as hardcore. And we are working with Jomo Kenyatta University of Technology.
We are in Adelaide, Australia, and this is commercial greenhouse farming, particularly in horticulture. And who is behind this? Yes, Christine.
Yeah, hello.
Dr. Christine.
Dr. Christine Kainyu Walela.
Dr. Christine Kainyu Walela.
This is a type of farming called hydroponics. Is farming without soil. And so here we plant the soils in the grow bags with the soil media. We superimpose the rock wool, and also we put water with the nutrients using the drip. So it's precision. I'm collaborating with Ironwood Institute together with a couple of other universities here in South Australia. We have forged a pathway for fresh Kenyan graduates, bachelor's graduates in agriculture and other related fields. They can be able to come and study here in Australia agribusiness and go on into their masters, and that's how I've been able to collaborate. As a matter of fact, when the students come, they are able to gain work experience here in my farm, and I'm able to actually mentor them. I have opened an agency as an education consultant. Back in Kenya, it's called Legacy International.
Legacy International.
Legacy International.
In Kenya, where? Nairobi?
I actually took it in the countryside. It's in Chuka.
It's in Chuka, okay.
Yes, because I realized the people in the counties do not have opportunities for migration-related services.
Yes.
At the moment, I'm actually seeking more collaborations with the Kenyan universities. We can look at Kenyan universities having students in their last year of their bachelor's being able to come here and do the industrial placements here in Australia through this program and do paid internship and also get hands-on learning from my farm.
My name is Bruce Madete, Ambassador Bruce Madete. I am a director of Sosa Cottages. I worked out of the country, starting off in Nigeria in 1998 as acting High Commissioner of Kenya to Nigeria and several other countries including Togo, Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, etc. Then I became a full ambassador in 2001 in Italy. I began about 27 years ago in 1996. Then it was called Sosa Country Hotel. Now that concept, that Sosa Country Hotel, did not work until I went out and looked at what was happening elsewhere and changed the concept. If you cannot develop your own home area, you cannot develop elsewhere, whether it's east or west, because there's a lot of misconception that when you're out there is when you can do better. My request to people who are in the diaspora, come back, invest here in the hospitality industry. Then we can be able to look at it in terms of scaling up the number of people who come into Vihiga, and therefore even pay taxes commensurate with what is supposed to be done, like it's done in other countries.
My name is Bramwell Bushuru Lumukwana. I am an air traffic controller by profession.
Link 3136, I copied 1229, stand by to send.
When I came here, I started to meet a few Africans on the island. I asked around also if there are any Kenyans on the island. Because it's where people can easily know each other, I came to learn that at the time there were no Kenyans. Been the only Kenyan for a couple of years. It's a very unique place. The terrain looks like you're walking on the moon because the island was formed out of volcanic activity centuries ago. The people are very friendly and warm and very simple systems. You don't need to lock your car when you're on the island. You don't need to worry about being mugged when you're on the island. I haven't had any Kenyan tourists visiting the island yet for the time I've been here. And because it's a small island, it's very easy to know who is visiting. I sit in this glass building and I look down when passengers are disembarking, and I can pretty much see who is coming and who is going. So thanks to Champs Media, Alex and his colleague Eric for visiting the island. You are probably the first tourists to visit the island, nice, and we are looking forward to having more Kenyans visiting the island.
We are in Oklahoma, and I've met Stacy Momanyi. Stacy Momanyi, she is in the hospitality sector. She runs a restaurant and also does outside catering. So Stacy Momanyi, welcome to Daring Abroad.
Thank you.
Why 254, a taste of Africa? What made you choose that name?
So 254 is the Kenyan area code, plus 254 is the Kenyan area code. So I wanted to represent where we come from, both me and my husband. And then a taste of Africa is what our mission and vision is to bring a taste of Africa to the United States.
So we started off with a food truck. We started off in 2021, right after COVID, and we got a little bit of footing on it, good traction on it. So we decided, why not? Why not just have a restaurant? Because most of the people who are not able to get us on the food truck, they'll come at the restaurant. So that's where the idea of the restaurant came about. We have Americans, we have people from South America, we have people from even North America. So we just have people from all over coming to our restaurant to have our meals.
The one thing I really learned from doing business here, and I compare it to whenever I go back home, is making sure you have top-notch customer service, because that is the one thing a customer always remembers. Your food can be the most delicious food, but if you did not treat your customer right, they will not have the urge of coming back.
My name is Major Retired John Mwanzia. I was in the military before. I was operating within the unit that is the 20th Para Battalion. We went to the former Yugoslavia. I was there for about a year and a half, and then after that mission, is when I went back to Gilgil, continued with the military. Around 206 is when we came here also, Congo, as a UN mission military observer. There was a lot of fighting and we saw so many people getting killed. So I said, one time when I leave the military, I'll try and do something to save lives of people. I started just one clinic. Afterwards, I started another clinic at a place called Uvira. I started, about 2 clinics initially at a place called Logu and BCA, then Goma. Goma is actually now the biggest hospital. That is what I have now at the moment. And we are trying to install very highly technical equipments. In life, I think somebody has to make some decision. I didn't want to continue and then I get too old in the military and then I don't do something else. It's very important to be very ambitious, and also at the same time, you also have to be very careful with what you do. You have to follow the law, particularly when you're operating abroad. Try and gain experience through, talking to other people regarding their experiences.
My name is Dick Olango. I am Kenyan, but I've been in Japan for over 25 years. OSA, Olango and Sakata Associates, is a brainchild of Sakata, and both of us are architects, and both of us have practiced in Japan, and both of us also have a very good passion or high passion to really see what we can do as architects back in Kenya. So right now, I think one of the hottest topics that we are working on currently is on how to turn black cotton soil into a useful product. So what we are thinking right now is to make blocks. So we call it black cotton soil. So you use black cotton soil to make blocks that can be used in construction. So when you do that, first of all, you're minimizing the waste. Instead of throwing it away, you can use that block to do some walling. You can do the interior wallings with it, and also you can use it, for example, the civil works. You can use it for pavements. You can also use it as a hardcore, because once you make it hard, it can still be used in the foundation to support as hardcore. And we are working with Jomo Kenyatta University of Technology.
We are in Adelaide, Australia, and this is commercial greenhouse farming, particularly in horticulture. And who is behind this? Yes, Christine.
Yeah, hello.
Dr. Christine.
Dr. Christine Kainyu Walela.
Dr. Christine Kainyu Walela.
This is a type of farming called hydroponics. Is farming without soil. And so here we plant the soils in the grow bags with the soil media. We superimpose the rock wool, and also we put water with the nutrients using the drip. So it's precision. I'm collaborating with Ironwood Institute together with a couple of other universities here in South Australia. We have forged a pathway for fresh.
From our friends from, I would say, Far East or Down Under who are going to sleep. Afternoon, we are likely now to have Canada, USA, and so on. So it's a good forum as I prepare you for the next session. So one of our partners is Centum Real Estate. And we've journeyed with the Centum Real Estate since we began this series of forums abroad and back home. To Australia, Europe, USA. We just had one in Coventry, UK recently. And we are sitting in the premises where they are. This is Centum Real Estate, Two Rivers. So we are in Two Rivers, one of the projects of Centum. And they have other projects in Coast, as well as Uganda. And we are inviting Ken Mbae, MD Centum Re, to give us a quick presentation. As you settle back home, what are the opportunities you can get with the Centum Re? Makofi kwa Martin. Mbae, and he's a returnee as well. Martin Mbae is a returnee from Harvard University. Gotten it right? Correct, yes. Karibu. Karibu.
No, I'm a returnee from the village. So I came to Nairobi for further studies from Nanyuki. And I'm here to share some insights. I don't know if you can show my presentation. I'm not pitching. I'll speak about the possibilities.
My apologies, Mr. Ken Mbae, not Martin. Makofi kwa Ken Mbae.
Even that one is okay. Martin is my excellent colleague. He goes around the world with RX, and he's done a good job. Anyway, diaspora, I think we've just been assuming it, but the potential is huge. Last month, which is September, the diaspora remittance to Kenya was, it's down there. You did $419 million times 130, that was 52 billion. That is what was sent in September. Year to date, I think we've done $3.7 billion, which would be 490 billion. So this is the single largest inflow to the country, practically. But if you check at Africa, I just wanted to share data with you. Africa receives $100 billion of, 100 to $120 billion of diaspora remittances, Africans working in other parts of the world. Egypt, 29 billion. But Kenya is number 4. We got 4.9 billion last year. This year, I think we should be at 5 billion. But more interestingly, if we compare with a country like India, the largest recipient of diaspora inflows, last year they got 129 billion. India only. Africa as a whole got 100 billion. So you can see the other big one is Mexico and Philippines. And the largest source is the US. But what can this money do if it was channeled to a proper purpose, collectively? Ethiopia, and there are many case studies. Ethiopia, the dam that was opened in September, part of it was funded from diaspora inflows, which means this, the monies you send can be organized into proper investment. Nigeria in 2017 issued a diaspora bond. They raised $300 million. And you can see there, Ethiopia just gets 539 million. We get 4.9. So the opportunity is immense, and we can tap and make a difference in the country. If you can move to the next slide. This money that comes, there's a study from CBK. They did in 2021. Where does it go? This 4.9 or the 500 billion or thereabouts cent. Most of it goes to consumption. Part of it goes to education. Part of it goes to healthcare. And some of it goes to real estate. Some of you are building. Some of you are paying rent for your dependents. Some of you are building houses that you may get alternative photos, what is admirable and not what you're building. And we give back to the community. So my thinking was, like, if last month, the 50 billion that came in, if we had organized 10% of it to a 5 billion investment, that's huge. That's something that would be transformative. So the potential of diaspora should be felt in the country and outside the country, create jobs and change our future generations. Next. I'm about to finish. But you've gotten the context of diaspora and the power that you guys give back to this country. There's someone controlling the slides. Now, here is, today is on 29th, 30th, 31st. Now, from 24th, that's when salaries are paid in this Nairobi, or most of the companies pay 24th to 5th. In Nairobi, the statistics that I have, 88.8% of us pay rent. Everyone has a rental agreement. Rent must be paid by the 5th of every month. So between 27th to 5th next week, around not less than 20 billion will be paid out as rent in Nairobi. We have 1.6 million households in Nairobi, serving 4.8 million people. 88.8% of 1.6 million would be 1.4 million homes. If you take the average rent from 2,000 shillings, I saw from Bomayangu and government, they're saying in Mukuru, the average rent is 2,000. In Two Rivers, the highest rent is 500,000. If you do the average at 10,000, even 1.4 million homes paying 10,000, that would be 14 billion a month. If it's 20, that's 300 billion. Now that you're seated here, how much of that comes to your pocket? All of it. Okay. So we need, there's really a tangible opportunity. There is returns that can be made. There is a market that is there. And we can figure out and invest. I said I'm not selling, I'm just presenting opportunities as they are. Even Kiambu, which is difficult to distinguish between Nairobi and Kiambu. Yeah, and I had KRAs in the building. There's 80 billion in 2024 that will go to people's pocket as rental income. Next. This gives you context. Why? The first census in Kenya was done in 1948. We were nearly 6 million people. In 2019, there was census done, we were 47.8 million people. Our growth rate is 4% per year, annually. So if I take a view of the next 30 years, in 2060, we'll be 80 million people. Now that 80 is an opportunity. All of us came from somewhere today. So you came from a house, whether you're paying rent or your own home. So it means there are future opportunities for people to house others, because you spend 40% of your time at home and 90% of your time in a real estate setup. So there's an opportunity going forward as our population grows, as the demographic supports us, for real estate to continue having a great demand, and diaspora can take advantage of it. Next. We just did a Santa Maria breakdown. We are pretty young, my colleagues are here. The earliest any of us can retire is 2060. I'll be 90 in 2077. Maybe I'll be the first one to retire in 2051. But we are trying to see, do we have jobs up to 2060? And from the data we have, there's enough jobs for all of us and enough opportunity. We have to build house all of you, create opportunities for the future. Carry on, I want to finish. This is not the political one, but the correct one. So if the population is increasing, where else can you invest? Housing, that we've discussed. But if there is a community somewhere, that community has families, they will need schools. They have health, they will need to take care of themselves. So schools and health are another opportunity. They need to shop, they need to enjoy life. So retail is another element. Food and logistics, they need to be taken care of. So diaspora can tap into these future opportunities in an organized way and create a decent and sustainable return for everyone. Next. Just not too far from here, which is the UN, it's expanding, you may know. It's been announced everywhere, so we just extracted something from their website. They're expanding their campus. Up to 9,000 people will be here, starting from 2026 to 2030. They will come, but they must stay somewhere. So the first point when you're sent to a new place is where you live. I think they'll be paying rent in dollars. I challenge you to make sure you can. One of them is paying rent to you, and Two Rivers seems to be the closest place to them. So, next. I think this was just a slide to denote. When all that census was done, these places were all empty. In 2010, this was a napier grass place. Now it's a city. In 2014, here was napier grass. Now we are seated there. So it's because of the demographic, the business, that whatever looks far-reached, you should now think about investing. Carry on. Okay, I think you may have heard these stories with your parents, that many years when you used to drive here, there was nothing, and now there is something. Rand was really affordable, now it's expensive, and they didn't do anything about it. I don't want to be that, I don't want in 2050 to be saying UN was expanding and all these things were happening, and I just have memories of how I used my money. I want to pass on a legacy to the rest. So I think they were youth in 1970. They are now grandparents. We are above youth, but we are young. We'll be grandparents in many years down the line. There are opportunities that you can take advantage of. Now that there's a lot of liquidity from diaspora that is coming back to Kenya, there are opportunities, and I've demonstrated that. Carry on. This is critical. So will all of us get old? Will all of us get out of work someday? But one thing is, money will always be required. You'll need your health. You need to have liquidity. And most people who retire, that's the data we are showing, is they need others to, they depend on their relatives, basically. That's like 40%. Others will need to work post-retirement, and very few are financially independent. Those of us who start businesses post-retirement, just 31% are profitable. Most of them actually fail. So your retirement money is wiped out. So now that you have the energy, you're earning, I think it's good to create a passive income line. Real estate and many others could help you, so that in your retirement, you don't need to wait for your kids to remember to send you money, nor blame government. You can just enjoy life the same way you enjoyed it in the other part of the world. Next. I've spoken about this, carry on. Even this, I've spoken about it. I've shared the data, I've shared the opportunity. I think you can think of how to create passive income for yourself. It's not too early, nor is it too late. We'll use Two Rivers as a case study as I wind up. I think I've covered all these things. Even that I've covered. Even this I've covered. Even that I've done. I wanted to share this. This is a report, an investment guide we've created for you. Please download it. Whether you're investing with us or others, or you're thinking about it, there are deep insights there that you can get, that you can use to make an informed decision. You can scan if it's of interest. Carry on. This is Two Rivers, and when it's fully built, it will look like. But because you're here, if you feel a bit overwhelmed, stressed, we have that Ferris wheel on the northern end. It's 52 meters high. Now, when you get into it, there is nothing spectacular. But when you get to 40 meters high, you're able to reorganize your life, because if you think about it, if it doesn't turn, how do you come down? So you're able to prioritize on the most critical thing. So if you have stressed in life, any day, I welcome you to Two Rivers. Just go take a ride. You'll come back with it's now November. If you've not worked on your New Year resolutions, you'll be able to prioritize the ones for next year. Next. I know Alex wants me to get out of here, and I will. Carry on. my team did a lot of work putting this together. So if I don't do the justice to it, they will not honor the invoices. This is Two Rivers. I encourage you to take a walk around and see what has been done. This can be found in any part of the world for diaspora people. Any part of the world, whether it's New York, whether it's London, whether it's Dubai, the lifestyle is the same and it's affordable. Carry on. And it's hard for me to present looking at myself. You can. Honestly, I can't. I'll stop. I have so many things I would have done right when I look at that photo. It's not what I want. I want you to go to the last slide. Really, we have many projects across. We can help you curate your investment plan. We can work together to create passive income. Within our portfolio, people make anywhere from 20 to 3 million shillings in passive rental income affordably. So I want you to scan the last page, see our team here. We'll share with you the information that I'm sharing, and the team is much more knowledgeable than I am. Whether you're developing, whether you're thinking about it, these insights will be useful for you so that you make the correct decision. And Chamwada, to you, please organize this diaspora investment. There's so much money that can make significant difference in our country, in our lives, and create jobs for all of us. If there is an investment opportunity that we can share with them. Thank you. Welcome to Two Rivers. Find time to walk around. And I hope we meet in 2040, 2045, touring the world, and hoping that these presentations did spark something in you and you invested, whether with us or elsewhere, and we make a difference to this world. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Makofi kwa Ken. One quick question for Ken, just one burning question for Ken. Go ahead, name.
I'm Professor Philip Masila Mutisia, lead founder of Diaspora University Town in Taita Taveta, around Voi. I'm a returnee after 37 years in North Carolina education system, building a university there, town, hospital, and medicine production. And we were talking about how do we inform the people to take advantage of our opportunity. We have over 37 houses, townhouses to build, but we found that there was a disconnect and also a kind of trust gap between us coming here to invest in here and finding people like you, the organization. That I wanted to find out, how do we do that? Because we do have funding from the affordable home care, house mortgages, okay? That we found when working with the banks. They did not understand how to sell that. That's not their money, it's our money. And there's an opportunity to institutions whereby, like DUT, we call it University Town, is going to be a town. I wanted to talk for you to explain, to talk about how do you connect with that funding, KMRC, and then how can we take advantage of that and work with you?
Thank you. You know, a question from Professor, I have to pay attention. I hope I answered the correct way before you confirm your worst fears. So the first thing is, there's a slide there that I had on KMLC. Money follows a story. You have to have a good story for money to follow. So you have to articulate that story clearly. Two, over time, and given that we are all Kenyans, there's been a mismatch between what you say and maybe what you deliver. There's always a gap, and yeah, it's good to exaggerate your abilities kidogo. So the problem to solve and to link the funding and the opportunity, the first point is a forum like this, the one that RX is putting together. You have to preach, speak about it, and try and tell the story. 2, you have to have a demonstrable track record, because often it's on paper, and there is a significant variance between what is on paper and building. And that's where the gap extends. There's a lot of money with KMLC, and I'll share the data as I get it. For a long time, the mortgages in Kenya were 27,000 mortgages. Since 1996, 98, they were either government or bank employees. Last year, from the central bank supervision report, the mortgages increased to 33,000 mortgages in the country, simply because of the KMLC loan product. What is it? It's you can get financing for a house that is up to 10.5 million, for a tenor that is 25 years. The interest rate is 9.5%. The qualification, you need to be a Kenyan, and it needs to be your first home. In practical terms, if you walk to KCB, they have that KMLC product, ABSA, Stanbic, all the banks, you can walk in there. So long as you have a pay slip and you can demonstrate you can pay, they will fund you 100% for any house that is priced below 10.5 million. If you take your calculator and do the computation, if you take a mortgage that is 10.5 million at 9.5% for 25 years, your repayment would be 92,200 and something. So all of us here can actually qualify. You should not see a house and just walk away. You can afford it. It costs you nothing. You just walk in there, you take the letter of offer, you confidently walk into the bank, speak to no one less than the branch manager, and get your qualification. The decision to buy or not, you can carry on. So I think we need to have more forums to engage and get the word out there that it can be done. I hope I answered the question to the satisfaction of our professor. That would be a A.
Makofi kwa Ken Mbaye. Thank you so much. And you can see, ameshapeana card. Yeah, tutakuja huko hiyo mradi yako. Yeah, this is the power of this forum, networking. Ken can be very humorous. When we travel with him, we are stressed. Patrick is there, he'll tell you, Ken can make you feel comfortable, even when there's a crisis. And not in bad faith, Ken, but he rarely smiles. So he'll leave you laughing and cracking your ribs. But leo nimeona amesmile. Yeah, you know. Tumpigie Ken makofi. And his colleague Martin, also amazing. So as I told you, some of the presentations that would come after lunch are now being done now. Our moderator, I think, has been talking to some of our panelists who would have come earlier. Kindly bear with us. The panel discussion will come after lunch. And the good thing, we've brought some things ahead. And it's for good reasons. Not to mention a name, but there's one who is required to go to Parliament this afternoon. So kindly bear with us. So ladies and gentlemen, remember, as we return home, as we settle, as others abroad think of coming back, as you think even going abroad, investing, cross-border trade, and so on, there is compliance. And one of the state, or rather corporates, that state departments that are key in all this is the Kenya Bureau of Standards. Kenya Bureau of Standards. So you are establishing a medicine firm. You want to do coffee. So there are standards. And we will be educated briefly. What do we need to know briefly? And you'll get his contact and follow up. You know where Kenya Bureau of Standards are. And we are inviting Director for Quality Assurance and Inspection at Kenya Bureau of Standards, Geoffrey Murira. Geoffrey Murira, karibu sana. Tumpigie Geoffrey makofi. Asante Geoffrey.
Thank you, Alex. Good afternoon. Yes, I will take you briefly through what KEPS does, how it supports investors. I request I have the slides. So I can even start with the first slides that Kenyan Bureau of Standards is the standards body, the only standards body, the only quality infrastructure institution in the country. It was started in 1974 through the Standards Act, Cap 496, that is currently under revision. And this revision is important to all of you, that you also give your memoranda, because it affects various activities that you undertake. When it was started, you can move to the next slide. When it started in 1974, trade was not complex as it is today. There were very few industries. The current reality, trade is very complicated. There are many variables that are interacting at a very high speed, and therefore we need a revised standard bill to take care of all those changes. So basically, these are the activities of Kenya Bureau of Standards, promoting standardization. How is this important to you? You are an innovator, you are an investor from diaspora, you want a standard for your product. Standards development can be initiated by anybody. We don't have, as KEPS, we only provide a platform for developing standard. So we have an online portal where you can submit your proposal for standards development. On the same function, we adopt international standards, like International Organization of Standardization Standards, International Electrotechnical Standards, Africa Regional Standardization Standards, East African Community Standards, just to set benchmarks for unity and to elevate industries. And we say that standards are the language for trade, for technological exchange, for confidence and trust. Without the standards, you cannot move commodity from one place to another. So we need standards. The next activity is testing and calibration to ensure precision and reliability in instruments. We test commodities, again, to guarantee quality and safety for consumers. I want to be very brief. We issue quality marks for various manufactured products. We have 3 quality marks. I will talk about them and why they are important. We prepare, frame, modify, and amend specifications. This is very important, like you are developing an industry. You need a code of practice that is globally acceptable. You can also propose what you need for that particular industry, and it can be put through the framework, through the platform that we have for standard development, and you can have that as a framework or a specification for that particular industry. And then we offer education on standards matters. We have National Quality Institute that trains on various quality systems. ISO 9001, that is quality management system. ISO 22000, that is food safety management system. Environmental management system, information security management system, and many others. Let's move to the next slide. I only have 6 slides. This is KEPS. Currently, we have slightly over 12,000 standards. We have a live catalog in our website. You can interact with them. If you have seen a product, maybe overseas, that you want to bring in Kenya, you can check whether that product is covered in the standard. If it's not covered, then you can propose we develop that standard. We have over 23,159 certified products in this country. Actually, looking at even those products that have expired marks, we are slightly below 40,000 products in this country. But look at the volumes that we import. We are importing too many products. So it means there is a lot of product that we can produce locally. Then our staff strength, slightly over 1,000. We have 51 laboratories, actually the largest laboratory network in East and Central Africa, following closely South Africa. Then the offices, we have 26 offices. So in all the regions, we have our presence. Let's move to the next slide. I'm going to explain about two functions that are of great importance. The first one is product certification, where any locally manufactured product must be certified. And what certification means is that you have market access. Product bearing the mandatory standardization mark, the S mark that you see, has access to the 8 East African community countries, over 300 million people. So our standardization mark is a notified mark recognized in the community. And we are also working with the AFCTA, meaning that still the same mark can allow your product to access other countries in Africa. Of course, I'll leave testing and go to inspection, because these are the two areas that I will be explaining more in the next slide. For inspection, you've found a product that you want to bring in the country because there's a demand here. That product can be either inspected overseas by our contracted companies, we call them pre-export verification of conformity contractors, and the one that we have in the whole of US, Europe, Canada, Latin America, that is SGS. In China, we have 3 companies, that's CCIC, we have 2 of Austria, we have another one called CHIC and WSCT. You can have those products inspected there, you get certificate of conformity, and then the product can be allowed in the country. And the basis of inspection for those products are Kenya standards. Taking you back now to my initial point, where there is no standard, you can propose so that there is no gap if there is an opportunity here. There is an option for local inspection. If you've not inspected your product overseas, you can have them inspected on arrival. But because we want our system, our processes to be predictable, faster, so that there are no delays when the product arrives here, we have various programs that operationalizes inspection, and I will talk about that in the next slide. Let's move to the next slide. This is now what actually I was explaining. For PIVOC, we have 3 routes, and this happens globally. 3 routes. There is route A. Route A are for high-risk products. This one will require testing, sampling, and even supervision of the container sealing. There is a PVOC manual in our website, version 13, you can download it. If you want to bring any product, you will be able to know which product can go through route A. Route B, you can have your product registered or licensed. And the validity of that license is 1 year. And of course, these are products that have demonstrated consistency in terms of compliance. So if you have that product registration or license for a year, it means you can load your product anytime, you only pay the statutory fee, you bring your product. And what follows next, they are just post-release surveillance in the market. Then we have route C, shipment inspection at the destination. This one, I will explain more about it because it is tied to the other 2 bullets there, destination inspection and the diamond mark. Let me explain about the diamond mark. It's a superior mark of quality. It is offered to both local manufacturers and overseas manufacturers who have met and exceeded the requirement of the standard. Now, let's talk about overseas manufacturers with the diamond mark. What are the benefits? You identify a very good factory producing goods that can come to this Kenya. It is assessed for diamond mark, and you are issued with a mark. The mark is valid for 4 years, and this is a green channel. So what happens is that you load the consignment at the source, it comes without paying any statutory fee, the product are allowed in the market. But the assessment is a rigorous process, and not many companies will meet that requirement. Similarly, for locally manufactured product that you want to take overseas, they can get diamond mark. So you can get more details about that. Again, That supports destination inspection because we only verify, do the document verification, no sampling, the products are allowed. And we have very many overseas companies that are using the diamond mark. I don't want to give examples, maybe you might be knowing. Then there is something we call product registration, again, supporting destination inspection. Like household electricals and electronics with the International Electrochemical Certification, the IEC marking. We recognize that marking and we register those products. Again, that offers an easier route for inspection for your product on arrival. So we have those products, but there's another one, the last one that is not shown in the slide, that supports small traders. Like you want to pick small merchandise and bring in the country. We call it consolidators route. We have licensed consolidators. The last time I checked, we were slightly over 50 consolidators all over the world. You buy small items, you give the consolidators. The consolidators prepares a master list of those products, and then they also get the certificate of conformity, and the certificate of conformity for these small merchandise, the requirements are, like they are flexible. And then the consolidators bring the product, they are deconsolidated on arrival. And we have 3 deconsolidation centers in the country. Eldoret International Airport, I know you know about that. We have Bomber Line, KRC at the railway station. We can also deconsolidate at ICDN or Kilindini, Mombasa. ICDN in Nairobi here and KRC is 1 station. So that's also an opportunity for you to bring your products. Let's move to the next slide as I wind up. So I explained about this, that you want to develop a product. You can start a factory. You can start an enterprise. The mandatory mark is the standardization mark. It's a must for all manufactured products. And I said it has a benefit of being a notified mark in the region. So you can apply for that. And we sign a contract with you where you pledge to maintain compliance, producing complying products throughout the validity period of the mark. There is the food fortification mark that we issue on behalf of Ministry of Health, whereby some certain products are deliberately added macronutrients and micronutrients to address deficiencies in the population, like vitamin A in edible cooking oil and maize flour. That one is also important. And the diamond mark, which is voluntary, but it's an advantage because it puts your product at a higher level compared to the standardization mark. The last slide, please. This is how we can support the investors. We build confidence in new ventures, whereby your product, once certified, accepted everywhere in the regions that I've mentioned. For entrepreneurs, we can help you in development in Kenyan brands. For importers, you can navigate inspection challenges smoothly with the right certification provided by our regime. And in all those cases, you'll get a very good access, market access. Thank you very much. I've tried to be very brief. You've tried. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for trying. Tumpigie makofi. So we'll request, I think his team is still here. Geoffrey's team is still here, so we'll have some question and answer session later on so that we can move to the next presenter before lunch. Makofi kwa Geoffrey. Thank you, Geoffrey, for you had asked to leave. So we had some of our followers in the US and this one in Japan who had requested we line them up so that they can listen to the next speaker. And this is Mwalimu National Deposit Taking Circle. This is the largest circle in Kenya in terms of membership and also what they call asset base. You don't have to be a teacher to be a member. Mwalimu National Circle has been one of our valued partners as we journey through these forums across the world. And last year, we celebrated with them 50 years. You turned 50 last year, is it?
Yes. Yeah. Now we're 51.
51. Yeah. I'm 3 years older than Mwalimu National Circle. Now you know my age. Clap for me. So, and he happens to be my namesake, Alex, Alexander or Alex. Sometimes you call us Alex, Alexander. Alex Odhiambo, Operations Manager, Mwalimu National Circle, and the team in the US. Thank you. Alex also. The guy listening to you in Boston is called Alex. Thank you for listening. Karibu, my namesake, and take it away. Makofi kwa Alex. I think I'm told you this. Okay, so that you are flexible.
Yeah, good. So I want to see if you're awake. Good morning. You guys are still, some of them are still sleeping, right? So I'll do it again. Good morning. Good stuff. So it means you're awake. So my name is Alex, like you've been told, and I'm from Mwalimu National DT Circle. It'll take 10 minutes. The beauty of bankers is that you keep time. So Central Bank taught us that you have to open at this time and close at this time. But then I moved into circles and I have to run with that discipline as well. So I have been a banker for the longest time. Is this working? I want to help you. Okay, good. Okay, so just a bit about myself. I've been a banker for the longest time. 15 years, slightly over 15 years, but in the financial services, slightly above 20 years. So I don't know whether I should call myself a banker or someone in the financial services, because I keep moving out of banks into circles, into microfinance banks, but then that's my space. Today, I'm at Mwalimu National DT Circle. So I just want to take you a bit through, don't think if this is working. Okay, so just the history of Mwalimu. Mwalimu was incorporated on 24th of October 1974. How many of you here were there? Were alive? No way. Alex, you just said your age, so you're not here. Okay? So we've just turned 51 this year, and it was started by a few teachers, let me put it that way, at TSC, about 7, who thought that they needed to solve a few issues, especially access to credit for the teachers within that season. And so now we've grown, and we are not only the largest circle in Kenya, but it is the largest circle in Africa. Maybe you didn't know that, okay? But in 2024, we had an asset base of about 69 billion. This year, we're looking at getting to about 78 billion in terms of asset base. So it's a circle that has been there for quite a long time, and we are hoping that even our children will get to enjoy the benefits. So we are no longer within the common bond. Remember, it was started by teachers, but now we've broken the common bond, and anyone, even businesses, what do you call it, the MSMEs can join. And even if you're working for, how do I put it, the military, police, you can still join for as long as you want to be a member. So currently we have a membership base of 167,000 members and about 18 branches, with some satellite branches as well, which are not fully cash-based, but then there's still offices where you can come in and do a few transactions. We are also trying to push through digitization. Remember this, we have members who possibly retire and then they leave. They go into the diaspora. So how then do we reach out to them? So circles have been known, when you look at the stereotypes out there about circles, they've been known to be for old people, right? I can see some people nodding very hard. Yeah, circles for old people, too heavy on paper. You have to be there physically. Okay, you have to go fill a form physically. You have to show up, you know, and they only work Monday to Friday, Saturday. No, we've changed this. So Mwalimu is different. So we are also running through a digital strategy that should help the diasporians to be able to access services from wherever they are without really having the pressure to come physically, ama kutuma ndugu yako kwa sako aende akakuangalilia, and then when you come back you realize someone bought for you a quarry, right? So we are now digital. Can move? Okay. So this is just a basic definition of what I think, or we think a digital cooperative looks like. Just before we get to this, so cooperatives are run by what we call cooperative principles, and they're threefold. The first is democracy. So when you get into a cooperative, it's not like a bank per se, as much as we are financial service. So democracy means one member, one share. So everyone's voice is heard there. It's different. So banks, having been a banker, it's for shareholders, right? But this one, you're also a shareholder within the circle. So it's one member, one share. And then the other cooperative principle is service to member. So we are heavy on service to member. We have to make sure that then we meet the needs of the members within the society. And then number 3 is cooperatives cooperate. So you'll find that we have very many cooperatives in Kenya. So what they do, we normally benchmark to one another. I know we have bankers here. When's the last time another bank came to ask you, what are you doing? And you told them what you're doing, okay? Tend to hide this, right? But then cooperatives cooperate. Why? Because we're looking at the bigger picture in terms of just making sure that the members are satisfied and their needs are met. So technically, we're looking at digital cooperatives as a digital, a cooperative that leverages on technology to deliver full financial inclusion. So we have the members in the diaspora. Are they able to remit back? Are they able to borrow? Beyond the borders? Are they able to invest in Kenya? So that's what we're looking at, just creating and facilitating this process for them. So these are the characteristics of Mwalimu, I would say, and technically for a digital cooperative. So it's member-first design. We're looking at all sorts of members. We're not just looking at the ones who are here, but even the diasporians. We're looking at what are their needs and how can we support them. Data-driven decision-making. So we don't look at issues that are maybe emerging today without really looking at the data. So we have to make sure that whatever we are actually trying to resolve, we're resolving on the basis of data. So we are looking at customer satisfaction. So we are getting into that space. I know banks have been there. So we are looking at all those indexes within, or matrices within customer space, so that then we are sure that what we are delivering makes sense to them. Regulatory compliance. SACCOs have also been known not to focus a lot on this. Today, I will tell you, Mwalimu is looking at this as well. So we have data privacy. Remember, we are having these are people who are in the diaspora. So if they were to use your internet banking or your mobile banking platform, how safe is their data? So we're also looking at this to make sure that then they have the confidence to use this. 24 hours, 7 days availability. So Mwalimu has a 24 hours, 7 days a week contact center. And we're giving priority to the diaspora guys. So when you're calling from the diaspora, we know it can be expensive. So you don't queue. You come straight into an agent, and an agent will support you 24 hours, 7 days a week. So the ones who are sleeping, Alex, they can call, okay, when Kenya is asleep, and they will find someone to support them. So how did we get here, or how do we get here? So a few things that possibly SACCOs are focusing on today. So partnerships. You know SACCOs are not in the national payment system. So we are partnering. For example, we have NCBA, so banks are our partners. So at Mwalimu, you'll find we're using NCBA open banking. So we are also trying to make sure that then we have instant payments in our space. It's not favorable for SACCOs. So we are not at the NPS, we are not in the clearinghouse, but then on the basis of integrations, we are doing this. So partnership is really important, including MTSs, money transfer services. I saw Paul was here, WapiPay, so those are the kind of partnerships we're looking at. Then we have innovation, continuous innovations. Today, Mwalimu, you can actually buy and sell shares online, digitally. You don't have to come physically. So we have all these things. You'll not find any other SACCO with such in the market. Continuous improvement. We're also looking at our performance every day in terms of customer matrices and our loan book quality. Remember, SACCOs are one of the spaces where the PAR is very low. Why? Because of the model of a SACCO, the guarantorship model, which then guarantees you that your money is safe. So stakeholder relationship, we also have leadership, trying to align leadership to also understand we have diaspora as well. So we're trying to align that in organization setup. So when you come to Mwalimu, you'll find there's a diaspora wing that we're trying to make sure that then the diasporians are also taken care of. So I'll move. So what's the whole story here? So we are looking at just helping the diaspora guys to be able to invest back home through, we'll do capital mobilization, so then they can be able to invest in houses. Remember, because of the model of a SACCO, you find the rates for the loans are very affordable, okay? And so we're trying to help them be able to mobilize their investment back home. Today we're having something called Palm Estate Juja. So we already done the due diligence, the titles are in the name of a SACCO. So when you're coming to invest, you're not investing with someone who's behind the SACCO. No, you're investing through the SACCO. So you're guaranteed success and not having issues. We're also looking at sustainability. So the more we mobilize from our members, the more sustainable it is. Remember, it's service to members. So we mobilize so that then we can on-lend to our members. We're also creating ability for you to transact within the SACCO from wherever you are. Then finally, visibility. So we're also trying to position Kenya. So then Kenya is also known to be a model of digital space. So when you go to the West, we also have SACCOs in the West, by the way. They're called cooperative societies, and they're highly digitized. But then in Africa, Mwalimu, we don't want just to lead from the asset side. We also want to lead from the digital side. So then we can be able to support the diasporians, and they can be able to transact. So I want to encourage you today, please join Mwalimu, okay? So that then you can also be able to grow yourself into the future. So Gen Zs, Gen Xs, what's the other gen? We have Gen Zs, Gen X, and which other gen? Okay, so even the alphas, you join now, you'll enjoy everything. We have cards, we have all those cash management tools that can actually help you. We operate better than a bank. Thank you.
Makofi tena kwa namesake ukiwa hapo. I think probably you've preempted some of the questions. It's one from US. Actually, they were asking, so as to Komaju Nini, how do you make yourself accessible to us? Do you have a 24-hour diaspora desk? I think you've answered that. That is from Alex Inyagwa in Boston. Thank you, Alex. The other one has asked, so who qualifies to be a Mwalimu SACCO member?
Anyone qualifies to be a Mwalimu SACCO member. All you need to do is just register. So you get into our website, and you'll actually see the process, and you can actually do it remotely. You don't have to actually come here physically. Thank you.
One quick one from the physical audience here for Mwalimu, National SACCO. Do we have a mic there? Mic for the mic. Michael for the mic. Quickly, sorry for that.
Thank you. My name is Will. I am also have been in the banking space. So I'm curious to actually hear about the lending part of it. Currently, as I'm also the co-founder of an organization called Vanish Global Kenya that specializes in finishing products in the construction space. So I'm curious in terms of opportunities from a lending perspective. I think Ken earlier from Centum talked about lending, which is being offered to people who are buying properties already existing. But for those of us, the audience that's here, their relatives, their family and friends that are looking to build a curated home, which is a space that I'm in terms of providing and supplying finishing products of the diamond quality that Kebs was talking about. How do we then engage you as a SACCO, and how does the audience engage you as a SACCO so that they're able to benefit from a lending perspective, not on finished homes, but on that curated home that people want to build in very serene neighborhoods. But again, lending can be a problem because it's not collateral that's existing other than the land. So maybe you could just speak a little bit about the lending and how we could all partner in terms of offering lending, even from us in the business space.
Thank you. And Will is a diaspora returnee as well. Remember, Alex, you're speaking. These guys still have networks abroad. So they are your ambassadors to tell people abroad, their relatives, their friends, about this message. So answer his question.
Yeah, great. So lucky enough, I have my SME expert around. So he will give you the real details. So Finley, I want you to pick that for me.
Finley, he attended last year forum. I know almost everybody here. Finley, karibu hapa.
Thank you very much for that question. We have opened the bond, so we are able to give you loans that are secured through title deeds and other conventional security. So it's well taken care of in our portfolio. Thank you. I can give my number, 0722 374 186. Thank you so much.
Ukisahau utawapata kwa desk yao pale. Makofi kwa Alex. Thank you so much for that presentation. In fact, the world has gone digital, is it? Tumpigie makofi tena. Wow. Very nice. So far, so good. Now, Higher Education Loans Board. I paid mine. But they're not here to tell you pay. They're here to tell you more than just pay. Because this forum is about beyond remittances. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a video for Higher Education Loans Board as we prepare the speaker from HELB. Is the video ready? Play.
Once, someone believed in your dream. Through HELB, your dreams took flight. And now, it's your turn to empower another. When you repay your HELB loan, you light the path for another dreamer. Repay your HELB loan today and empower another Kenyan dream. Plus, enjoy an 80% penalty discount whenever you pay your lump sum. To repay, dial *642# or visit www.helb.co.ke or download the HELB app today. Ndoto zetu, jukumu letu. Higher Education Loans Board, HELB, empowering dreams.
The slide introduction for HELB so that as he comes we're able to see the video. And I believe we'll ask those who on the panel that we will be having this panel in the next session. So, tukue tu patient. I know there is Daktari here as we prepare the next speaker. So, slide. Karibu sana. Higher Education Loans Board. Makofi.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you to all that have given us this chance to come and do our presentation. All protocol observed, good afternoon. My name is Peter Mutava. I'm the Deputy Director Operations, but in charge of debt collection. And as Alex has told you, we are not here today to tell you pay. Of course, we will touch on that briefly. The mandate of Higher Education Loans Board is normally broken into two. We operate under the Act, HELB Act 213A, which was enacted in 1995. And our mandate is to give loans to students studying in tertiary institutions, and thereafter collect that money back. So to students, we give loans, bursaries, and scholarships, but then we have to collect back the bit of the loans. So very quickly, I'll take you through what we are presenting to you this afternoon, and we will be speaking to the debt collection mandate because the lending bit, I will be touching on it, but we will dwell mainly on the debt collection bit. This was working. Change for me, please. Next. The beginners first is we have been able since we started operating in advancing loans to students. We have been able to enable dreams for 1.9 million students, and To this, we have tied up a principal sum of 195.07 billion. Right away there, you can see how rich the book is. We can move to the next. I think I've already spoken to our mandate, and what I'm speaking to today is the portion of recovering the mature loans. We can move to the next because of the interest of time. The loan repayment process has several steps that begins from skip tracing and ends with clearance. And we are saying that all loans are due for repayment upon maturity, and maturity comes when someone has been employed if it happens earlier than the grace period of 1 year. Otherwise, if you have not been employed before the grace period of 1 year after completion of your studies, then it automatically goes that immediately after the grace period of 1 year, then you are supposed to begin paying. Now, if the account is not activated after that 1 year that we allow people to settle, then we are saying a penalty of 5,000 per month applies on that defaulted account. So, so if that account again takes more than 90 days before it is activated, we send that name to CRMB for negative listing. And of course, we do the same. If you are paying, we do the positive listings that listing that improves on your credit score. Next slide. Move to the next. So we have quite a number of strategies that we employ, and this is where we are requesting people in the diaspora to come and support us in implementing some of these strategies. For example, we do stakeholder engagements, for example, the diaspora, the one we are doing right now, and quite others that we have been doing. And in this, we have been talking to the communities, guarantors, and diaspora ambassadors that are out there that are supporting us. And I hope by the end of today, we shall be having more ambassadors now that we have the returnees that have touched with where they came from. So we will be requesting that you join us to become our ambassadors, especially those that have been able to pay and they have been cleared. You will tell a story how it has been. You will tell a story how your dream was empowered and you are enabled to go to where you work. So we normally also hold diaspora clinics and workshops, and we lobby for help clearance as a requirement, especially when you are looking for a job in the public service. Again, as I mentioned, we list in defaulters with CRMBs, and if the account becomes so difficult to collect, of course, we have outsourced some professionals in debt collection. We are likely to send your name there if payments have not come through. We also do loan repayment campaigns, especially you have seen the clip that you have just run before I begin. Those are some of the clips, the campaigns that we do so that we educate people as far as repayment of our loans is concerned. Next. This shows a trend of where we have been, and here I'm covering 6 years. In 2019-2020, just before COVID, we were standing at a collection of 4.5 billion, and in 24-25, we were collecting 5.21 billion. Ladies and gentlemen, you find that this is not an amount that can sustain our demands in terms of the loans that our students are looking for. And that is the reason why we are calling upon more and more partners to come forward and partner with us so that we can improve these figures, and therefore we are able to meet the demands for our learners. Next. How do we pay? it has been a challenge sometimes for the people that are living in diaspora to pay. But we have roughly 3 methods on how you can make your payment. You can self-serve, whereby you'll go to our portal and www.helb.co.ke, and you follow the prompts and then you serve yourself. We have the Wave method of paying, sendwave.com, and then World Remit, www.worldremit.com. So once you make the payment, we normally request the payer to share the information to our email on online payments at help.co.ke. Next, brother, let's proceed. The collaborations that we are looking forward to have is to help us to collect loans from the past beneficiaries that are based in diaspora. So our request is that you join us, become our ambassadors, so that you can help us collect from the diaspora, because you realize that the budget to collect from too far like that is too high, and the government does not have that budget. And if we had the money, of course, we will spend it to loan to the students, not really travel all the way to UK, to travel to US. If we can have people that volunteer to support us in asking the others to pay back, then it will be better for us and we will save a lot. And then that saving can be used to fund another student. So we are talking about sensitizing Kenyans in the diaspora on the importance of paying back their loans. And in fact, if you pay this loan, it's like some kind of a social responsibility, because when you pay, you take another person to school. For example, someone who pays 5,000 per month, we collect 60,000, and that 60,000 is enough to take someone back to school for 1 year. You can imagine the impact. I have already spoken to diaspora partnerships. We also partner and we are looking for enhanced partnership with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs so that they support us in the loan recovery. Well, we are doing it right now, but we are still looking forward to have a strengthened one here so that we are able to reach everyone from where you are without spending a lot of money, because of course, as I said, the budget is not there to reach out to everybody in the diaspora. Next slide, please. The engagements that we have had before and the ones that we have found working is through the diaspora churches, and diaspora communities, and diaspora events. An event like this one, we have found it work. And therefore, I thank you, those that we have been able to engage with in this space. We thank you because of the contribution you have given to us. Next slide, please. Challenges that we have been facing, I will just speak to one here. There are quite a number, but I will want to mention about labor migration. Labor migration has been a major issue, and that is the reason why so many of us are in the diaspora, especially in the health sector. I'm glad that I saw the lady from UK, that is a potential collaborator with us, the one that is running the Foundation for Nurses. Next, please. So our request to you, our brothers and sisters in the diaspora family, is that you are the pride of our nation. Through HELP loan repayment, you give another Kenyan the chance to dream, learn, and rise. Let's keep empowering dreams for you, for them, and for Kenya. Support us on Loanees Compliance to Help Act 1995. Right now, as you saw the clip that was played before I came forward, we have available 80% of waiver on lump sum payment. You do 80%, you do full payment of your loan, we give you a discount of 80% on the outstanding penalties. Next, and I think that is the last one, I'm through. So we are saying, help listens, let's talk, so that we can see how far we can go. Thank you so much.
Makofi kwa Mr. Mutava, thank you so much for that presentation. I think the desk, your team is still here. They could do the question and answer in the afternoon, because we really need to go to another speaker, kindly, because of so many requests. And it's so makofi kwa Mr. Mutava. We really urge that we can have the question and answer in the afternoon, because your team is still around, is it?
Yes, my team is around, just behind here. For any question or any follow-ups, we are present up to the end of the day. Thank you so much.
Asante sana. Now, we shift attention to another very interesting subject, and this is in construction, that we have experts here who've been in America helping to regenerate, build better neighborhoods, and he's practiced in the US. The next speaker I'm introducing, and he's using his expertise to help us have good housing in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Engineer Anthony Mwangi, MD, Dalab Construction Limited. Anthony, karibu, and Anthony will also tell us about quickly his role at Ken Invest, and a quick one from Ken Invest. 5 minutes, and I think you are very good at pitching. Asante sana, karibu, karibu. Makofi kwa engineer. Yeah. Is a returnee. Yeah.
Thank you, Eric. Alex, I know time has really gone, and good afternoon. I wish to take very, very little moment here, and that is primarily because I'm a returnee. I lived in the US, went there back in 1996, stayed there for 14, 15 years, came back to Kenya during Kibaki's time, and in US I was a civil engineer, worked with PennDOT, Pennsylvania Department of Transportation, worked with the city of Baltimore, rehabilitation of the city of Baltimore, from the slums to modern cities at Johns Hopkins, and also worked with the Department of Transportation, Ohio Department of Transportation. And then I started a company, construction company, that I employed Mexicans, and we worked until sometime 2010. And that time America started being a little bit wavy because of recession. That time of Enron, so we figured, something may not turn out to be what we expected in construction industry. So I took that bold step, and I came back to Kenya. And when I planned to come to Kenya, I didn't have anything that I wanted to come with from USA. I made a deliberate decision. As a matter of fact, we had a barbecue where I lived at on that weekend, a weekend before, and I told everybody, you know what, me, I'm going back. And since I came back, I only went back to America only once, because I had a friend who was doing a wedding. He was Italian. I went for his wedding, and it was beautiful. But ever since then, I find myself going to China than going to America frequently. Not because I was deported, because I know that will be the case in most times. But a lot of my interest in what I would want to do, I can achieve that in China. America gave me a few things, which I am very grateful for. It gave me education, it gave me ethics, and it taught me how to work hard. But America didn't give me money. It didn't give me money. So I came to invest here in Kenya, and I've invested because this year, in my construction company, I think I have a portfolio of 14 billion shillings. So by the time we close the year, we are growing very fast because of what we have is the affordable housing, highways, bigger super highways, many hospitals. We are building Kenya. So the problem is, in my experience is, if you're a diaspora, I would stand here and tell you, Kenya is not a bad place. It's the only place you can be poor tonight. If you go and have a drink somewhere, tomorrow you could be a millionaire. America, you can't do that. There is so much to do. But there is also a lot of space for you to give back. Today, I have employed about 2,500 people. And most of them are young engineers that I am training and mentoring. And trust me, they don't know a whole lot, not in comparison with what we had in USA. But I'm training them so that they can be, at least I can get 10 or 5 or whatever that are equivalent to me. So I want to tell you this. I'm very, very proud to know there is a forum that is being spearheaded by our friend here, Alex. But if you want to understand all this, you have to make a decision. You can't be in USA or in Australia and be in Kenya and you're not sure what you want to be. You're gonna have to make a decision. If it succeeds in Kenya, it succeeds. If it succeeds in USA, stay there. All right? But one thing I can tell you is that out of what I've experienced, Kenya is not easy. It's not simple. It's very difficult because when I got here, the first engagement was with a partner that was a born-again Christian. He stole my company. When I went to the registrar, I found I didn't have a company. But he had given me all the documents to show me that I owned 65% shares in that company. I had invested almost like 25 or 30 millions. I didn't even know how to get it back. I couldn't tell my wife. You don't tell your wife such things. You may get divorced, or she might take off and go back to US. So there is a lot of things that are not consistent to what we want to think. Government in Kenya is not government in USA. You have to have a lot of patience. A lot of patience. And one thing I can assure you, the training and the experience that you have in USA, Kenya is a piece of cake for you. We worked, and all of you, I know, everybody has a story in US. Didn't we work at night? Didn't we work at 2 shifts? We worked at those nursing homes. You know, we dealt with the discrimination. We dealt with the situations which we didn't even know what's going to happen tomorrow. And we persevered. But the excellence and the gains that you get from diaspora is not money, it's not riches. Somebody's going to lie to you if they tell you that. Some of us, or some of you, may be fortunate. But majority of you, you can always do better back here. Because here is where you can't sleep hungry. If you go and call your mother, she can get you a banana. America, or many other countries, you can simply be kicked out. You sleep in the cold in the streets. So you come and bring everything that you get. You gather whatever you can in all those countries and bring them here in Kenya. Expertise, ethics, relationship, contact, ability to be resilient. All that, if you combine it here, you'll succeed. Currently, I'm a director in an organization called Kenya Investment Authority. Deliberate. And I have with me my friend Pius Rotich. Now, I only want to take 2 more minutes. And then I'll let Pius take like 2 of my minutes to tell you why I've called him here. When you come in Kenya, one of the problems that I had was to be conned. My money went.
terms of the last slide is actually about the one-stop center. Yeah, our one-stop center. So don't come and go around. This is where diasporans are being conned every now and then. I'm also one of the diasporans from Germany, and my family is actually based in Kansas, but they have refused to return back to the country. Now, we can actually assist you to register a company. We can actually work with you to access land, work permits for if you have partners who are foreigners. You can apply licenses, export pricing zone, and EPZ. We have also what we in our institution what we call investment deal room. We actually are supposed to unlock some of the issues which we have, which the director talked about, and then we have business support climate, and we are actually the source of investment data. With those few remarks, I would like to say, come to Ken Invest, and director, I would like to ask my boss, one of the directors who is here, can you please stand up? That is actually one of the directors of Ken Invest, Khadija, and actually she is the one who is my boss in the strategy committee. Thank you very much, director. And once again, we call upon you to talk to us. We actually work with Chamwada a lot, but we want to do more. It is easier to do business now than ever before. You see our president, the way he's actually going out of the country to attract investors. Next year, March 2026, March 25th to 27th, we have our Kenya International Investment Conference, and we have a lot of side events which we can work together. In fact, director, we can actually curate a side event for diaspora so that we can focus to talk to diaspora. Thank you very much, and be blessed.
Thank you. Let's clap for him. Thank you very much. Alex, I think that's all we have to. But before I leave, my closing message to you is that coming back to Kenya is not a step backward. It's a leap into future. And the other day, I asked myself the question, why does a Chinese fly all the way and go to Rimuruti and plant vegetables there? Well, we leave such lucrative things here, and we go to places where we are not wanted. What we go there, in my opinion, is to gain skills. But home is the best. Karibuni Kenya, kujeni tujenge nchi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anthony. He's given us a very good twist, while many of us say, yeah, Maju, ndio greener pastures, ndio kuna pesa huko, land of milk and honey. As he said, yes, it could be possible, land of milk and honey. But he said he'll come back to Kenya. That's where money is. What a message. Makofi kwa Anthony. So I've received so many requests, and it's very tough to be an MC. Very, very tough, but I thank God I'm still standing. And ladies and gentlemen, allow me kindly 5 minutes, and this speaker kindly 5 minutes, because you requested, before we really break for lunch now. So Kenya Commercial Bank, quickly, slide yake sijui kama iko, the intro. Karibu sana.
Allow me not to use a slide. I'm a banker. My name is Dr. Livingston Makori. I'm head of sales and business development. From KCB Bank, we want to appreciate the diaspora for bringing the money home. We have partnered with MoneyGram, RIA, TransferFast, Global Money Exchange, Gulf Exchange, among others. So wherever you want to transfer your money back to Kenya, you can come to us, open a diaspora account, and you'll be able to do that. I also wanted to mention around the area of affordable housing. We are working with the government to support you, either in plot purchase, building, or getting a mortgage. So come to KCB, speak to our RMs, they'll be able to support you on that. The other area that is key to us is wealth management. So in KCB Bank Group, we have KCB Bank Assurance, we have KCB Investment Bank, and we have KCB Asset Management. So I'll mention some few things we do along that area. In asset management and investment banking, we support you with short-term and long-term investment. You have your wealth you want us to take care of, we are available. In KCB Bank Assurance, we de-risk you. De-risking means the properties you have in this country, the family you have in this country, we make sure that you have the right insurance and the savings product. So in that line, I want to mention 3 products which would be very important for you. You are working in Kenya and you have left the US, or you are in the US coming to Kenya, we are able to consolidate your pension. So pension is a key consideration. You have opened a company in Kenya and you are paying pension. We are there to support you in NSSF consolidation. That's a key thing we do. You have a family in this country who need a medical cover. At KCB Bank, you are able to get a medical cover for your family all the way to your great-grandparents who are up to 100 years. So previously, what has not been possible to have a medical cover for anybody above the age of 70, we have extended that period to age of 80. So anybody can get insurance at KCB. Again, we have a robust banking experience. Currently, we have launched our new mobile banking app. You are able to access your money, access insurance services, access investment from across the country. For insurance services, we have a portal where you can go online and buy insurance through KCB. For financial planning and trustee, again, I've mentioned about KCB Investment Bank. If you come there, we have solutions around financial investment. We not only do financing, but again, cultural connection. At KCB, we make sure that we are available for you 24/7. Should you have a question to what to ask about your investment, about payments, about your account, we are available for you. As I close this, Jamwada, I promised 5 minutes. I want to welcome everyone to KCB Bank. It's the largest bank in Kenya, 219 branches. We have a strong heritage of the bank, 129 years old. With that in mind, then you are able to support you. I want to ask the team from KCB to stand so that should you have any question, they can be able to, they don't say their name, they just stand. Team from KCB. Thank you very much. We have a tent there. So as they say, take it to the bank. We welcome you to take it to KCB. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Makori. Makofi tena kwa Makori. I think that was 4 minutes and 39 seconds. Thank you. And if we have other speakers in the afternoon, take that route, we'll be good to go. So we really quickly want to apologize to maybe some of our online viewers and some of you here. The program eventually took its organic nature, and due to some of your suggestions, remember we are implementing what you suggested last year. So it's really in terms of learning and making it better and better. It's bigger this year, and we've implemented what you needed. So we just need to keep evolving, and we are glad that this is really gone well so far. Remember, in the morning, we had to accommodate Australia, and for good reasons. You know, you need them, the partners who are here, they were going to sleep, and we are to really accommodate them. So we are gonna now take a lunch break, and our panelists, thank you for being patient. I can see Dr. Miheso there from UK, tufundisha mengi, brain drain or brain gain, and we have Jacinta there, nurse from Sweden. She returned and she's in the nursing field back home. We have Boniface from also the medical field, and Professor Dominic Mwenja, who was with us last year. Dominic, are you here? So thank you really. So tukule, mukirudi, mtakuwa mmeshiba, mnatoa kwa nguvu, tukidiscuss brain drain or brain gain. Mike, come and take us to lunch and advise what are we doing, and we, as we network, try and keep it short so that we are back here. What's the time now? 2 already. Wow. So come. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for OGW MBS, Mr. Chamwada. Now, mine is going to be very quick. 3 aspects. The first thing is we're going to be having lunch, and then we shall come back in the afternoon for the panel discussions and the other sessions that Alex has already told us about. So how we're going to do lunch is very simple. So we are going to have lunch at the restaurant, which is at the ground floor, which is right above us. So ladies and gentlemen, everyone who registered got yourselves a raffle ticket, right? Right? You have your raffle tickets with you? Kindly show me your raffle tickets, ladies and gentlemen. Show me your raffle tickets, kindly. Quickly, 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 quickly. Yes, great, great, great. Now, the thing is this, we shall be giving out meal vouchers for you to be able to have lunch, and that raffle ticket is your evidence for you to get a meal voucher. So we will leave outside, go, you will find our team that is waiting for you guys. You will show your raffle ticket, and then you shall get your meal voucher. Is that understood, ladies and gentlemen? So, without taking any more time, kindly let us move out so we can have our lunch, and then when we come back in the afternoon, we shall be able to finish with the rest, as well as pay a visit to the free health clinic that we have, courtesy of Equity Afia Ruaka. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
What time should we be back? What time?
In fact, I want to give guys 30 minutes.
Is it doable?
30 minutes.
Let's try, guys. The good thing, the afternoon
Yes.
will not be a crisis, but let's try and be here by, so that's what time?
Exactly by 2:30. Let's try.
Yes,
Let's try, guys.
And,
Because the more we wait, the more we drag on the program, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Asanteni, enjoy your meal and continue interacting. Asanteni sana.
And then went to Wiley College in 1998. I left the country in 1997. So arrived in Wiley, I was there for about 3.5 years. In the process of being there, Wiley College is in Marshall, Texas, which is nearly semi-rural Texas. So I desired to be in the urban area, in a more larger city. So I transferred my college from Wiley College to a college in Dallas, Texas in 2000, summer of 2000. So I had a 5-year F1 visa. So with a 5-year F1 visa, that means it is subject to renewal after 5 years. But during my 4th year, December 2000, I received news that we had tragically lost my mom to a road accident back here home. So I traveled during, I think it was 17th December. College was off season for Christmas, and I was back home here for about a month. And January 24th, 2001, traveled back, at least going back to school to take the loss of my mom off my head in another environment. But at arrival at the Dallas International Airport, I was stopped by the immigration officials, and I was informed that I didn't have a valid visa. And the reason being was when I was doing my transfer from East Texas to Dallas, my transfer process was still going on. So even though I was already in class, already in session, had made payments, at the airport I was told I was out of status. Basically, you have violated your F1 visa. And so we were shifted to an external facility, overnight stay with 3 other people. And I think my decision was made there at the airport when I met a British guy who was also stopped entry into the country because he was from Britain, staying in the US, but had married an American girl, but had eloped to Mexico with a girlfriend. Not very good thing to do, right? So on his way back, the wife knew and snitched to the immigration officials. So when we were in a cell, you know how you are tied. I think the American protocol is if you are in violation at the immigration, you are not just handcuffed, yeah? You are handcuffed and your legs are also cuffed. So we were sent to this external facility for an overnight stay, and plus another Filipino. So there were 3 of us in a very small holding facility. So as they do in the movies, you have to ask each other, what are you in here for? So in the process of interrogating one another, I shared my story. The other guys shared their stories. So when I shared my story, I'm still young at that time. So this British guy tells me, if they take you downtown, it will make this place look like the Buckingham Palace. So that did it for me. I decided I'd rather go home. So in the morning, sent back to the airport, and the immigrations stamped My passport has cancelled, and I'm told you have to go back to the US Embassy in Nairobi if you want to overturn this decision, which I did. Came home. The entire 2001 had about 3 appointments, always postponing, and eventually I was told your visa has been banned for 5 years, so unless you get an immigration lawyer, that state is permanent. So towards the end of 2011, when 9/11 happened, I made it in my mind that this was getting stressful, and I decided to stay back in Kenya. It was a painful decision. As you know, when you've been deported, it's nearly like you're a leper to your family, right? Because when you travel out of the country, it is expected that you are going to, arise and make milestones. When that does not happen, it becomes difficult. Plus, if you had already assimilated in a foreign place, especially like the US, assimilating back to Kenya can be tricky because systems are not as you're used to. I was in my final year in college, so you can imagine coming back and you don't have your papers. That is as good as being told, start from as a freshman in college. So the long story short, I have written a book. It's called Deported into Destiny, with the tagline, The Gift Called Pain. It documents my 25-year journey of pain, coming back into the country. But more importantly, since the Trump administration took office and he said he's going to do the greatest mass deportation in US history, I received a call. Last weekend, I was featured in the, KBC. And a friend I was with in high school called me and told me, do you know what? I have a friend who was deported and he actually committed suicide, right? So there's a negative connotation about being deported. So the story is just to encourage either you or family members that you're related with that deportation does not have to be the end of your journey. There's life after deportation. And plus, for me, as I say, I found my purpose and found my destiny through the deportation because I came back, and as many speakers have said here, when you've been exposed outside is when you see the great opportunity that both Kenya and Africa have to offer. So everything that everyone complains in Africa, as Jack Ma says, where there is complaining, there's money to be made, right? So I have written a book. It's called Deported into Destiny. With Chamwada's invitation here, we are just about to go to print. So within another 3 days, it should be out. I'll be out in the stands. If you need a copy, you can fill out this document here, and we will ship and deliver one to you. Chamwada has given me 3 minutes. I would have rather spent 30. I'll be glad to take a Q&A, and then I'll be done. Thank you very much for listening to me. Any questions? Yes, sir. I would have loved to market myself, but Chamwada has given me 3 minutes. So by God's grace, when I came back, the first year was tough. I was putting up on my young brother's couch for a whole year. What happened was when I returned back, most of you are diasporians, so what you do, you come with your clothing and everything, and then unasambaza to siblings. So you only go back with what you have on, because you're going back to your house or your home. So what I did, that's exactly what I did. And when I came back, I only had one pair of clothing on my body. And during that first year, I was escorting my ex-girlfriend in Texas. We used to say all our exes live in Texas. So what happened is I was mugged at, around, it's called what? I forget the place. Old Nation. And the clothes I had on were removed from me, literally. And I had to walk naked in CBD in Nairobi at 8 p.m. Amen? So in a sense, just to answer your question, to me that began a time of self-renewal, self-discovery. And for us who are now more spiritual, it was a meeting with God. Are you now ready to do business? So God willing, the next year I threw an application through an ad I saw in the paper because I'd been working at Walmart and at Best Buy when Samsung was relocating from Abidjan in West Africa. They were looking for an office here rapidly because there was a coup. So I threw in my application, the only application I ever did, and I was selected. Now the MD, remember I didn't have my papers at the time, and so the MD reminded me for the 3.5 years there that he selected me over 300 master's students, and I didn't have a degree at the time. And so I worked for Samsung, overseeing 28 countries at a very young age, and that opened me to understand what Africa was and the business aspect of Africa. And from there, I came out of the company, started my own business. I crash landed. I've had so many failures that I say today I have learned to fail forward. So first, moving forward, I founded an organization. After working, I've served in our church for 25 years, mentoring both youth and young adults, and now marketplace people. And we are on a global mission to produce 300 million kingdom thinking and royal living innovators, entrepreneurs, and change agents. So we are looking to change job seekers into innovators. And so I'm leading that frontier by 2030. So that's what currently I'm doing. But in addition to that, maybe subject to the discussion that was here in the morning, most organizations, especially from the diaspora that invest home, especially brick and mortar, when I visit a lot of brick and mortar resorts and hotels, I can easily tell if it's by a diasporian. Because the brick and mortar looks good, but the service is not that good. Probably the owner is not in the country. So what we help most brands, manufacturers, is how we can help them 10x their income. Most of you may be familiar with Grant Cardone, right, from Miami. So we are very privileged that we are just at the door of getting certification from them to be their reps in Kenya as sales and business coaches. So both for brands and for manufacturers. And our goal is how can we get Kenyan products in global markets? So when you're walking into Walmart, can we see Kenyan products in those spaces? So that is what we are doing currently. Thank you, sir. Last question before Chamwada chases me out. Yes, sir. Thank you very, very much for that question. I was chatting with Ambassador Helen, who was here, and I think she referred me to one of their officers here, right there at the door, and the whole aspect of mental care and wellness. Now, the privilege that most millennials and Gen Zs coming younger, now the connotation of traveling overseas is not as luxurious as it was during our time. And so it is easy for someone to move up and down easily. One of the things I'm telling most of the people who went during our times to the US, do not over-glorify the US. There's so many other spaces. There's Middle East, there's Europe, there's Canada. Plus, do not drill your life so much in the US when you can scale overseas. So if it's your desire to live in the US, fine, but why be drilled? You can come, make this your home, and still travel up and down. So that's how I break that connotation. And also invest widely. That way it will help you not to be so drilled in one space. Thank you very much. If there's no other question, thank you. I'll have this right out the door. If you're interested, you need to read the book to bless your family member. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much. That is very good, and we appreciate you. Can we give him another round of hearty applause, ladies and gentlemen, for that amazing story? Great. So, welcome back from lunch. How was lunch, ladies and gentlemen? It was good? The Kenyan way? Awesome, awesome. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to enter into a series of quick
quick speeches. We're going to have a few presenters who are going to come and speak, and then from there, we're going to have a panel discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? No, I can't hear you. Are you ready? Great, now that is much, much better. And now we also have a very special group of people. You know, we're talking about the Kenyan diaspora, but we also have African Americans who have decided to call Kenya home, who will be coming to speak. Are you excited to hear from them, ladies and gentlemen? Great, we're also having more black foreigners, for lack of a better words, of African descent, who are here. And they want to share this Kenyan goodness. So, ladies and gentlemen, this session is going to be jam-packed. As you've heard, I am your first officer, so let me hand it over back to your captain as we continue this flight. Welcome back, Mr. Chamwada.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate. I would not have really achieved my purpose here if I don't quickly appreciate a friend called John Mwangi. John ameingia mabado. Okay, I'll tell you about John Mwangi. But quickly, the first item is to highlight quickly some of our sponsors who really have supported us. Safari Link, remember you are going to win a return ticket. Wilson Entebbe, thank you Safari Link. Kenya Airways, thank you so much, Kenya Airways. We want to appreciate Family Bank. Jennifer, are you here to say hi? Jennifer? Jennifer? Uko? Ayuko? Ako represented. So find a moment, visit Family Bank and share your contacts. What I like about this is I've met quite many of you saying the greatest tech here is networking, and that the whole world was here. And someone was saying, Alex and your team at Chams Media, you underrate this thing and make it bigger and find a way of probably even making it 2 days, but we don't know if 2 days can work. So it's a great feeling to hear that you look at it that way. We want to appreciate Aries Properties. Aries, nafikiri wako hapo nje. Tell Aries I'm calling them. I want to appreciate Rent a Car. Rent a Car? Ama bado wanakula. Okay. We want to appreciate Advantage Holidays. They are here. And we'll quickly hear from stockbrokers they're here. And also they'll represent Nairobi Stock Exchange quickly about money markets. So that's a very important topic quickly. So without much ado, John, I don't know if you are ready or we quickly do a quick banter, John Latham, Unity Homes. So let me, ladies and gentlemen, appreciate Unity Homes. Why? Unity Homes have journeyed with us since we began this journey 2023. And as I told you earlier, we've done 34 diaspora forums and 2 diaspora returnees forums. Those are in total how many? 36 forums. Who does that? It's you, our partners, and us. I want to appreciate you because it wouldn't happen without your support. And someone was saying, Alex, there are so many brains here. You know, I know Anthony is still here, and your message is still ringing a bell in many people's heads that you are in America, but you decided money is back home here. So I'm really appreciating, and part of that journey really to make it happen are partners like Unity Homes who are in Tattoo City. And, you know, I've stayed in some of their apartments in Eldoret. Beautiful. Yeah, and it's near the airport. Thank you. So, John Latham, I don't know kama mkona graphics yake. He'll introduce himself and tell us about Unity Homes. And this is the first presentation. So let's pay keen attention and listen to Unity Homes. Karibu, John. Thank you, Alex. Karibu, sir.
Welcome, everybody.
First of all, I'd like to say how much I enjoy coming to this every year. Every time I come here, I meet really interesting people from all sorts of backgrounds. So thank you everybody for coming. So I'd like to maybe just tell you a little bit about my journey. So I think many people in this room are immigrants or have been immigrants and have returned. I'm also an immigrant. 20 years ago, I emigrated to Kenya. I know you may look at me and think I'm an expat. I don't know quite. It seems to be that thing, but no, I'm an immigrant. I became a Kenyan 3 years ago. My wife's a Kenyan. I have 3 Kenyan children. And I love this country very dearly. And I think many people in the room have got that same connection with other places in the world. And I actually talking to people some today, one of the things I thought about is if I was to go back to the UK now, I would actually find it quite daunting because there's many things about the UK I don't know how to do anymore. And the same thing applies, I think, if you come back to Kenya after being away for 20 years. So that's a little bit about me. 10 years ago, I founded this business. So there's some video here. And we've grown this business. One of our core values has been integrity. Yeah? And being a housing developer, having integrity, well, I was talking to somebody about this today. When I come to these events, there are very few names that I see from 10 years ago, yeah, who are still selling houses. And a large part of that comes down to making sure you deliver for people again and again and again. And that's what we have strived to do over the last 10 years. And how have we done that? Well, we've really focused on making sure that the investments that we sell, because that's what we do, we sell investments. We make sure that those investments we sell are of investment grade. When you're selling property, there's a couple of sides to it. I think most people have heard location, location, location. Yeah, everyone know that? Over 10 years, I can't stress how important that is. So we picked Tatu City. That's where we've built the majority of our houses, which you'll see in this video. And that has got extremely good returns for our customers over the years. A simple example is guys who bought apartments in 2018, 2019, they're now they've more than doubled their money, plus the rent in terms of capital appreciation, plus the rent they've received over that time. And these properties are typically renting at 99% occupancy, with the rent going up every year. Yeah. Well, that's quite a lot. I'm telling you a lot of details. But I think more important than all that is seeing is believing. We're here. I'm here with my team. We're just around the corner here. Please come and talk to us. And if you'd like to see this is in Tatu City. We've built, I think, close to 2,000 houses now. So there's an awful lot of real estate you can see. Houses that are finished, houses that are being built. And we would love to take you on that journey and show you our products, whether it's for you or somebody you know who might be interested. We're here to help you in any way you'd like. Does anybody have any questions? Did I talk too quickly? No? Come on, just one question. Yeah, so our first development was in Eldoret, where when I talk about location, Eldoret is not the best place for a top-end developer to develop. So it wasn't my most profitable project, but 250 houses built, sold, and I got a wife actually there as well. So it was a big win. So that was that. Come on, I can have another question. We got a little bit. Yes. Yeah, it's a great question. It's difficult. When we worked in, one of the attractions of working in Tatu City is that it has the, let's say, the national significance that, and there's so many foreign investors coming into Tartu City that the kind of stuff you're alluding to, that stuff loves to hide in the shadows, yeah? And because Tartu City is a very high, let's say, high visibility national project, bringing in so much international investment, that is much harder, yeah, for people to play those games and create those problems. I have seen those problems over the years, much less while I've been working in Tartu City. And it's one of the reasons I went there, to be under an umbrella of a large organization, so that I've come this way, they've gone that way. I think over 70% of our business is people from the diaspora. So that's that. One more question? No? Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you very much for listening, guys. And like I say, our team is here. I'm here for the rest of the day, as will my two teammates. So anything you want to know, we're there. Thank you.
John, see, tulikuwa Houston na nilisikia ukiongea Kiswahili. Kuna ile ya kuomba maji.
Ninajua Kiswahili kidogo.
Waambie.
Si mingi.
Yeah, mmesikia. I wanted him to introduce himself. An immigrant came to Kenya and founded Unity Homes and now working with immigrants. What a story, you remember. And this is really within the topic, beyond remittances. Au namna gani? So watu waje kwa deski yako.
Yeah, you make me look bad.
Makofi kwa John. Nashukuru sana. Yes, yeah.
Thank you so much, everyone.
By the way, he's a very good dancer, and as I told you, we've journeyed together. So I remember in Houston dancing to that the song by the Munyore singer, Hari. Vaida. Yeah, Vaida. Anajua kukatika Vaida. Makofi kwa John. Thank you so much. Yeah. Vincent Aberi. Now, this is another unique case. So, as I told you, there's a guy here who relocated from the US, came to Kenya, so a daring returnee. Then, blah, blah, he did 1, 2, 3 things, brought the skills, and then he went back again to dare. So, going returnee, US. Vincent Aberi, representing LEMFI. So LEMFI are also our partners here. We want to appreciate them. And he'll tell you that you can send money via LEMFI, even from Kenya to the US, Canada, and I think Europe. And we are partnering with them to give you an opportunity, whether you are listening to us from America or you are here, to download the app. And we have a promo code special for you called Abroad. So when you download the app, you'll be asked to give a referral, and the referral is abroad. So when you download, then you'll get some offer, which you'll explain. I think some $20 cash back on the first $100 sent. Tumpigie makofi Vincent as he comes to address us. Karibu, Vincent.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm not very unique. My story is just as everyone's story of finding the opportunity to go and study abroad at a very young age. I was 18, and so my parents took me for further studies. And once I was done with college, I started my career in banking and transitioned into investments. And I had this special calling of creating impact in my home country. And I went through the entire process, just like everyone else, working menial jobs, but having that thing in mind that I can succeed and do great things. And that vision propelled me to start looking for jobs back home. And funny enough, there was an opportunity with a bank, KCB, which hired me from the US. I lived in Dallas at that time. So I'd spent about 20 years working for big corporates, Citigroup, Bank of America, TRF, and building wonderful solutions for companies. and the time came for me to come back, and I did exactly that. So while working for KCB, I was involved in diaspora engagements, building products. So with all that knowledge that I had in the US, propelled me to look at what am I going to do that is different than these other banks. And so I was able to create new products and build the whole entire ecosystem for KCB and across the group, bringing them from a negative 20 million shillings in profit loss to probably about 600 to 700 million by the time I was leaving. It was the longest job I've ever held, and I feel very proud because I had a purpose. And during that period, I discovered why I came back. And it was for the simple fact that I really wanted to give back to the Kenyan society at large and the diaspora, because I was able to build products that fit their need, as opposed to just giving them products that don't fit their need. In the course of the period that I was in the diaspora, working here, I also had opportunities to see what's happening in the country. And one thing I did was I saw an opportunity within the insurance space. So I formed my own company, a tech company called Hillcroft Technologies, which digitizes insurance. Because I saw a lot of paperwork, So I had a rec at some point, and I was given several pieces of paper to fill, like 5 pages, and I said, this gotta change. I think I've seen something better out there. So to cut the story short, I was able to build a company from 2015, and by 2023, I was able to exit out. So I said, yes, Kenya was very good to me, and because it's where dreams are realized, and that's my vision. Fast forward, I decided to relocate and reinvent myself because I always believe whatever things you've learned in your past life should always create opportunities for you in the future. So decided to go into tech fully, and now I work for Lemfi as the growth manager for East Africa. So I manage Kenya, Ethiopia, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda. So those clients that reside in the US and Canada, this is where my focus is. And so let me introduce to you Lemfi. So if you can put the logo so people can see, that is Lemfi. Company is 5 years old, started in about 2000, right during the pandemic. It used to be called Lemonade Finance, and they just shortened it to Lemfi. What do we believe in? Our philosophy is payments for everyone. We are focused in really understanding the pinpoints of people living abroad, and especially immigrants. And we're saying that we can make payments easy to any part of the globe. And so that is really our key philosophy. What is unique about Lemfi? I think we've managed to bring all the solutions in one space. There's one thing I just want to first of all highlight. No fees. We don't charge you any fees for you sending money. It is at zero cost. So it's free. Just download the app, go through the process of registration, and when you want to send your money, it's free. Okay? So there's no fees. You will see no fees while you're sending your funds. Secondly, you're able to move money within the Lemfi community. Okay? So if you're a Lemfi user and you live in the States, I can send you money for free. And just like Cash App, or if you use Zelle, you have to go to your bank, your app, and do that. But with Lemfi, you don't have to do that. Just load your wallet, and you can send your cousin or you can send your sister money. And all you have to do is move the money from your wallet into your card, and that goes into your account. No fees. Zero fees. So for people who use Cash App out there in the diaspora, you don't need to do that because we're offering that service for free. We're building an ecosystem that will eventually become a neobank. Thirdly, you can move money from Kenya to the US to the UK or to Canada. Fascinating, for free. How is that possible? We are able to do this by sending a notification to M-Pesa ecosystem. So we have wallets. So you can have a Kenya shilling wallet and a USD wallet, or you can have a sterling pound wallet and a Kenya shilling wallet. And you go to your wallet and you say request funds, and you can send a request to somebody who has M-Pesa, and you input the amount that you're wanting them to send you, and you just put your PIN, and that money moves free of charge. And once you get the money in your wallet, you can now convert the money into US dollars, and then you can actually convert that money and move it to your card, which goes to your account. So we have solved the problem of easily moving money around the world. So far, Kenya and Nigeria are the only countries that can do that. We are working to include many countries in that process. So moving money within countries is a thing of the past. So if somebody owes you money in Kenya, if you're in the diaspora, it's so easy, just tell them, I'll send you a request. All you have to do is just put your PIN number and I'll have my money. So very quite easy. Also, we made it so easy for you to make payments to utilities, to hospital bills. We have enabled, and we're the only company that has actually done that, is we have pay bill integrated and buy goods integrated in our platform. So imagine you're in the diaspora, you have an ecosystem for M-Pesa without having an M-Pesa line. So you can do everything, pay school fees, pay utilities. Your mom can go shopping, and you can actually tell them, just give me the till number and I'll just pay directly. So you can purpose your funds where they need to be. So you don't need to send somebody money to go and deal with a situation. And we've had problems where a lot of immigrants who send money home to their loved ones for a specific purpose, it does not get done. They'll have a chunk of it, they'll spend a little bit of it, and then they say that money was not enough. So you can actually say to the hospital, you can even call them and say, how much is the bill? Give me the pay bill number, and I'll go ahead and clear that bill. So what we've done essentially is we've removed the pinpoints for the diaspora. Another thing, which is very unique, in the UK, we're now already piloted giving credit cards to immigrants so that they can actually build credit when they first arrive, especially like nurses who have just gone there. They're able to now be able to build their credit and buy the things that they need to buy from the onset. So we're trusting them, and we're building a community of people that they can rely on LEFI. The last thing that I can guarantee the folks out there, our rates, they're very competitive. All we're saying is give us an opportunity to show you and to demonstrate that our rates are much better than our competitors. I am in charge of the rates for both the US and Canada, so I can authoritatively say that yes, indeed, we have one of the best rates when you actually decide to send money back home. And the best thing is we're growing. We're just rolling out this month in the UAE. We're going to be rolling out to Australia as well, and also to Brazil. So we are growing very fast, and we're proud to be one of the companies that actually feel we serve the community. One thing I think I want to highlight as my closing thing, we're so focused on the community. Why? We partnered with Kennedy, and I think Alex knows them very well. He's featured them. And they had a project for doing a medical camp here in Kenya, in Rimiruti, I think, somewhere. And they decided to go a step harder, ahead and also build a water tank for the community. As LEMFI, we said, yes, we support you, and also we supported them financially. So we are very focused in actually building a relationship with diaspora and supporting them in their causes in their everyday life. And for that, I just want to say thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Makofi. I don't know where the other mic is. We could get one quick question for Vincent. Juliet Berry, and Vincent alifly in jana tu. I imagine ametoka all the way kutoka USA, Oklahoma.
Yes.
Salimia the Momanyis. They were also watching. We featured a couple, Mr. and Mrs. Momanyi, who have an African restaurant in Oklahoma. Nawaambia mimi naenda kila mahali. Nikifika Oklahoma, nani anaweza ni compete? Michael Wezi. So Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma
yes,
City.
that's where he came from. Landed yesterday and straight to our studio, the Charms Studios in Hurlingham. We recorded him. You'll be seeing his story on Daring Abroad. Daring Abroad. So thank you so much. A quick question for Vincent.
Any question? Yes.
Yeah.
To be honest, I haven't checked yet today, but we're normally around 128.30. Yeah, 128.30, yes. Yeah, I checked yesterday because this is the time we normally do the checks. Europe will set the rates, and I'll be looking at them at around 5 p.m. So as of yesterday, we were at 128.30, and actually the best rate. Yeah, I can say that for sure.
Perfect. One more, Daktari. There's someone here. Yes. Thank you for the short question.
So my name is Dr. Miheso. I'm just wondering, how do you make your money? You were saying everything is free. How do you do that?
That's a very good question. We make our money through the FX margin. So for example, the central bank has a rate, and once they have those rates, the banks will buy, set their rates, we'll buy for the banks, and then we will now manage how much we can pass to our clients. So basically, we only make a very tiny margin from that. But we've guaranteed that if you're sending money, there are no fees. So that's our business model. Yes. She had
Sasa mnaona mnatuletea tabu, but sawa tu. It means it's enjoyable. So one more, and for gender balance. No.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Practically, they're here. Yes.
Well, so did you? So let me explain. So you have to be outside the country of the send countries for you to be able to download the app and be able to see the send countries. If you download the app here, you're not gonna be able to use it because we don't do outbound. We only do inbound remittance. Correct. Yes. So once we open globally where we can do cross-border, then you'll be able to see that for sure. But thank you for doing that.
Asante. Sitaruhusu swali lingine. I've pretended I've not seen hands. So tumpigie makofi. And of course, Vincent is seated right there. Feel free. You know, the power of this forum is networking. So he's not going anywhere. And he'll be on Daring Abroad. And ladies and gentlemen, another personality who will be on Daring Abroad soon is a rare case, and you won't believe it. So the African American communities are coming. They are coming, and this partner who is coming to talk will tell you there are probably 300 already in Kenya. They are here. Recently, there was one who visited us in our office. This one is a Jamaican Canadian, who bought 9 parcels of land in Kenya thanks to Daring Abroad. We were shocked. He's not a Kenyan, Jamaican Canadian, and he came to our office. Imagine, 9 parcels of land, one is in Kisii, and is planning to relocate to Kenya. Why are they coming? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Kia Wakesho, nicknamed Wakesho. Tumpigie Wakesho makofi. She was born in brought up South Carolina. She's gone to Afghanistan kwa vita wapi nini, then akasema Kenya ndio kwangu. Anajua Kiswahili kidogo. And she's been given a Kenyan name, Wakesho, but she told us that she is of Luo origin. Do I say? Karibu. Yeah.
Thank you for having me. Oh, 7. Ooh, wow. Okay. Thank you for having me. Yeah, as he said, my name is Kia Wakesho Simmons. I am not Kenyan. I'm at least about 14 generations. You guys call us Black Americans, but African American. I started my journey here about 14 years ago. Landed at Moi and was shocked. I'm like, we have been lied to, bamboozled, and hoodwinked. And from that moment, I fell in love with Kenya immediately and started continuously coming to the country for the last 14 years. I also started a business in 2018 because I figured to myself, I always say I'm a little girl from Charleston, South Carolina. Never thought that I would be able to travel to the continent or do business in the continent as part of, we think we are part of your diaspora, so I'm just gonna say we are part of the diaspora, okay? But I didn't think that I would be able to travel here, let alone do business and actually possibly relocate to Kenya. And so in 2018, I started a company called Worldviews, where I wanted to share the same experiences that I was afforded to have after working in Afghanistan for 3.5 years. So let me go back a bit, why I came to Kenya. I got out of the military in 2011. I served 5.5 years in the U.S. Army. I also served in Iraq and Korea. And then I got out and I became a civilian contractor working in Afghanistan, Kandahar to be exact, for 3.5 years. And this is where I found my first Kenyan, or met my first Kenyan. I had never met a Kenyan a day of my life in the States. I don't know why. But it was interesting to have met a Kenyan in Afghanistan, and we automatically connected. We just became brothers and sisters, and he started telling me about Kenya and how beautiful the country is. And at that moment, I was still learning who I was as an African American, or a person of African descent in the world. Like, what does that mean to me as an African descent person that was happened to be born and raised in the U.S.? And I got excited. I said, oh yeah, I'm gonna come to Kenya. And he said, oh no, you're not. And 2 weeks later, I bought my ticket and landed in Kenya. And so in 2018, I figured, why can't I share this with other people who look like me, who feel like they don't have the opportunity to travel or have these experiences to build and grow and integrate with this beautiful community? And so, as I said before, I started Worldviews in 2018, where we were a travel concierge company that started off in group travel. And so I was able to convince some huge influencers on YouTube to allow us to partner with them so that we could sell Kenya to the African American community. And we were able to do it. So our first tour, we brought about 50 African Americans in 2018. And then we continued on, and from then until now, we brought well over 300 plus African Americans here to Kenya, as well as relocating. I restarted my brand in 2023. Worldviews was co-founded, and I had to start all over. And I figured, why stop? Because Kenya to me is so special. And I want everybody to be able to experience the love and the community and the opportunities that I have been able to do. And so leading up to 2023, we start to see some of the changes in the U.S. with the government. Trump was in office in, I believe, 2026, and people were starting to say, okay, this might not be it for us, okay? And so leading up to the new elections, we started to see people saying, I don't think I want to stay in the U.S., I want to move to Kenya. And so I made the move as well permanently to Kenya. I sold my house, sold my car, sold all my assets, and I made the big jump and moved to Kenya. So I guess technically I'm an immigrant here to Kenya as well. But what makes it so special is that I do have my DNA rooted in Kenya. Never cared about being Kenyan. I loved Kenya either way, right? But yes, thank you. I came back 27.7% Kenyan and of the Luo tribe. And I'm like, yeah, we're not all from West Africa, okay? We do have East African DNA. And so the start of 2024, going into 2025, we started seeing an increase of African Americans reaching out to us stating that they want to move to Africa. I need to come to Mama Africa. What does that look like for me? How can you assist us with moving to Africa? And I said, okay, first off, Africa is a continent. It has 54 countries, and so be specific. Are you talking about Kenya? We can help you relocate to Kenya. So we started our relocation program in 2021, where we offer a 120-day relocation integration program to Kenya, where I do not promote repatriation to foreigners, because at the end of the day, we're foreigners. We might happen to have African ancestry, but we're foreigners, and we need to take them through the correct process so they're fully integrated into the community. And so essentially, we offer education assistance, home finding assistance, enrolling children and families into the healthcare system here. We do promote medical tourism inbound to Kenya from the U.S., so we've had a few clients this year come for hysterectomy, removals, cancer treatment from the U.S. through our program, all of the things. And so up until today, this year, we've relocated over 20 families to Kenya from the U.S. that are African American. And they have called, or now they're calling Kenya home. And so I see him standing up, so let me wrap up a bit here, just in case you all have any questions for me. At the end of the day, I wanted to make sure that we were integrated into your community properly, and that we're becoming a part of the community and adding value. No one is here to come to take away or to shine above you, but to be a part of the Kenyan community. And I just want to continue to say that I love, 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 love Kenya, and thank you for having me and keeping me a part of the diaspora.
Wow. Wait there. Where's the microphone? Wow. They are not coming to take away from you. Speak about, is it still on? You are organizing an event in December?
Yeah.
Back home something?
Yeah.
Borrowing from Ghana?
Borrowing for Ghana. So this year we're initiating our initiative called the Journey Back to Eden, where we're welcoming the diaspora, including the Kenyan diaspora, but also the diaspora, the Caribbean and Americans, the African Americans, us who want to be a part of y'all diaspora, to look to Kenya as a second point of entry behind Ghana year of return for investment opportunities, relocation assistance, medical tourism, and business development. We want Kenya to be the place that the diaspora look to for relocation and anything else.
Perfect. Makofi kwa Kesho. One question, because I'm sure she's here, quite vibrant. I've seen her interacting with everybody. You'll have an opportunity to ask her questions there. But I'll allow one question. One question.
Nobody have a question?
Nobody's asking? At least one. Okay. But there's one online. I'll tell you what this person online has said.
All right.
My question is going to be in the reverse. What opportunities have you had in terms of education for the African Americans and making connections to our African brothers and sisters? Have you had, are you able to do the reverse, which is to teach them that there is more to Africa than what the story has always been?
Oh, my entire brand is that. My entire brand represents dispelling the myths. That's why the travel piece is important. That's why the education on all of our platforms, and in terms of showing the schools here, going into the community, showcasing that Kenya does have a strong middle class here, showing the medical part of Kenya. So my entire brand is about dispelling the myth about Africa, for sure, 100%. Yes.
Perfect. Clapping. Let's clap for Wakesho. Asante sana. Hujasema neno moja la Kiswahili.
Karibu.
Ya karibu. Nawaambia karibu. Neno lingine?
No.
Asante. Chakula. Unapenda? Kuna kitu ulisema unapenda. What do you love most?
The people.
In Kenya.
The people.
Watu. Na
The
nyama choma.
people.
Ulisema nyama choma. Tumpigie makofi. Thank you. Thank you so much. And you didn't make this joke when I interviewed her. She said she has sometimes challenges with the people telling her, slow down. We can't understand you. Slow down, American accent. But, you know, on a light note, you are happy, is it? Yes. Very happy. And keep mingling. People are keen. There's someone who said father, mother, daughter, and son. So allow me to even say something about even my family. Sasa mnafikiri nazunguka tu dunia? Yes. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce my co-director, my spouse, Caroline Chamwada. Simama usalimie tu watu. Hayo kweli makofi ya, hey. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Kama umenisengenya na hujui, utaniambia. Hata pale kwa corridor utaniambia. On a light note, Chelsea Chamwada. Simama. Yeah, simama Chelsea, makofi kwa Chelsea. Anafanya kozi ingine tough ile inaitwa architecture. Sawa. JKUAT. Leon Chamwada. Si mnaona? Pia very tough guy. Very tough guy, you know? Anafanya cyber security. Tumpigie makofi. And our last born is daring abroad, Casey Chamwada. Ako maju, kule kwenu Vincent Berry. So ako huko, she's daring abroad, anasoma huko, na anatufata online. Tupigieni makofi tena. Thank you so much. Quickly, you are not in when I called. Madison Investment Managers, Madison, Jeruto, are you in or at your desk outside? Madison, Salimia, Jamana Marafiki, you say just briefly what you do and how you can be found.
Good afternoon. My name is Simon Wekesa from Madison Investments. And tonight I have worked with my colleagues. Can you just wave? Yes, I want to thank you, Alex, for this opportunity, and even Champs Media at large. So equally, we have tried to incorporate the diaspora space in our investment solutions. And we're also looking at trying to introduce a USD fund that it can be able to favor the diaspora. So that you not have to start dealing with the exchange rates as you are trying to convert your money back to cash. Can just be able to invest with us directly. So the solutions that we are giving out tonight are in terms of short-term and long-term. So we're having money market solutions, we're having fixed income fund, and we're also having a special wealth fund. Because of time, I might not say much, but we are not very big about trades, because I've had different companies speak about giving very big rates. But for us, it's about the sustainability aspect, that we can be able to be trusted and give you services that can be trusted, and you can be able to work with us for the foreseeable future. I thank you so much. We are located outside. You can visit for more information. Thank you.
Makofi kwake. So quickly, let's hear from our other partner, Zavo Real Estate. Mother, are you in the house? Mother, karibu sana. You have 7 minutes quickly, and you said you will just talk, or rather, I don't know if you have a presentation, keep it short. Karibu.
It's almost to say good evening. Alex, you've done a very good job. Normally, when you're speaking after lunch, you have the two extremes. Either people are very happy, so they listen keenly, or they're very happy, so therefore they introduce the siesta. I think we've taken plan A, so I'm very happy. My name is Martha Inyuma. I am the head of marketing and visionary partner at Savo. I don't know if any of us have heard of Savo before today. Maybe hands? Oh, that's good. When we started our work with Chamwada, we've been in the market for now, this is our 11th year. We started a long time ago, and I think I don't know if he remembers. I think when you work with people, you might forget the impact that you actually give people, but those who receive the impact always remember. So when we started, you'd enter a room and we talk about Savo, and people think of the national park. Yeah. So, you say something about Savo. The first thing is, are you a tours or a travel company? Are you taking us to Savo? For those who've never heard of Savo, we are a real estate investment company based here in Nairobi. As I've said, we've been in the industry for 10 years. This is our 11th year, and I'm very glad to be in the room with great founders who have kept the promise. I think listening to Unity Homes and seeing that they're actually credible real estate developers here in Kenya gives you as a diasporan, whether you're a returnee, whether you're desiring to go to the diaspora, that you actually have somewhere to put your money while you're home. For Savo, and I remember when we were having a conversation with Alex about today, in terms of the topic that we talk about, at the heart of Savo is financial independence. And financial independence, retire early, is what we focus on. Because the good thing about, kujituma, it gets to a point where all of us get opportunities, whether it's here, whether it's in the diaspora, and you get opportunities to make money. And it's good. Some make good money here, some make good money in the diaspora, come back home and be able to multiply it. At the point of making money, it's very, very difficult to remember where you began. Yes, 5 years, you might remember. Then gets to 10 years, then it's a bit too far to remember how, you were eating 1 meal a day. Then gets to 20 years, then, you're roller coasting, you're swimming in gold. And the biggest challenge we've faced, whether it's for people who've been in the diaspora coming back, or our relatives and generations that we've seen here in Kenya, is that the moment the cow that generates for you income goes, everything stands still. Have we seen our relatives who are very wealthy, then gets to a point, gava imefunga, you go home, and now we need to support them, yeah? And times are changing. The younger generation are more and more less supporting of your personal needs as the parents. Kitambo, it was very normal. You finish school, you start a good life, you get loans, you build a home, you buy a car, then you start supporting at home. Right now, things have changed. Either because our parents started getting kids earlier, so most of our parents are still working, or just everyone is trying to feed for themselves. Meaning, if you are not taking care of your future, the day your cash cow dies, no matter how hard you work, it all goes to the ground. And so for Savo, at the heart of it, why financial independence is that we know whether you're in the diaspora, really, really making a lot of money, but you have so much, you have so much to do that you have no capacity to come back and build here, or whether you're here, but you're not an expert in construction, but you still want to invest in real estate, we have given a great opportunity for people to invest here. We try to make our options quite affordable. I think if you've not seen Savo, our products range from as low as 2.1 million. You don't need a deposit. You start from as low as 35,000 a month. See, watoto wa Chamwada, you can afford. So it's very, very affordable. That you can imagine, you're looking at an investment to say, instead of me buying that lunch today in town, that 1,000, I put 1,000 aside every day towards owning a property. I think when you're able to see it, that the end game is to minimize my lifestyle now, so that the day this thing I'm working for collapses, or the day I have no ability to be present to make money, I still have something I can hold on to. My experience in Savo has been amazing. I've been in the company probably for about 8 years. And when I joined the company, I was quite young. I joined when I was 19. I started my investment when I was 19. So it has been a personal journey for me that I was able to see that there are very many things. And as you start your career, there are very many flashy things. There are very many flashy things. I remember by the time I was hitting year 3 in Savo, everyone kept wondering, mbona una gari? Okay, why do I need to have a car? So instead of having a car, can I live in the office building so that I don't need to move around and pay transport? If I'm not paying transport, can I use that money to invest? If I start investing, because my responsibility has not shifted, I'm not a mother, I do not have any extra responsibilities rather than studies, the income that I'm getting from the apartments, I can still take them back. And the day that I'll need more income, when my responsibility grows, then I have an opportunity to restructure that income. So my hope is that even as we interact, we are not just looking at investing for the sake, but we are turning our mindsets to actually becoming investors. that as Kenyans or, foreigners or Africans in the diaspora are looking at Kenya as a hub. They're not looking at Kenya to just make money, but they're looking at Kenya because of the influence that we have in our mind to get rid of consumerism and actually start the journey towards financial independence. My team is here. I would be very happy to meet all of you. If possible, we have energy, so we can meet all of you. But we have a desk out there. Our contacts, hopefully, will be able to also share the presentation that we have so that you just sort of engage with what we do. And I hope to have all of us as Samorites. Thank you so much.
Wow, look at that energy. Thank you. Just a minute, unakimbia namna gani? So one question, to be fair, kama hakuna amewalika, anasema she's very energetic, huko nje, you can interact with them at their stand. I think you are very clear.
Thank you.
Makofi kwa mada.
Saa zingine unauliza swali, can I be given a house for free? Hey, take the opportunity.
Yeah. Na watoto wa Chamada, mmesikia mninunulie nyumba. Yeah, mtaninunulia nyumba. Patrick Adolwa, where are you? Stand watu wakuone. So Patrick Adolwa, angalia pale, he's an urban planning expert. And him and other leaders from Western Kenya have come up with an initiative to harness this diaspora money. And the initiative is daring abroad and replicating back home. So he has many ideas, and they are going to widen this to an international initiative. So we'll be hosting him also on our podcast, and he'll be expounding more about what they are doing. But if you can interact with him, get to hear about this urban planning expert and how he wants also to use his skills in order to harness diaspora cash. Tumpigie Patrick makofi, and thank you so much for supporting this forum. Patrick, do we have AAR? Not ready. So quickly, and we appreciate the online audience. There is Agri, the chair of the various chairmen of associations of Kenyans in the UK. And he's been following this discussion. He says it's very informative. So we want to appreciate, thank you so much. Joseph Warungu, who used to be a broadcaster here, he's worked with the BBC, came back to Kenya and relocated to the UK. He's also been following. Thank you so much. At least we have UK listening to us. So if AR are our partners, Patrick? Okay, great. Wow, we want to appreciate AR, and they have beautiful initiatives. Mukiwa Maju, many of you, I know you really sometimes are challenged in terms of sending cash home. In good faith, you'll send money to your brother, to dear mama, aende hospitalini, but pengine hiyo pesa inapata njia ingine. Kwamba hata unatumia mama, ni mgonjwa, nini, then anahurumia ndugu yako ambaye hafanyi bidii, watoto hawaendi shuleni, ananunua uniform, ananunua vitabu, na ni mgonjwa, ulimtumia pesa ajitibu, but anahurumia watoto wa ndugu yako. Challenging, and many of you have gone through so many of challenges. So AR Insurance are part of our partners, and they have packages that can enable you while you are abroad to have peace of mind. So allow me to introduce James Kamau, and probably represented by Ann Nganga. Karibu, Ann. Tumpigie Ann makofi. So do we have a video first, or you talk first? You talk first. Karibu. Makofi kwa Ann.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening again. Alex, I think I have traveled just as much as you have.
Wow.
The advantage is that I have gone everywhere you've gone from the comfort of my sitting room. And I think today we've appreciated so many people, but I'd want us to appreciate Alex for opening Kenya to the world. So kindly join me. Because the world has known Kenya and has seen Kenya through different lenses, thanks to Alex. And he has given us just a small, can I say, an introduction of why AAR has chosen to partner with Charms Media. Because One of the biggest challenges that you will attest to is when you're in abroad is medical expenses, sending it back home. And hiyo pesa kidogo kidogo, or your mom is not feeling well, your brother is not feeling well, and you keep sending money and sometimes it does not get used for what it was meant to be used. We identified that as an opportunity as AAR, and we asked ourselves, how can we help you when you are abroad to ensure that your loved ones back at home are taken care of, that when you send money, it is actually being used for the right reason, and you can have peace of mind, you can sleep knowing that your loved ones back at home are getting quality health care. And that is how we partnered with Chams Media through their insurance agency called Chams Insurance Agency to ensure that we give insurance solutions to your loved ones in Kenya when you're abroad. But that's not what we are talking about. Today we are talking about returnees. And now that you've come back to Kenya, and thank you so much for bringing the brilliance back to Kenya and giving us the opportunity. I've heard of great ideas, I've heard of great business opportunities, and I can only say thank you. So how can we as AR Insurance and help you to safeguard that wealth that you have brought back to Kenya? We know about risks. Risks are all over. In businesses, as individuals, we have a lot of risks. So what we do is that we help you at least be able to manage those risks. And one of the ways to manage risk is actually to transfer that risk to someone else, and that is us as insurance. So we have solutions that you can be able to transfer your risks, be it medical needs, be it business risks in terms of business continuity, liabilities, and all those solutions, we have them as AAR Insurance. You can get to know more about that. We have a desk outside through Chams Insurance Agency. We are also around. We can give you all those solutions. We have individual solutions. We have business solutions. We have medical solutions. And we also have solutions that will be able to safeguard your businesses. Thank you and have a good afternoon.
Short to the point. Question. Ama pia ulikuwa very clear. Ladies are clear. Men msinipige vita. Okay. Yeah, okay. David, your turn will come. Any question? You are very clear. And you'll continue to see them through our podcasts. We keep giving you content about AAR Insurance. Asante sana, Anne. Makofi kwa Anne. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you are out there and then you find just a good Samaritan and someone saying, welcome to America, I'm a pastor. And for me, I'll give you prayers. Yeah. Si prayers ni mzuri. And this pastor, you continue interacting, then you find, pia yeye ako kwa business, ana there abroad, but investing back home, na kona pia watu huku, ana support livelihoods. So we want to appreciate Pastor Jane Kathurima, who also is in real estate, Amerista Real Estate. I'm told she's online to say hi for just about 1 minute, then, but quickly highlight what you do as you there abroad, and then we'll come to Brenda here to wind up. So is Pastor Jane Kathurima online?
Good afternoon.
Karibu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chamoda, Alex, and Daring Abroad Fraternity, and also Diaspora Returnees, and my fellow Kenyans. Good afternoon again. My name is Jane Kadorima, and I am also a pastor, ordained pastor. I minister as well, and I'm also a businesswoman. And I'm based here in Washington, D.C., here in America. And we are in business also. We do real estate, and the name of our company is America Real Estate. And I normally say America Real Estate is not just another real estate company. I know we have thousands and thousands of real estate companies that we have operating in Kenya. but America was founded out as being an challenges that we, especially when you are investing, either if you're in diaspora or if you're in Kenya, and as we know, the challenges that we face, especially in property, real estate, that's what brought America into it. It was actually as a result of being a victim of the many problems that most of you know about. And God gave me this desire to come and make a difference, to make sure that every money that you invest, that you earned money, you can be able to see the result for what you're invested for. And so we believe in integrity, we believe in honesty. We work within the journey. We start from high-end to affordable. So you can be able to start a journey from where you are. We come with you where you are, and we work with you the journey until you can be able to see dreams and visions come true. We have properties in a number of places in Kenya. We have a first project which is in Kitengela called Genesis Garden. And we also have a property as well in Duaka that we are working on to put up apartments. We have also things in Wiro as well. We have Ponsa and Marindi. And I mentioned that you can be able to walk the journey with us. Just get in touch with us. We work with you. We customize. Every client is different, so don't think whatever you may have maybe little. You can be able to start as little as 10,000, and by the end of it, you'll be able to see your vision come through. More so, also we believe in empowerment. God has been gracious through the journey, and He has been blessing to us, and we believe in now also working with the people that God brings in our way to make every day better than it was yesterday. So here we have my colleague, the director of Africa, and her name is Brenda. I would like to welcome her to also come and just speak to. She's right there.
Thank you, Jane. Good afternoon, everybody. Come on. I want everybody to wake up a little bit. Good afternoon, everybody. All right. I know we've been fed, right? We've had coffee. We've had juice. I saw some nyama choma and fish, so I'm very excited to be here. I wouldn't consider myself a returnee because I didn't have a choice in leaving. I'm the product of Miss Jane, and when I was 10 years old, we left Kenya to go to the U.S. So I ended up growing up in the U.S., watched my parents build a new life in the United States for their children, for themselves, while also giving back to the people through our church. So I've watched the pitfalls that my parents have experienced investing in Kenya, right? I remember one time I was in law school, it's time to pay tuition, and being an international student, even though we're residents there are different regulations for Kenyan citizens living in America. And I just remember oh, we need pesa apartment, this happened. And I just watched them balance those struggles of trying to invest back home, trying to build wealth for themselves in America and for their family back here. And one reason I worked really hard in America was because I wanted their sacrifices to mean something. So my parents got me in the land, I went hard. I went to school, I was a straight A student, I graduated, went to undergrad, got my bachelor's in business and management information systems. And the story there is the American dream, let's go to corporate America. Let's get a job, let's buy a house, let's get a mortgage, 30-year mortgage. And that's a dream, a house, a picket fence, and some kids. And I did that. I went to business school, went to law school, switched again, went to tech, and I landed at Morgan Stanley, which is a financial services firm in Wall Street. I was working as a vice president of technology, having a very wonderful life. Got my 30-year mortgage, I have my kid, I have my car, I have my vacations, and I'm working hard. I'm working 24/7. I'm toiling the ground to make my parents proud. But then I realized they were golden handcuffs. They were golden handcuffs. Because if I was fired, if there was a riff the next week, what would I have to fall back on? And I heard my colleague here mention Grant Cardone and the power of 10x. And I started thinking, if I'm spending 60 hours a week on the job. It's paying me pretty well from the outside. But am I really getting the value that I'm putting in for my time, right? And something just clicked. And I'm like, where is my work? Where can I see the product of my work? The product of my work was going to Morgan Stanley. It wasn't going to me. It wasn't going to my family. So I really became obsessed with this idea of passive income. And I want to implore all the young people here. I don't want to shame anyone for getting a job and, you know, entering corporate America, but think about maximizing, 10xing your time, your investment, not only for yourself, but for your family. And so what we have in Ameristar Limited is the option to purchase investment land that you can use as passive property in whatever way you see fit. Can you imagine making money in your sleep, right? You bought a plot of land, you've built either a house or apartments, and money is just rolling in while you sleep. Wouldn't you want that? So then you can vacation all week, you can vacation all month. Your bills will still be paid. So please, 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 please take the journey of passive income seriously. We're alive, we're breathing. We have the resources in Kenya and in America, okay? And I've actually left corporate America to now explore opportunities in Kenya because I see the opportunities. All the global companies are not coming here by accident. They're not coming here by accident. And I'm from here, and there was just a disconnect. Other companies are coming to invest in Kenya. Me, myself, a Kenyan, I'm not. So please, 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 please. We have a lot of resources here in Kenya. We have a lot of brain power. We have a lot of might. We have a lot of creativity. Use it to your advantage and pursue your dreams now. Pursue them hard, and God bless.
Thank you so much. Wow, what a presentation. Kuna wale walikuja hapa kusikiza ndio waende majuu. Sasa you are killing their spirits. Everyone is saying here, remain here. And they came to listen to you. They want to go abroad. And on a light note, you know, hapa niliwaambia MCing can be quite challenging, so I forgot to introduce AAR Insurance video. If it's ready, we'll have it, and then we go to yet another realtor. Remember, this section is for realtors. Earlier in the morning, you heard so much from the financial institutions. So AAR, if it's ready, kindly. You'll line up later. So apologies, Nganga, you're still here, itakuja. So this friend of mine also, you know, I told you, oh my goodness. You know, I know everybody here. Naftali Mwangi, founder of Hyssop Properties. Karibu, utuambie story yako pia. Yako ni tofauti aje. So Naftali happens to be a very good presenter. So there's a day we were in Houston. Yes, he was co-presenter for Daring Abroad. And people told me, remove him from real estate, bring him to Daring Abroad. But don't take away, you know, people's jobs in Chams. Karibu. Tumpigia makofi. Asante.
Thank you so much. Chams, hiyo ni chocha mzuri. God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Naftali Mungi. I'm the founder and CEO of Hyssop Properties. We got that name from the Bible, Psalm 51 verse 7. Please read your Bible. Okay. We have a video introducing the company, but before that, I am here to emphasize and really to support the reason for you returning. And not to give you 5 reasons why you must invest here and not elsewhere, but here. Here in Kenya, here in Africa. One of the key reasons is you are seeing what the new generation is doing in terms of accountability, ain't you? You know what is happening in Tanzania. You know what happened in Kenya. The young generation is saying no with lack of integrity, no with mediocrity, no with corruption, right? And that is going to set a stage for a whole new frontier in Africa and in Kenya. Number 2, you all know Trumpism. And you know they say when America coughs, the whole world gets the flu. Yeah? Trumpism is all about every country looking inwards every country protecting their borders. Today you go to the UK, they are very protectionist. You know, everyone has gone to the far right. And so they're trying to remind you that there's somewhere you came from. And this is where you came from. True? This is where you should invest. Number 3, we are the only African country that has opened all the borders to all Africans. We are a visa-free for all African countries except 2. I think Somalia and Algeria. But it's a joke to put Somalia there, honestly. They are all here. They are our brothers. Okay? And that means, I mean, listen to Wakesho. They are here for that land that we have here. They're buying here. So why ain't you buying here? Why do you think there's some very good land in South Korea? Or I don't know where, Yugoslavia. This is the place. Just look at the forest of apartments happening in Kilimani and Kileleshwa. And those are Chinese making crazy money. Just see how our brothers from Somalia, the crazy monies they are making. Yeah? Not even talking about the Unity Home guys. You know, they are here. Because it is only here that you can make double digits profits when it comes to real estate. Last month, I was with Chams in UAE. And we were looking at the returns of Dubai vis-a-vis Kenya. And you can't compare. This is the place. Okay? So please invest here. Invest here. Number 3 is Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism basically is the Americans, the black Americans, the Americans of African descent, all of them somehow want to come to Kenya. The other day, it was announced that about 8,000 employees of the UN based in New York were supposed to be relocated to Nairobi. What does that do to our real estate? Pressure on real estate and growth on our real estate. Sindio? Wale ndo watalipa manyumba vizuri, wao ndio watanunua, they are high net worth. That we know. Okay? So we are in real estate. My past is banking. I worked for an international bank for 10 years. I'm an engineer by profession. I'm many things. And then I'm a law student. Okay? After going through a lot of turmoil in the business, I really wanted to understand law and where the law touches on my business. So we are headquartered at Ridgeways, Hyso Properties. And as you prepare that video, my friend Okida, introducing what we have done for the last 9 years. We are 60% in land, and land is the basics of real estate. Then about 20% we have done apartments. We've done about 230 apartments, all sold out. And then our 20% we construct. We have a beautiful, beautiful project we call turning plots into homes. After we sell these plots, we go back and we turn them into wonderful homes. Is the video ready, my brother? This is my ask.
Is Limited, the best real estate company of the year 2024 and the pace setter real estate company in Kenya. Welcome to Hyso Properties Limited, the best real estate company of the year.
Okay, good.
Most preferred real estate solution provider in Kenya for being a one-stop shop for all your land investment needs. From land selling to turning those plots into homes through constructions and getting you state-of-the-art apartments, all at affordable prices. Our vision is to achieve the highest possible standards of the real estate market while striving to deliver a fulfilling experience to our customers. Our business is to create relationship with our customers based on a culture of trust. We have over 50 qualified relations managers ready to serve you with professionalism, diligence, and honesty, and putting your best interests at heart by holding ourselves accountable and committing to our core values. Contact us on 0707 666 000 or visit our website www.hisopproperties.com. Hisop Properties, a culture of trust.
That says everything. Please pause that. Kindly. Please pause that. Thank you so much. Thank you for this opportunity. Now, this is my ask. And this is our newest baby. So we have been looking at what is it that the diaspora wants. What lifestyle are they used to in the US? And so we started a beautiful project in Kitengela. Kitengela is about 35 minutes from Nairobi when you use the expressway. And what we have done on this land, we have gated the whole piece. We have done an Olympic-sized swimming pool. I think 30% of the people who have bought have built wonderful houses. And also what we have done on this particular land, we have regulated what someone can build. So that you don't want to build and then someone else does a flat next to you. The other thing we have done, we have a clubhouse, a very well-laid clubhouse already working. Pissed on a whole 1 acre where you can hold your bash, hold your birthdays and all that. Please play that video and then I'll be done. Good. I think we can pause there in the interest of time. So thank you so much. Mine is to call you into Kitengela. Tomorrow we are doing a big launch. And I have my team, tafadhali, watu wa Hisop tusimame. We have our GM, Ebenezer Muredhi. We have our head of investments, Catherine, who actually takes care of our diaspora. And we have a desk right outside. Kujeni, I want you to own a piece of Kitengela. We have financing and all that taken care of. God bless you.
Thank you so much. So, maswali amesema mtampata kwa desk yao ama namna gani?
Ama kuna 2-3.
Yeah.
Sawa.
Wameelewa. Asante sana. Mtatusaidia to manage now the remaining parts. So far tumekula ng'ombe kabisa mzima, imebaki 1, 2, 3 things. So tumalize aje. And I can see we are quite attentive still. So we have a bit of presenters and then we had a quick panel discussion. Is Professor Dominic Mwenja around? Patrick, if you can guide me next direction. And probably Ebenezer, are you here? Boniface from Stable Health Foundation. Boniface, you are here? Boniface from Stable Health Foundation. Ebenezer. Quickly, as we organize the next, maybe the panel discussion, Boniface, 3 minutes, as we agreed, and we are going to have so much with the Stable Health Foundation. We are beginning a collaboration to do a podcast on health. Karibu.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Chamwada. Dr. Boniface Onsongo will be joining us in a few. My name is Ebenezer, and I love to see my slides I think I shared earlier. They're just 3, each is 1 minute, so don't worry. But we are wellness people. We are wellness people, so I'd like us to stand. I'd like us to stand. Right? Someone says sitting is the new smoking. Someone says sitting is the new smoking. Sitting is the new smoking. Why? You sit for 8 hours in your office every day for 6 days a week. And you work in that office for the next 45 years. You can imagine what happens when you go back home, right? All right, so we can now have our seats. Thank you so much. That was refreshing, right? Great. So I am here as part of Stable Health Foundation. And as Mr. Alex has said, we are looking forward to having a fantastic collaborative initiative to basically empower each one of us to be able to take what we call wellness, very important. On my next slide, there's something that I want you to see, something which we call the illness-wellness continuum. I have heard many speakers here talk about money. Money here, money there, right? But how will you make money if you are unwell? How will you make that money if you are unwell? Please, let's go to the next slide from the IT team. And I'd like to show us where most of us are. There's a word there called comfort zone. Comfort zone. You're comfortable sitting for the last 6 hours after eating a heap of, what was that for lunch? Yeah, so most of us are there where we call neutral. There is a sense of false witness. And let me tell you something. One thing that is unique about me here is that I've not been to America, but I'll go to America with Alex one of these fine days. And I have heard a lot of you guys have been out of this country, and I'm looking forward. But now, how do you move? Either you go to the left or you go to the right. But the reason why we have wellness checkups just across with the Equity Afya team is because we want you to go to the level 10. Can you guys see level 10? And I love that some of you are taking that photo because I'd like all of us to go over to that level 10. We are looking forward to taking proactive action. Look at what happens at the neutral level. No symptoms, nutrition is inconsistent, your exercise is sporadic, health is not even a high priority because you don't feel anywhere any pain in your body. I usually tell people, the year is coming to an end. I don't know how many of us here have done their annual wellness checkup. Have you? Well, some of you had. I actually met a gentleman out here who told me he's learned something called visceral fat. Visceral fat ni nini? Someone touch your tummy. Visceral fat. Say visceral fat. Yes, someone today we are checking your visceral fat right there. So learn something. What is visceral fat? And how exactly does it affect your ability to make money in the next 10 years, all right? So that you can move into good health. What happens in good health? Regular exercise, you have nutritional wellness, education, minimal nerve interference, right? Some people, when we walk, we go up the stairs, you say, hey, my knees have started feeling like this, like that. My back, when I sit, I need to change my chair, right? And that means that you may not be as productive as you're supposed to be. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to encourage each one of us before you leave here, make sure you pass by that desk and get checked up. And when you go out, make sure you do a comprehensive annual wellness checkup. Now, when we talk about diaspora remittances, about 500 billion Kenyan shillings is sent into Kenya every year. Do you know how much of that actually goes into what we call sick care? Out of 500 billion shillings, almost 20 to 30% of that goes into treating preventable illness. Now, the high soap property guys have been here. You can imagine how much money we'll be able to use to build houses, right? So take the next step. And you can show me the last slide because I can see Mr. Chamwada walking towards my direction. And I don't want him to stand here next to me. So take your next step. You can check out that website at the bottom right there. You'll be able to begin your journey to wellness. You can also scan that QR code. It will lead you to a WhatsApp. You can be able to get your lab samples taken at home. Someone can visit you at home. Your doctor can visit you at home. And you can get your annual wellness checkup done. Thank you so much and enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you so much. And they are collaborating and some wellness, of course, the checks that have been going on in collaboration with Equity Afya. Another quick 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Elizabeth Wanjanjuguna, Standard Investment Bank. 3 minutes, kindly. So we are sharing 3 minutes, and then we see how we can proceed to the next. Tell your neighbor, you are looking good. Yeah, are you still, ask your neighbor, are you still looking good? Yeah, thank you. 3 minutes.
Hamjambo. My name is Elizabeth Wanjanjuguna from Standard Investment Bank, Global Market Division. I'm not sure we'll be able to go through the slides, but I'll try. So mine is to just demystify who Standard Investment Bank is, because a lot of the time we are asked, are you related to Stanbic, are you related to Stanchart? But we are not. And as the name, we are an investment bank. So our regulator is Capital Market Authority. We are not new because we were incorporated in 1995, what used to be known as Standard Stocks. We were in the business of helping Kenyans buy shares in the Nairobi Stock Exchange. We then grew to become a fully fledged investment bank. And you can see our milestones. But to just say why I'm here is we are still in the business of helping Kenyans invest in the stock market. But we've gone beyond and we've come up with this product that is called Mansa X, which was birthed from clients' feedback, because previously they would tell us or ask us, now that you helped us buy shares locally, are you able to help us then invest in abroad? So we curated this idea, we took it to the regulator, and in 2018, they gave us the license to become the first money manager with the flagship of Mansa X Special Fund. So what is Mansa X Special Fund? It's nothing out of the ordinary. I'd say it's just access. We are a multi-asset strategy fund. So even as you're investing in shares, you're investing in land, in commodity, we do now a whole array of that. And we will invest in the same instruments here in the country and abroad. We invest in about 200 different asset classes globally. And because of that diversification, we have consistently been able to give our clients good returns, an above average market return of historical 18%, and that is net return. Our fund has been, the Mansa X has been, it's on the 7th year, and that's our average, as you can see. And we also started a dollar fund where you can invest in fund and liquidate in dollars, and also liquidate in dollars for the diaspora. So, and that is our performance average for the 3 years we have been running. Now, the fund's objective is capital preservation, capital growth, and liquidity. And that's how we felt that it was good for us to come and inform our returnees and those planning to come, because you can use this fund to build your wealth, and it compounds quarterly, so it can become an income replacer even as you're planning to come back to the country, because it has a lock-in period of 6 months, after which you're free to even quarterly dispense your returns. So we have our desk at the far end, and I'm here with my colleague, and those are our contacts. We are happy to engage further. Thank you.
Makofi kwake. Thank you so much. Yes. Very good. What was that, 3 minutes? Yes, good. Well done. Makofi kwake. Makofi kwake, yeah. Kenya Revenue Authority. Okay, and I'm happy to have my friend Shadrach Manoti, and they are good partners, also good partners with CHAMS, educating the diaspora, educating Kenyans about your obligations as well as your rights. Karibu, Wafula.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Walufu Ruben. I'm here on behalf of KRA. I came with my colleagues who are subject matter experts in various fields. Received compliments from our CEO, Humphrey Watanga, and all our commissioners of different departments. Thank you, Alex, for allowing us to speak to our brothers and sisters who are here. And I would also like to mention that we have been having various engagements with diasporians through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We do on quarterly basis. I know we have done Australia, we have done USA, we have done Uganda. We also have done Ghana. And as we go forward, I'm sure there are quite a number of you who may have heard from us, but we have various engagements lined up. So for KRA, since Alex has given me very few minutes, I would like to say that we have two arms of taxation. One is customs, and we also have domestic tax. And I will run through the slides just to pick a few things because of time, so that, but I will leave the presentation, Alex, with your IT team. They can always share, but it's good for you to be informed. So, Okinda, I don't know if you already have my slides, please. To start with, I am a customs expert, and I would like to tell you that customs, we play a very key role in this country, and at the same time, we value diasporians. Very, very important in our daily mandate. Let's go to the next slide. Of course, this is what we intended to have, but we'll quickly run through. Let's go to the next slide, please. Yes, our role as customs, number one is to collect revenue for the government. Number two is to make sure that whatever that is coming in is safe to the society. So we protect the society. We partner with various different government arms, KEBS, Pharmacy and Poison Board, SEA, Kentrade, very many, to make sure that whatever is coming into the country or leaving the country meets certain standards. And also, we collect statistics on behalf of the government. This is for policy making. That's why we always tell you, declare. If you're coming in, please declare what you have. It may be taxable, it may not be taxable, but it's important to declare for the purposes of statistics. We also facilitate trade. Customs is there to facilitate trade for the investors investing in our country, and those who are also intending to invest outside the country. Just the previous slide, you will see where our processes start. Cargo clearance process, it starts when a clearing agent makes a declaration. I have said why we need declaration, so many reasons: for revenue, for protecting the society, for trade statistics. So that is how the process starts. We go to the next slide. Of course, you are expected to pay taxes where it's due and payable, and there are also other fees that you pay when you are paying taxes, especially if you have overstayed cargo. Of course, you have to pay demurrage. Clearing agent is that person licensed by the Commission of Customs to do the declaration on your behalf. We can't allow everyone to access our system to make declaration, so we have licensed clearing agents. Of course, we have port charges and many other fees. Let's move on, please. So these are the privileges accorded to arriving passengers. There are quite a number. Of course, somebody who has stayed outside Kenya, whether he went for studies, employment, or any other reason and is coming back home, of course, we expect them to bring home some items. These are personal belongings. And the law also allows you to bring certain items, but within some limits. Of course, when you go beyond certain limits, then you'll be treated as if you are a trader. But if you're just coming home, the privilege accorded to you is more or less to transfer that status you are enjoying. Maybe you had a car. So we don't want you to come home and start using a motorbike or a bicycle. So we want you to come back home with that car so that you continue enjoying that privilege as you settle back home. Next, please. Of course, those are the limits. Of course, when you are traveling, maybe from Washington to Kenya, I don't know the flight takes how many hours, but you know, when you reach home, you may want to enjoy as you relax at home with your beloved family. So there are some things we allow. Those are the quantities we allow. But if you go beyond this, then we expect you to pay some taxes. Next slide. Okay, you are expected to make a declaration. If you are coming home with US dollar 10,000 or equivalent, it's important. The law requires you to make a declaration. And many other items, which I will not go into, but a returning resident, you may have purchased some items for yourself. The limit is US dollar 2,000. If you go above 2,000, then we will request you to pay some taxes. This is what the law allows. So if you came in with items below that, maybe you have purchased for your family or what, then you will be allowed to enter without paying taxes. But beyond that, above that, you will be expected to pay some taxes. Next, please. Now, who is a returning resident? This is very important for us to agree on, because you will ask, who is this returning resident? This is simply a person who is changing residence permanently. He is now relocating back home permanently. If you are just coming home to visit your family for a week and go back, you will not be in this category. But after you have worked, you've done your studies, now you want to come back home, then you are in that category of returning resident. So these returning residents are allowed to bring their wearing apparels. They are allowed to bring in a 1-unit motor vehicle. But this unit, please don't bring a bus, a 54-seater. No, it should be a saloon car that you have been using while going to a college, a saloon car you have been using to go to work as you do your business abroad. So we allow you to bring it home. But this car must also meet Kenya Bureau of Standard, their standard for a vehicle being brought into Kenya. So those standards must be met. One of the standards is that it should not be above 8 years. Secondly, you know, in Kenya, we do right-hand drive, but maybe you are coming from the US where they have been doing left-hand drive. The law allows you to switch, that you can purchase an LHD now when you are ready to come back home. And this car must be in your name as the consignee. That is you as the person coming to enjoy the privilege. Because this privilege is for a returning resident. If I was to bring a car and write in the name of Alex, then Alex will become a car seller, because many people will be sending the vehicle in Alex's name, and that now will change the whole understanding of who is a returning resident. Please, next. I'm just about to finish. Of course, this one, I think I've talked about it. Just move on. Now, it's important to mention that a returning resident, the law allows you 90 days to be able to clear your stuff. It could be your car, your personal effects, and many, many other things that you are bringing back home. However, due to one or two, something may happen and you are not able to do within 90 days, the law gives commissioner powers to extend it to 360 days. So you have the 90, but not beyond 360 days. So you are able to maneuver, because it could be a vessel has delayed and maybe something happened, it delayed to arrive at the port of Mombasa. So you have up to 360 days. This one I've already talked about it. Now, in our various engagement, so many questions, Alex, as you said, have come to us concerning domestic taxes. So I don't know where Ombasa is, just please 2 minutes to speak about yes, domestic taxes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening again. So just take 2 minutes, and 1 minute I will share with you. So just allow me to ask you to pick up your phone, and please dial, follow with me these steps. Just dial star 222 hash star. For those who are using Kenyan line, star 222 hash, and then go to, select number 5. 5 talk about KRA services, and then select with me more 998, and then 9, select 9 other services, and then select 3. 3 is we want to retrieve our pins, and you could see the 3 options. If you are a Kenyan, if you are a non-Kenyan, and if you have business. So go with me to option 1 for Kenyan, and it is free. Then for those who have a national ID with you, please enter your national ID. Then click send. So for those who have finished the prompts, what does it show you? It's give you your name and PIN number, and you also get an SMS. So that is the level of automation and efficiency that we are going to. And because my colleague talked about a lot about taxes, so just allow me to just in 1 minute talk about an aspect of taxation. So in Kenya, we operate a system of source-based taxation. So worldwide, we have 3 types of system. One is worldwide, source-based taxation. Source-based means that income is taxed at the source where it was earned or it was deemed to be earned. Then we also have another form of taxation, what we call residence-based. So residence-based, it means that the income that you earn will be taxed in the state where you are a resident. And then, of course, the third one that that is used worldwide is basically hybrid. So hybrid basically combine the 2 of them. So for purposes of diaspora, Kenya, we operate a source-based taxation system, mean that the income that we tax is that which is deemed to be derived or that is earned within Kenya. However, there is exception into this rule, and basically 2 exceptions. And the first one applies to worldwide employment income. So for those who are earning employment income, who are employed basically outside Kenya, then that income is brought to tax, known as what we call worldwide employment income. And then the second exception is basically to those who are doing business, partly in Kenya and partly outside Kenya. For example, you are running a tour operation company, you are running business in, let's say, in Congo, and you're also running in Kenya, so that will be deemed as income that is earned in Kenya. Or you are doing agriculture in Zambia, and you're also doing agriculture here in Kenya. So that is what we say, that the 2 exceptions into that income. So for purpose of diaspora, they are classified into 2. You are either a resident or you are an non-resident. And I've already elaborated that in the PowerPoint that will be shared just for your own consumption later on. But should we find time in another session, then I will elaborate it further. Otherwise, I will use that 2 minutes. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Makofi kwa KRA, and their desk there. You've seen the incentives, you've seen your obligations, and the tough questions you had, wako hapa, you know, those demand letters, you know, yeah, I know what you know, everyone, almost everybody has encountered KRA, and they'll always tell you they are your friends to help you go through, journey through your business. So when you see that demand letter, it's not something to fear. Look for them. You know, I'm speaking for you. You give me more business. I'm speaking for KRA. Don't fear the demand letter, but just speak for them. There's quite a bit of interaction outside. That's why tumefunga milango. But it's a good thing that people are very, they're still here with us. As we do the last session, we'll have very quick, and let's share this remaining time quickly, because many of you, we have partnerships, and remember, we are going to do a lot together, including the Kenya Association of Stockbrokers and Investment Banks. And I'll give them 3 minutes, because we have so much that we'll do together. Let me invite Shadrach Manoti to just educate us what you can do with the stockbrokers in 3 minutes, kindly. 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good evening. There is a presentation that was to be shared. So generally, most of the things that I might speak here, you might be aware of them. So especially in the capital markets, that is our focus as CASIP, and also stockbrokers and investment banks. I'm Shadrach Manoti. So generally, our products will go straight. The next slide, please. We are licensed by the capital markets, or the two arms, that is the stockbrokers and investment banks. We are licensed by the capital markets. We have other regulatories, which include CDSC and also the NSE. And then, of course, we have the association called the CASIP. The next one. Our products include, that is brokerage. Brokerage, by sense, means we buy on behalf of our clients services. That is either shares or bonds. And then on this, I think is, maybe I'll stress more as we continue. So the second product on dealing is you purchase, maybe for institutional clients. So we facilitate the same in terms of purchasing or connecting buyers to sellers the same way. Then we have corporate finance. You can move maybe the next slide, kindly. So on shares, it's good to note that if you have been keen in the market has really rallied up, and especially with the interest rates coming down, our market is affected generally by what is happening in the economy. You might have seen interest rate coming down all the way from the US to the local market, and that impacts the return on investment. So as the rates come down, what's the impact on shares and what's the impact on bonds? It's good for you to know. As interest rates come down, shares tend to appreciate up. That is what we have seen. If you invested earlier this year, let's say in January, you invested on Safaricom. Safaricom was trading at around 17 shillings. Currently, it's at 29 shillings. If you invested on, let's say, KCB or Equity, both of them were trading below 45 shillings. Currently, Equity is heading to 65. Actually, we value it at almost above 70 shillings. And then, so you can see there is what we call the aspect of capital gains. You buy low and sell high. That is what has happened in the market. And then, I should have shared more examples, but in the interest of time, I think we should move on. The next one. So on the government securities, you might have been aware that this is passive income, which we have talked about passive income severally. So this is one of the most passive income where the risk rate is almost 0.001%. That is the risk. Last year, we saw interest rates, or rather return on investment, hit as high as 18%. Currently, the return on investment from bonds has gone down to a range of around 12% to 14%. Like even now, if you want to invest, you have two papers. where you can invest, the return is 12%. Another one is 13.942%. That is per annum, and these returns are paid semi-annually. Every 6 months, you have your coupons, and so you don't have to continue or rather monitoring. We can move to the next one, kindly. Okay, I've talked about, we have also research. Move to the next one. I'll combine it with corporate finance. So this is generally, we advise, we offer advisory, we tell that this stock should be priced this way. So currently, maybe it's underpriced, it's overpriced, and also if you want to sell your company, we come in capital raising in terms of corporate finance is generally on raising capital. We support to raise capital. We can go to the last slide. Okay, there is also asset management. And the next one, kindly, the next one. This is the second last slide where we have, there is money market. And also, money market is not like I can't call it an investment. It's like you put your money where you can be able to access it anytime while it's earning some money. So there are many types of investments there, but let's go to the last one. So what next? What should you do? You need to open a CDS account. So we have two types of CDS accounts. We have CDS account number, which you can open currently. I'm representing CASIP, but I work for Pagamon Investment Bank. We have our link there. You can open an account online from end to end. How do you invest in government securities? The same way online, there is a link there, and the second link there. So the requirements are already there, and therefore, it's good just to consider this. We are there. Look at the last one, kindly. There is the last one. All right, thank you so much. We have our contact there, but on this presentation, I was representing CASIP as an umbrella or as an association of the capital markets. Any question?
I think watakupata huko nje. Thank you so much. Tumpige makofi. Thank you so much. I think Equity Afya, we really had shared quite a bit, and people have interacted with you in that room, and we really appreciate your support here. And Bore, you are here still. Maybe standing there quickly in 3 words, the key 3 services of Equity.
Wait until you stand there, Alex. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. How are we doing today? Thank you. Let me stand there so that I follow. I use this one now. Thank you, Alex. All protocols observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, my name is Christine Bore. I work at Equity Afya. I take care of customers, both internal and external customers. Receive a lot of compliments from our managing director, Dr. Dennis Ogola. He would have loved to be here with us, but based on the competing life demands, he didn't manage to come. But I have his full blessing as I stand there and speak on behalf of a team I am very, very proud and privileged to work with. And I just want to tell us whom Equity Afya is. Alex, when you invited me for this forum, I was excited to speak to Kenyans in the diaspora and the retirees. So I prepared all 20 slides of a PowerPoint, and now I'm supposed to talk in a minute. So allow me just to figure out what to say and what not to say, so that I say, Alex, next time when I come, I think I'll be the first speaker, so that the efforts put in are fully recognized, but that is with a lot of politeness. But who are we as Equity Afya? We are a team of people who wake up every day to change the life and the livelihoods of the people of Africa through provision of quality and affordable health care. All of us work towards leaving this world a better place by ensuring that any member of our community is treated with dignity when they walk through our doors. And we are hosts, and I know that's a question that majority of us ask. We are hosts under the Equity Group Foundation. We are one of the pillars that the Equity Group Foundation lands, and Equity Group Foundation is part of the bigger Equity Group. Just a synopsis of who we are. Otherwise, that one would have taken 3 slides for me to talk about it more. Currently, as we speak, we are outpatient. We are only offering outpatient services to all members of our communities. We have 147 operational clinics. These operational clinics, 142 are in Kenya and 5 of them in DRC. These clinics take care of you, they take care of me, they take care of our parents, they take care of our relatives and everybody. They are not staff clinics. Majority of us assume that Equity Afya they are clinics that are set to take care of staff. But I want to make a clarity this afternoon, and this is the solution we have for you diaspora people, that when you are back there is somebody who thought about your loved ones who are back at home, and you have given them a solution. The 142 clinics are widespread all over the country. We have physical presence in every county. So we have devolutionalized healthcare. Your lovely parents, your lovely relatives back home, and even you when you visit, you do not have to cross one county to the next. Equity Afya is on your doorstep. And when you have devolutionalized this healthcare, we have maintained very high standards. And I want to bring the message home. Have all of us interacted with the clinics that is doing our wellness? Yes, those who have interacted, those ones are 2 clinics doing the wellness this afternoon. Did you notice 2 teams when you went there? You noticed one team, right? But there's a clinic from Ruaka and there's a clinic from Nairobi West. So that is what you deliver. And what message am I saying? If today you visited our Equity Afya Lavington branch, let me say Lavington because I'm speaking to the diaspora team, and you visited our Equity Afya Mandera, with all due respect, or even Meru, where I come from, you'll only notice you're in Meru, or you're in Mandera, or you're in Lavington when you leave the Equity Afya premises. How do I say that? The services in Equity Afya are the same. We treat every member of the community with dignity because that is what we believe in, is based on our core values as the bank. And how do you achieve this? We achieve through standardization, and the standardization is managed from head office. That is where I sit with a team of other colleagues. So we come up with policies and procedures that are adhered to in terms of provision of this quality healthcare. We have barely scratched the ground. Our target is to have 1,000 clinics by the year 2030. And I can tell you I've never seen 2030 closer to my birthday, like this year, and I celebrated my birthday last week, because I just noticed in the next 5 years, and I know I'll still probably be speaking to retirees in the diaspora here, you'll be saying 5 years ago, you're at 147. Have you hit 1,000 mark? My kind request as I go to sit, because my 1 minute is over, please give us your people, we take care of them. One of the things that drives our clinics, they are run by your doctors, the doctors whom you allowed us as members of the communities to train through the Equity Leadership Program. So when these doctors come to train with us, they qualify as medical doctors. I do not think there is anybody who understands the needs of a community than a person who has grown up in that community. So when these doctors grow up, and each one of us has an ambition. For me, I wanted to become a banker growing up. So the many years I've been a banker, I've never struggled to wake up to go to work because I'm doing what I wanted to do when I was a young girl. These doctors wanted to become doctors, and each one of them has a story, and I was just wishing that my colleague, Dr. Boniface, would be here to listen to his storyline, but there's still more opportunities for us to keep engaging. They always had a dream of growing up to become medical doctors, and when they had this dream, they would always say, the day I will qualify as a medical doctor from Wajir, I understand what my team in Wajir needs. The day I become a medical doctor in Kakuma, because I've had the privilege of traveling locally, I hope now that I'm in the books of Alex, I'll not only travel with him from the comfort of my couch, like Hannah's been doing, but I'll now travel with him globally and have this message of Equity Afya known. They had a dream, and they know the needs of those communities. So when they open these clinics, they don't struggle. It's a takeoff. The members of the community are transforming lives. We have seen ourselves have a very big impact. There are places that before Equity Afya was opened, they were prone to very many challenges, and these challenges have all been addressed. Maybe to highlight some areas, they are prone to snake bite at night. And you'd imagine now when the clinics closed at 5, what would happen after 5 o'clock? And what happens to snake bite, scorpion bite? Those things happen at night. I don't know what happens with darkness, but darkness is really dark. So that is where Equity Afya comes in, analyze that need of the community, and decide the mode of clinic to open up. We currently have 22 that are offering 24-hour services, and the main reason is to provide that need that is very intense in the communities. The other 122, less than 22, are doing straight shift. So this is a welcome note. Please come to our clinics. When you come, you find a wide variety of services. There is a curative care, there is a preventive care, and the wellness space. And I want to request that each one of us, please don't leave here without your health matrix that is free in partnership with Champs Media. Leave here with your wellness calling and keep in touch with us. We have solutions for everybody, even the teenagers and every member of our community. So thank you, Alex, for your time. I hope next time I'll have time to take you more of what you do, and bless you all, both Kenyans in the room and those in their diaspora space. Thank you.
Asante sana. Thank you so much. And as I said, we have so much to do together, and the journey has just begun. So, Patrick, quickly, Chege, you'll give us some 20 minutes. Then I think Raf will be online. We come to you later. Is that fine? Yeah, that's fine. So, Elijah, we can have a quick one on brain drain or brain gain. And I want to introduce, I need to be assisted on the seats, because that's now we are going to a quick panel discussion. And remember, you have raffle tickets, so you need to remain around to see if you win a ticket. And is Raf online? Yeah, so this will be real quick, and so I'll do quick introductions, who is coming. But again, when they're opening up, they'll say briefly what they do in the interest of time. And I like those who have remained for this session as we wind up. So, Elijah Oenga. So, simama watu wakuone. Mpigie Elijah makofi. So, Elijah is an ex-UK returnee. And he's an expert in management and planning, strategy, helping you to settle, to do your plans and do business. That is what Elijah does. So he will be our moderator here, so I'm introducing him first. Elijah has invested back home. He has a resort in Ongatarongai, known as Ubuntu. So make a point of searching where Ubuntu is and visit there, take your family there. He's invested there. We will be featuring him on Daring Abroad very soon, so you'll get a moment on Daring Abroad. Thank you so much, Elijah. We'll also have Wambui Gaitha, who will expound a little more. She's a returnee from the US and a realtor and a strategist in just, thinking outside the ordinary, is it? Thinking outside the ordinary. Quickly, you will introduce very briefly in a minute when Elijah calls you, so I'm making it real quick. And then we have Jacinta Wamboi, an ex-Sweden returnee. So, Elijah, take your space. I don't know where you'll be. We could make a little curve, Mr. Mike, the last seats, so just a little curve. So, Wamboi, take your seat quickly, and call your colleagues who are still outside to just come in as we wind up. Wamboi, Gaitha, thank you so much. Karibu, there are stairs there. Jacinta, Karibu, yeah. Jacinta was a nurse in Sweden. She came back and she's supporting many people in caregiving, and she has a children's home in Nakuru. Jacinta hapo, and then it's Dominic Mwenja in the house. Dominic, if he can be called. As Dominic comes, Dr. Johnston Miheso. Karibu Johnston Miheso, obstetrician with experience from the UK. Going to the UK, was it brain drain or brain gain? Quickly, and then Boniface from Stable Health Foundation. Ebenezer, is Boniface here? Yes, quickly. Alienda kuwa mwanafunzi kule Maju, ni daktari, is part of the Stable Health Foundation, and thank you so much, Boniface. So I will continue as I think Professor Dominic Mwenja is chair of the Karibu, Karibu sana. I think you could, there's a seat here remaining for balance maybe. Will you reach? Yeah. Former CEO, Mater Hospital, former president of Miramar, California University, president of a university in California. He has many, many hats to wear. And this is our quick panel discussion. And quickly, I believe you'll be able, in a summary, to really just say where you are and why you came back. And going Maju, was it brain drain or brain gain? Kwako, Elijah.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you for bringing the ship this far. I heard you were the captain in the morning. And as usual, even when they're offering a buffet, the juicy part is always at the end. So you saw, you get the mashakura, then at the end you get the nice things, yeah? So the panel had to be positioned at the very end because this is the juicy part of the day. Makofi kwa Alex and team so far. Thank you. And before I even allow the panel to introduce themselves, I really want to say one thing. Sitting here the whole day, listening to everybody, I was just wondering, what if we swapped all these people today and they went to parliament? What kind of Kenya and Africa will we be creating? The greatest minds are actually in these rooms. You guys know what to do. You've done it. You're not just talking. You've done it. So Alex, thank you for allowing us to begin talking to each other, not at each other. And I hope these diaspora returnee forums will create not silos like we've been. Everyone is building something beautiful, but on their own, you are the blue band. You're bringing us together. And I'm telling you, we'll begin seeing diaspora banks, sports centers of NBA and Olympic level. And from this panel, I'm sure you will hear some of these great ideas emanating. So my name is Elijah Oenga, a returnee from the UK, came back in 2013, worked at Kabarak University, lectured in business school. I was also the procurement manager. I then started up my own consulting firm in strategy, which continues to run today. But some of the most exciting things I've been able to do, I started a special needs school called Heaven Cottage, later set up Rustic Heaven restaurants. I have one in Lavington and Rongai, and currently, very proud of Ubuntu Ecolodge. We've been able to transform an arid space into a beautiful ecosystem. And I'll be inviting all of you to come to Ubuntu, but in the meantime, follow us on our pages. So I'll start with my extreme left. That is me. Professor Mwenja is to my extreme right. Kindly do a quick introduction, everybody 30 seconds, before we have a very quick, juicy discussion, brain drain or brain gain. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'm really impressed that you guys stayed until this late. That's the love for Bwana Chamwanda. This is my second show. We did that last year with Mama. It was very nice, and we are very excited to be here. This is really good. Now, where do I start? My journey starts way in California 35 years ago, San Diego, California. Went through academics, became a professor, was a vice chancellor or president of a university for 10 years. And then about 13 years ago, just like my brother there, I decided it's time for me to come back. Exactly 2013, 2014. Since then, I've done quite a few things. I did consulting. I was the CEO at Mater Hospital. Now I've been the chairman of the Central Bank of Kenya Pension Fund. And we like to pride ourselves that we are the best managed pension fund in Eastern Central Africa. Based on that, there are other things that I'm starting right now, which is major consultancies in wealth creation, combined with ESG and SDGs, so that we do not only take care of our environment and our social, but we also take care of the wealth creation. I also founded what we call Miramar International Foundation. We do climate resilient food production systems in Kenya, Zambia, and Ethiopia. We're in 3 countries. We work with all the major donors to make sure that people don't go hungry because there's no rain or we don't have fertile soil. That means Africa can feed itself. And that's been my biggest thing. I also founded a college which is called Miramar International College, which is in Kikuyu. I never stay away from education. Once you've been around education. So I've been around education, wealth management at the central bank, environmental issues, and governance issues. So mine has been a whole circle of things, and I'm excited to be here, and it's good to see you guys, and what we bring back is a brain gain. We get drained when we go, we gain when we come back.
Feel free to appreciate him. A round of applause. And thank you for the service to your country. Go ahead, 30 seconds each.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Boniface Makori. Perhaps I'm the youngest in this panel. I am a returnee from the UK. I completed my master's. I left Kenya for a master's program funded fully by the Commonwealth Scholarship Program or Scholarship Commission. Worked and stayed there, studied, had opportunity to be the president of the international students at the university, but then again decided to come back. To come back because of the love that we all have for this country, as we've listened since morning, and that is particularly in the health sector. We noticed that there is a gap, as Bora just presented. If you are keen on the slides, you will have noticed that 74% of all diseases that we have are non-communicable diseases. And that is a problem that we all have. When we speak of Kenya alone, of all hospital admissions, you'll be surprised to know that 51% of them are non-communicable diseases. So we speak of diabetes, hypertension, cancer, and so on and so forth. So that problem is what made me to come back to Kenya. We had co-founded Stable Health Foundation back in 2017 when I was completing university together with Dr. Boniface Onsongo, who is around. And we have been doing great work in ensuring that we do not focus on treatment, but we focus on prevention. So that is what we've been doing, and we'll speak more to what we are doing as Stable Health Foundation in terms of health promotion, health education, wellness checkups, and so on and so forth.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Boniface. Two presidents there. I was also a student president, so 3 presidents on this table. Were you a president?
Not at all. I'd like to be one when I grow up. So good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Dr. Johnston Miheso. I'm a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist in Nairobi, currently in private practice, but I work as part-time lecturer at Aga Khan Hospital. I'm a returnee from the UK. I know a lot of us have never had a session like this. I'd like to thank Chams Media most sincerely for having me today. Most of the time when we meet, we're meeting on labor ward or doing pap smears, and this is a very scary thing. And a few guys swear at us, but today you are smiling, and I like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr.
All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Wamboi Gaitha. I run. Can you hear me now? Okay, great. My name is Wamboi Gaitha. I run the Regal Africa Group, where we help our clients invest in real estate, and we also offer wealth advisory services. I am a diaspora returnee, so born and raised in Kenya, but I spent about 15 years in California, just like him, but I was in Los Angeles. And the last year I spent in San Francisco doing my MBA. And a lot of people always ask, why did you come home? And I keep saying, Africa is calling its children back home. Whether you were born on the continent, whether you're an African American, Africa needs us. So I totally believe in brain gain. The reason we left, I left at the time when it was the Moi era, so we were all running away. But at the time I got our education, made some money, and knew that I could transform Africa using the knowledge that I had, using the treasures of the money that I made, and say that life is beyond just making money. after you've made money, you need impact. And I believe the story of Africa will be told by its children, whereby we'll see transformation through trade and investment. So it's my passion, it's why I came here, and I've always said the 3 demographics that would win to make sure that we have transformation in this world are the women of Africa, the youth of Africa, and the African diaspora. So I'm very excited to be here and to share more about the work that we do. The one thing I was just gonna say, I am a registered estate agent in Kenya. A lot of people don't know that for you to do the work of buy, selling, letting, and property management in Kenya, you have to be registered by the government of Kenya through the Estate Agents Registration Board. But typically, people in this country don't follow rules, and so everyone in this country is a broker. But because we want people to build wealth the right way, I will be talking more about working with professionals like registered estate agents, and also the work that I do as a private wealth advisor, whereby I work with you and your family organization to make the right decisions. There's so many investment options, but the question is, what do you invest in and why? So I'll be talking more about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Last one, please.
Hamjambo wote.
Jambo.
I would like to speak in Swahili, but I'm sorry, Kiswahili si mzuri. My name is Jacinta Irimo Njoroge. I am a returnee from Sweden. I left this country when I was a young lady. I've lived about 49 years in Sweden, or rather around the world. I've worked both in Sweden, Zambia, Swaziland, then went back to Sweden. I think I fell in love with the snow, not with the country, but the snow. In Sweden, I've been working as a nurse. Mostly the last years I worked as a geriatric nurse, and most of people would think, okay, you work with the elder people. I think because I was old and I was getting to that age, I'm over 70 years. And when I came back, before I came back to Kenya, I came back in late 1999, I came to Kenya, and of some reasons, I went visiting hospitals. I don't know what brought me to do that, but having worked in the Ministry of Health, you want to see what other people working in your ministry are doing in the country. And out of the blues, I found children left by parents who have passed on because that's when AIDS was so, it didn't have a cure or rather prevention. So kids were being left in the hospital. And that touched my heart. It broke me so much to see these small children being left behind. So of no parental reason, I decided, my daughter, who is now 35, told me, Mom, why don't we start a home for these kids? And I was like, I live abroad and I live here, but somehow it came to my mind I could help them. So year 2000, I came back, started a children's home. And I named it after my mother. It's called Phyllis Wambui Memorial Children's Home. And up to now, it's 25 years ago. And from that time, I've taken care of, I can call it more than 500 children. And the elder ones, they have finished.
Yeah, thank
we'll
you.
Come back to that.
Yeah, we'll come. Okay. We'll get to that. Thank you. I think we give a round of applause. 45 years away is not just a wink. That's a very, very long time. When President Kibaki took office, he made an impassioned plea and asked Kenyans to come back home, and build this country. President Ruto recently has been saying, we would like to create jobs locally and abroad. I would love to get our young people to explore the world and come back and build Kenya. Dr. Mwenja, should we be packing our bags to leave, or should we be packing our bags to come back? Should we, those who've never traveled, should they stay put here? What's your take, having seen that your experience spans many fields?
I think for me, it's a mixed bag. And I'll give you an example of Vietnam. I worked in Vietnamese government for quite a while when I was running one of the universities there as well. One of the things that they actually started doing, the program that we did, was to train for export. And we did that for like 10, 15 years. When you train for export, while at the same time expanding the economies locally so they can create jobs, we have enough young people who can work all over the world to get experiences and get exposure. We also have all these young people in this country that also cannot be able to go outside the country. So we need to expand both the local job creation mechanism so that more and more of our people are employed locally. And I'll give you an example. China, where China is today, is as a result of what you just asked. About 15, 20 years ago, more than 80% of the PhD students in STEM in American universities were Chinese. A lot of Chinese students. They send them, they send them, they send them, they send them. And then after they finish, they came back, they came back, they came back, they came back. And that's how China was able to take off the way it has taken off. Now, when it reached a certain critical mass, that was around 2005, the Chinese economy was about $6.7 trillion at that time. Then after that, they realized they need to get this huge middle class that's growing and double that middle class by deliberately investing in the local economies for expansion of the middle class. Unbeknownst to you, I am the one who wrote the bottom-up that Ruto used for the elections.
Oh, wow. Makofi kidogo.
It was written by myself and another professor called Professor Muruku, and we gave it to some of his people, and overnight they dropped the wheelbarrow and the bottom-up became the mantra. And the whole idea is you create jobs at the bottom, you take as many people in the middle as possible, you expand the middle class. By expanding the middle class, you're bringing more people in the tax-paying bracket. That is the 70 million Americans in the baby boom generation that grew up the American economy. Once we've done that, Chinese realized that's what they needed to do, which is what Africa needs to do. And that's why when I listen to all these diaspora returnees, they have all these fantastic ideas about creating jobs and creating things. We have to start creating stuff in order for us to expand. China expanded at a rate where by 2015, the economy was 13.3 trillion. They doubled the economy in 10 years because of focusing on the creation of a larger middle class, impacting on job creation in the country, and also exporting the Chinese capital, which you see now in all these countries, and that money going back to China, and they're buying all these things from China to come and do all these investments that they are doing. So that's a recipe that has worked.
Yep.
So we need people to go out. We also need the government and our people and all of you here to create jobs so that we absorb as many people as possible in the what we call economic citizenship.
Professor is keeping us in the middle. He's saying you can go, but you come back. I'll throw it to the other end. I would like to deal with extreme ends and check. He speaks and you wonder all that knowledge in one mind, in one brain. And I listened to you 45 years out there, many different countries. Is it all easy? You know, sometimes we remain in Kenya here and we always imagine, I remember as a young boy always thinking, I want to fly out. Is it all easy or is it sweat and blood? How do you get there?
Thank you very much for that. Going abroad, everyone thinks it's a dream. I will tell you people, it's not a dream. When I first arrived in Sweden, the first thing I got was a shock. I arrived in February '76, and everywhere was snow. And to me, I've never seen snow. I read it in school, but I didn't know what it was, so I thought it was salt. And I was so excited in the morning when I landed. I wanted to feel this salt. These people are so rich, only to find out it was not. It was cold. The second shock I got is when I was going to get the train, because there was no other means of transport. And the first person I asked in my English, my broken Kenyan English, excuse me, sir, could you show me the train station? And everyone was like, Ingen engelska. No English. Because everybody spoke Swedish. I couldn't hear the news, I couldn't read the newspaper, and I couldn't talk to anybody. So you are like damp when you're going around. And then I was shown where to go to school. I got lost one day. when going to school. And I didn't know where to go. The first person I saw was a policeman. So I told this policeman, I gave the address because I knew they couldn't speak English. So I showed my card. This is where I'm staying. And this policeman, they looked at me, they think, this one can't be leaving that address because this was an area for the rich Swedes. But funny enough, they put me in the car, they took me to the address where I was staying, and they waited outside to see if I could really open that door, to see if I was really going home. And when I opened and got inside, they were like, oh, she lives there. So they had to go back. The third problem I had, every morning I had to get a shovel and clean the snow to be able to go out. Here I'm used to sunshine. When you get out of the house, it's sunshine. You go, you put your turkeys or your slippers, you go to wherever you're going. There you have to be dressed, so many coats, plus you have to shovel.
You can imagine Africa, we always have almost the whole year to work. You can work January to January. Most of these countries, they have a very limited window to work because sometimes winter is so harsh and they are not able to work. Daktari, what are some of the key ingredients that while you are out there, you are able to build up and now they work better for you now that you are back here? What are some key 3 things that you picked up being abroad that are working for you in your, in Aga Khan or in your life generally?
For me, the short answer to whether it's brain gain or brain drain is actually clear. I've listened to everybody who has spoken today, and I think it's clearly brain gain. One of the things about me when I went outside the country, I had no doubt in my mind that I wanted to come back, and I wanted to pick special skills that are not available here. So my story started with after internship, and I wanted to do postgraduate. And you can't get postgraduate in Kenya unless you have worked for 3 years, unless that course is not offered locally. And I knew about the training locally. So actually went against the grain to look for postgraduate training. The topmost thing that I gained was actually just the skills that were not available here. You saw on the program that I'm a urogynecologist. That's a specialist in pelvic floor and bladder problems. And I was the pioneer returnee with those skills. So I've been able to teach and mentor students in Aga Khan University.
Feel free to clap now and again, I mean, when people...
Thank you. So I feel I've had an impact because I've trained specialists who have gone outside and training and treating our ladies, and they look after my wife, my auntie when they get older. But I like one of the speakers earlier on who talked about the soft skills, integrity, just simple things about life that you don't find locally. I really want everybody to have a chance to see how other systems work and maybe transfer those skills back home, as Professor said. Just the fact that something that used to make me appreciate society, when a pregnant lady walks into a bus and you're sitting down, you actually stand up to let her sit down. Simple things. I think I can't explain more than that.
Wow, that's really good. A lot of diaspora returnees complain, even traffic. We are not very good to let anyone pass. You know, we fight on the road. Daktari, next to Daktari, he's brought us there. Continue that conversation a little further. When you come back, you set up a business. So what positioned you, what made you ready to set up that business after returning home? And what are some of the challenges you faced before I come to you to extend that conversation?
Thank you so much, Mr. Wenga. When you come home, how do you start? What are the challenges that you face? One of the challenges that we have as a country is lack of proper systems. And I think as diasporians and returning diasporians, we will all agree that systems here in Kenya are not the same as systems out there. We are used to things working, the transport system working, the healthcare system working, everything working. But then you come home, all of a sudden, you come back to what is not working. So that is one of the challenges that when setting up a business, you face. And I think you need to perhaps grow a thick skin and just pursue what what your mind, is telling you to do back in the country. Number two is when you have set your mind that you want to do something, especially maybe we are in the health sector with Daktari, you realize that you need partners. And you can't do this alone. For example, in Stable Health Foundation, we don't work alone. We work with Equity Afia, we work with the Karen Hospital, we work with CareCall. You need partners. So what will make you successful when you're coming back home? What are the roots? What are the networks that you established while you were still in the country and while you were out there? That is what will make you successful.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. I come to you now, picking up that linear thought. African countries continue to grow because it's come, he set up a business, there are some challenges here and there. But when you look at Africa, there are more than 10 countries with a growth rate of more than 6% on the GDP per year. This is unheard of in Europe and America. Those countries grew stagnant eons back. And you are advising people on wealth creation. Where can we create wealth? Is Africa positioned to create wealth for us, or should we be boarding planes back to the West and to Europe?
That's a good question, and I'm asked about it all the time. I think if you want to create wealth in the next decades, you should be in Africa. Everyone is coming to Africa. In the US, like I mentioned before, I was a banker, and I worked for Bank of America, which is one of the largest banks in the world. And those are some of the reasons I came back home, because it's about following the money, following the opportunities. If you see the smart minds of the world are coming to Africa, and we're busy running away, we're not on the same level, we're not thinking the same. Now, for me, of course, because I lived in the diaspora, I understand why we should send, or the opportunities that are out there. But I think it's quite different when you're going for opportunities where you can learn, experience, and come back home. The conversation that we've been seeing, and I see this with government, don't mind me, is we're sending our children out there for just anything and nothing to come back home. In fact, when I was doing my MBA, I looked at the statistics at that time. About 50–60% of MBA students in the US were Asians. About 30–40 were Europeans, and only 2–3% were African Americans or blacks. MBA students, business leaders are the ones who run this world, right? Even government deals with business leaders. So we are not positioning ourselves, we are not doing the right thing. So two things I would like to add about that. One is you have to study and know what's going on in the world and understand why they're coming home. If they're coming to Africa, which is home, look at what they're doing, right? So for us, we've noticed, we say there are two things we're talking about. No, three things. One, you need to be in trade. Like I mentioned about, I think the opportunity to transform Africa is through trade and investments. We have an opportunity of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, all right? So even when we're looking about exporting things, right, we need to think beyond Kenya, we need to think beyond East Africa, we need to think about Africa. Right now, for me who knew this US and studied it, AGOA is no longer there. So trying to export to the US, trying to export to Europe, those things are challenging, but the opportunity is Africa. So I think for us, we need to think, what are the opportunities here? Even if you go out there, you can go out there, but make sure that you are finding the opportunity here. The last thing, and I know I don't have too much time, is this. One of the things that I noticed that is a problem with Africa, and I've been trying to change it, and I'm very happy that Chams Media is doing, and also Wakesho. The image of Africa, the stories we tell, the narratives. Growing up, we're all told to get out of Africa. And as we're getting out of Africa, the rest of the world is coming here. We need to change the narrative. We need to share great stories. And that is how we're going to make money. And yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I keep saying, feel free to clap when someone drops nuggets. Yeah? Interesting that you are very engaged at very high levels in this country. Do you suggest that government is missing critical opportunities to engage with these people sat here, because the ideas in this room, I think, will give Central Bank of Kenya a run for their money. Just, we are used to currency, but the brain and mental currency that we possess as people who've come back from the diaspora will be very useful in even running the legal system. Law is law. I mean, I lived in the UK 7 years. I never once saw anyone bribe a police. Do you know how powerful that is? That the police equalizes me and the prime minister. Once the prime minister's car was clamped, and it was on the news, are there critical opportunities for governments in Africa to harness the power of the diaspora and make it a brain gain rather than a brain drain?
I'll give you an example. South Korea. In 1967, the president of South Korea, President Park, realized that Korea will not be able to grow and develop with all these fantastic brains in Europe, in Japan, and America. Deliberately, he did what we call a reverse brain drain program, where he went across the entire of Europe and America and encouraged all the professionals in South Korea, come back and let's build South Korea together. You hear Kenyans and others saying in the 60s, Korea and Kenya were at the same level. But what changed is the mindset. There is nothing magical about development. It's all about changing the mindset and getting a focus on delivering on job creation and employment. Now, the Koreans told the president, President Park, now, he went to Yale, he went to all the Ivy League schools. They told them, now, I'm at Yale, I'm at MIT, but we don't have an MIT in South Korea. What am I going to do? He told them, now, we are going to put the necessary structures to allow you to bring back your expertise so that you can cross-fertilize your ideas with the native Korean ideas and grow the country. That's how Korea Institute of Technology was born. It took 20 years for Korea to become a developed country by mid-1980s. Now, it is possible for Africa. We just have to embrace the diversity of thought, the creativity of our people, and get the mass movement of people from the lower class to the middle class through very, very, very pointed investments. In the US, just 1 minute, in the US, the Small Business Administration has helped to make America what America is today. And I keep on saying the people who have grown America is not the Walmarts and those guys and big guys that have 100,000 employees. No, it is the little guy who has 10, 15 people, and all of those came from the communities, the community colleges. And that's why we say the A students will work for the C and D students. The B students will work for government, because who needs a lawyer is a business owner.
Thank you.
Who is the most likely to become a business owner is the guy who went to community college and they are ready to get their hands dirty. So we need to figure out how do we move this population from here to the middle so that they can create jobs.
Professor is so eloquent, stopping him feels like self-harm. I just want to listen to him. I don't know. Alex, next time give us 2 hours. You gave the juicy part to the last end. And I don't even know how to conclude this because I wanted to hear more from this panel up here. I feel very pained when we are celebrating China Square opening all over. Then you go cooking boards, toothpicks. That is the real brain drain. That a country with professors of this caliber that we are importing from. This is the Italian suits. We go eat pizzas. We need to go like Nigeria. We should wear African attire like professor so that grandmother at home, has something. The real brain drain is happening locally within our own eyes because we are consuming everything imported while killing local industries. And that is my take, that is a real brain drain. I will allow everyone 10 seconds. What one thing will you do to change, the outcomes of our country if you were given the chance? One thing that you've learned abroad that you can share with these guys here and they can go home and say, I learned this from Dr. Miheso. One thing.
Should I start?
Yeah.
Thank you.
10 seconds. 10
health
seconds.
systems need to improve. We are in the health sector, and if we are to improve the health of people, we need our health systems to work. And that is what we do at Stable Health Foundation. We want to ensure that health systems are working. We want to ensure that since health is individualized, health is not a corporate thing. My health is my
wealth.
health, my wealth.
Thank you.
And it is mine personally. So let health systems work, and we will all be wealthy to make money and bring the money back
and
home.
pay taxes to KRA there somewhere.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
For me, I think politics has messed up this country. We have all these brains, but we are not going anywhere because we have no platform to change the country. I don't know whether this can change in a minute, but Professor gave the wrong people the nice
document.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's not the, that's politics. We can't speak too much. One thing you can bring back and share with them.
The last thing I want to say is really that if we are going to build wealth on in this country or on this continent, we have to think as a collective. Nobody grows alone. And we're Africans. We understand the collective power of one another, but we have to do it in a structured manner. So think about collective investment schemes. Think about joint ventures and collective investment. And the last thing, with everything that you do, it's not only about money. Give back. Be an angel investor. Think business. No one grows alone. We do it as a collective. Thank you.
What I would like to change in this country, if I had the chance, is how we take care of our children. And all of you here, you are either mothers or fathers or uncles or aunties. But look at your background. Have you ever seen a child who is loitering around, dirty, not eating or not going to school? Ask yourself that question. Why? What do we call those children? Chokora. There is no child who is called chokora or motherless. Every child has a father or a mother. Well, if you go to the streets of Nairobi in the middle of the night, go to the bus stops, you see a small child selling sweets, 5-year-old. Why? And somewhere there is a mother behind, not a father. And I'm not accusing the fathers. You're all very good. But there's a mother behind sending that child to look for something to eat. That child does not go to school. What are we creating? A generation of brainless. These kids, they would like to go to school. They are very intelligent, but don't have a chance. And that's one reason I built Fidesz Wambui Memorial Children's Home, to educate our children. Today I'm educating more than 133. Not a single help from the government.
Thank you.
I have KRA, Safaricom, Lions Nakuru, APSA Nakuru West. Those are the few people, and the churches. What about you people? What are you doing? Take one child, educate a child.
Thank you. Thank
you very much.
Alex, I would love to challenge Chams Media kindly. Let's organize a day. Everyone here, we go visit this lovely lady and join her in the good work she's doing.
Thank you.
On behalf of the panel.
I have my 10 seconds.
Oh, you have your 10 seconds. Alex, now give us 20 seconds, Alex.
20 seconds.
10 for you, 10 for me.
Thank you. We have 3 constants in life, and we get this right, we will get this country and this continent right. Number 1, healthcare. I have been a CEO of the 3rd largest private hospital in this country, and I know the issues of healthcare. We fix healthcare, we start fixing our people. Number 2, agriculture. We feed our people, we start having a healthy, well-fed population that's creative. Number 3, education. We get that right, we'll get a lot of other things right. All these other things that surround that ecosystem, they're auxiliary services to a healthy and a well-fed group of citizens, and this country can go places.
Thank you very much. I really hope that your brain has gained from this panel, and that you will tell a friend to tell a friend that this country needs all the voices, all the hands on deck. Our friends, our white brothers are running towards Africa. No one wants to invest in the West. The biggest investment people right now in Africa, even their pension funds, are investing in Africa. But we are telling Africans to go to ships and swim across valleys with crocodiles to go to a country. Trump doesn't want us there. Europe doesn't want us there. It is time we start creating opportunities in Africa by getting good leadership in positions and fighting corruptions. If we sort the three issues he's informed us about, then we sort leadership and how we choose that leadership. Africa has the biggest, and I know we keep saying this, it's a feel-good statement, but those of you who've traveled abroad and have come back, you know that Africa was God's last born, imbued with everything, from the flora and fauna to the big five. We earn billions of dollars just because we have lions. Did you place them there? No other continent earns money for just being. Africa is the leading continent in earning from tourism, especially from things God gave us. So let's work on our leadership, let's work on our education, and we have a beautiful continent and country called Kenya that we can all thrive. There is enough for everyone's need, not for everyone's greed. From the panel and I, thank you very much for listening to us.
I have asked for just 30 seconds from him because of what this brother just said. Europe is going through deindustrialization. Note that. It's going through what? Deindustrialization. Factories are closing in Germany and other countries because they are operating under capacity. Right now, I'm working with German companies that want to come and relocate their productive capacity here. The same thing that the US did with maquiladoras in Mexico, and then they moved to China. Europe is looking for places to take their production and productive capacity. If you have connections, let's all get together and see how we can bring some of these industries here, and we start producing here for this country, for this continent, and for this market.
I think, Alex, you'll have to host this panel online one day. Thank you, guys.
Tuwapigie makofi. Mnaona wale wamevaa the same. Did you notice our gracious ladies are dressed similar? Tuwapigie makofi. Then, did you know that Dr. Miheso was my classmate? You didn't know? Alikuanga mutafu. A's, straight A's. Wow. And Miheso will tell you, I was the most quiet in the class. Yani, a guy who can't kill a fly. So Akina Miheso used to wonder, what happened? I know, what happened? Because so quiet. I don't know. Yeah, you can guess for yourself. This is very interesting, and it's a challenge that really, it's what, you know, someone was telling me, Alex, I mean, it's very interesting that you can have an attentive audience like this at this time. So you invited it. Those who were there last year, remember you said open the forum, because last year it was by invitation. You remember, Prof, by invitation. One of the recommendations in the meeting, open, invite people. So we opened. So we are glad that after opening, we've seen this. Then we will remodel. Patrick is very good at modeling things, and next time we'll see how it pans out. And thank you all those who've been supporting us. Ladies and gentlemen, situlitaka na hii forum ni yetu wote. So there are 3 remaining people to present at least 3 minutes each so that they can feel value. And Dr. Onsongo, I see you are back. Boniface, Simama, watu wakuone. So your colleagues have talked. Wave, Dr. Onsongo, wave to the crowd. Tumpigie makofi. He's been very supportive in mobilizing attendance from doctors, and we really value that. Mobilizing to have Equity Afya here and a Stable Health Foundation. And soon, as I said, you'll be seeing a podcast done in collaboration with the Stable Health Foundation. Allow me to introduce quickly, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Gaku, Derek Gaku. Derek is a partner in Champs. You'll be seeing him also quite frequently. And he has a unique concept where we've heard about real estate, but he has a unique real estate real estate that is in the cloud. Clouds or cloud, I don't know. Clouds or cloud. That you can own an apartment huku. You know, kuna ile physical apartment, but kuna some apartments maju huku. I'm not, maju means kwa hewa. So Derek, kindly tell us what is your concept. And his company is Syscom. Karibu Derek. Tumpigie Derek makofi.
Good evening, everyone. I feel like this is a math lesson after PE. But I'm going to try to be not very technical. I'm from the technical background. My name is Derek Gaku. 7 years in technology, traveled 20 countries. I had a very interesting experience in Southeast Asia. I saw what was happening there in technology. Right, I think you can play the next slide. Telecom, financial services, and then now cloud. Okay, so cloud is not up there. It is actually a bunch of high-performance servers that sit in something called a data warehouse. And that's what we do at Syscom. We are regulated as a data control and data processor by the Office of Data Protection, which means we can process and store data on behalf of companies. And what we are now doing is that we are enabling investors to help us supply that cloud, right? So I think the prof talked about a lot of industries that we should focus on and really work very hard. I look at technology as one of the ways we can leapfrog a lot of these industries. As an example, in the 90s, financial services inclusion was less than 10%. Today it's 88% thanks to M-Pesa, technology company, right? So the reality is this. In the markets we've worked in, like in the US, we've seen a lot of big news around technology, right? So technology, according to the facts, returns 18 to 25%, right? It is the only industry that has a higher multiplier effect. Number 2, biotechnology, healthcare innovation. Number 3, financial services, real estate, and energy. And the facts are there. If you look at on the further right, these are companies we know, right? NVIDIA, today is a big deal, $5 trillion company, infrastructure and technology. Microsoft, cloud company. Apple, tech company. As a matter of fact, if Africa, as a whole continent, was a tech company at $2.8 trillion, it will actually be number 4. So one company, twice our GDP. It is called the innovation economy, all right? So I know a lot of us have been asking ourselves, we want to invest in technology, right? And the question has been, how? And this is what exactly we do at Syscom. Next slide, please. So at Syscom, we provide companies, SMEs, financial services, data analytics companies, with what we call infrastructure solutions. So data warehouses, just like houses, they host data. So think about your storage, images, how your bank is able to provide you an application to be able to do online transactions. So all those sit on something called a high-performance server that is co-located in a data center, all right? So in Kenya today, what is driving demand for these solutions in the market is data sovereignty. So the Data Protection Commission mandates companies to host data inside the country. And this is an advantage. Data sovereignty is an advantage because when we do AWS and all these guys, our data is offshored. It is benefiting those companies, not our companies. This is something we want to change. The second thing is financial services that are needing low latency. Number 3, artificial intelligence that is needing high compute, right? And number 4, SMEs that are going through aggressive digitization. So next slide, please. So how this really works is this. We procure high-performance servers, co-locate them. As a business sits on that server, they pay rent, lease, fees every month. So you save, the business doesn't need to burn CapEx buying servers, right? So they can just plug and play. The same way they don't need to build offices in Westlands. So that's why it's real estate in the cloud. So now what we have done, next slide please, is that we have now made it possible for investors to now come and own these high-performance servers, GPU nodes, and run the same model. So in this case, we become your real estate agent. You invest in the high-performance server, we manage it for you, we make sure it is in a data center, sitting in Kenya, running 100%, 9.99% uptime, right? The business is sitting on that server, it is paying lease income, right? The lease income net costs is what you get in fixed monthly income, right? See on your apartment. All right, so so next, let me run through this a lot, but I'll just run through. Next slide, please. I will show you how this works in reverse. Next slide, please. Next. Just this slide, please. So that is one of the things you own. That is a high-performance server, right? So it costs what, $15,000 all the way to $5,000, depending on the power of the compute required, right? And we're also getting into GPUs. So you could own one of these. So this would be like 15K USD, buy, collocate, supply. Next, please. So it is not, so this is what we do. We begin with demand first. So we will go to a financial service, like a bank. Tell them what is your compute requirement for the next 5 years. Next. I'll just show you in a while. Next. So this is one of our companies. It's an American Silicon Valley-based cloud company that sits on our infra. This is what we've supplied them as of now. Just 2025, we supplied them compute worth $54,000. They're just part of our customer base. Next. All right. So this is how it looks like. So this is a financial service company. On this side, very technical, right? App server, web server, nini. All that is translated into an investment opportunity. So that's what the investor puts down, right? Then we supply this company. Company benefits the market, win-win, right? They pay lease, rent. There's a revenue sharing model there. But the importance of this is not about the money. The importance of this is how do we build local technology ecosystems that can rival what is happening even in the Asian countries, right? Dubai is building a $1 trillion AI campus. Today, there's a $500 billion data center that is being built in the US. Amazon is downsizing to release funds to build compute. But what is happening in Africa? We're not doing very much. So if you're familiar with the American market, this is just a fact. America has 5,000 data warehouses. 3,300 of those in Virginia, right? Africa has less than 100. And Kenya has only 5 private data centers. They're also very much foreign funded. So we are making this an opportunity for you guys to participate in. We'll unlock so much opportunity in the innovation economy. It is the only way our children are going to work and get jobs in the tech market in Kenya. Because when we build them in Kenya shilling, when we make it local, when we make it affordable, when we put our data, our personal data in this country, then we reap intelligence from that data. And they say data is the new oil, right? So it is a 10, 20-year-old innovation economy vision, but we welcome you. We will show you how to participate in this opportunity. Today we are doing compute. We will do data center pods next, and then we will start to give you exposure directly to the companies themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Look for Derek. Look for Derek. He's here. He's still here, and you can invest in that space. Asante sana. Makofi kwa Derek tena. Quickly, KWS, quickly. Our partners, and they've given us many raffle tickets across the world, all the forums we've been doing, and what an opportunity to hear also today. And someone is going to win, I think it's 3. So introduce yourself and take it away.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you so much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alex Matimo. I work with, namesake here. I work with Kenya Wildlife Service. I'm in the Marketing and Business Development Department. Glad to be here, and it's a pleasure also being here. I think I'll take it from where the moderator, Bwana Oenga, left. He said that one of his closing remarks was that Kenya is known for flora, fauna, and the big 5. We are the people who take care of nature. Our role is basically conservation. So we conserve for prosperity. We conserve for Kenyans on your behalf and even for the generations to come. We don't want these animals to go extinct. We don't want the plants to go extinct. Due to time factor, I'm going to major on 3 points that are relevant to this forum. One is what we refer to as tourism and nature-based investment. Do you know that Kenya Wildlife Service manage about 34 national parks and national reserves, and you have opportunities to invest in these national parks and national reserves? We have sites which are ready for investment. In fact, the start of this year, we advertised 42 sites that have already been occupied. And toward the end of this year, we are going to advertise another 40, which are open for investment, ranging all the way from what we refer to as eco camps, gift shops, tourism experiences like zip lining and others. So we have quite a number of opportunities that are up for grab as we continue. And what happened is that these investment opportunities are available in terms of leases between 15 and 20 years, and you get quite a huge area, between 5 and 20 acres, depending on what you are going to construct. And after construction, we even give you a grace period before you start now paying what we refer to as the leases, which is charged annually. That is one. Number two, we also talk of wildlife utilization. Do you know that you can keep different animals and you are free to trade in them? And we have seen that it is an upcoming business. It can either be for trade, export, it can also be for recreation, or even for education purposes. So it is possible to keep animals, different animals, all the way from birds. We talk of the ostrich, the different ornamental birds. We talk of other animals like snails. And we have seen there is a huge demand for these, both for nutrition as well as for cosmetic values or pharmaceutical. And there are people who are doing this. You can also invest in these. We talk of the butterflies, insect, different insects, silkworm, cricket, and all these. And also you can do unique plants like the aloe vera. We talk of the sandalwood, pencil cedar wood, and all these. So there is a lot that we can do in what we refer to as wildlife utilization. There are opportunity. And this one, all you need is a license from Kenya Wildlife Service, and then from there you'll be in a position to trade in all these. So that is another opportunity that we can explore. And I'm glad because we are dealing with people who have one, home knowledge, you know how Kenya operates. We also have network outbound for internationally, so you can basically give us a lot of good investment. And also you know about the global investment, you have the exposure. Lastly, we talk of recreation. When you are here, you are free to visit the national parks and national reserves. We manage all these national parks all the way from 0 degrees above the sea level. We talk of the marine parks where you can swim with the dolphin in the Kisite Mpunguti. We go to Savos where you'll find the huge red elephants. We talk of Mount Kenya where you can literally touch the sky. It is the namesake of a nation. We talk of other unique parks like Ruma National Park where you find the endangered and the most, we say it is the rarest antelope in the world, because in Kenya, in fact, in Kenya, we have about 24 of them, which we refer to as the Rwanda antelope. You go to Meru National Park, which is it's a complete wilderness. You'll get both the big five as well as what we refer to as the special five of the north. So also you can yourself, you can visit the national park, and also you can invest in the tourism business. So there is a lot we can do. And also we appreciate that you can help us to market the nation outside through content creation, what you'll share with the other people who are in the diaspora. And my last call is that we welcome you, karibuni home, karibuni nyumbani, and welcome to Tutunze Pamoja. We tutunze mali yetu pamoja. So basically, welcome and let's together nurture our natural heritage. We are going, when we go to the level draws, we'll have 3 awards. We'll have accommodation. We have accommodation within our parks, which we refer to as Bugani Guest House. And the 3 of us are going to win. We'll have one in Savo West National Park, which accommodates up to 7 parks. And you'll get this for 2 nights. They're self-catering accommodation, but they are perfect. They are located near the water hole. So at night, you'll be in a position to see the animal. And then we'll also have one in Meru National Park. Meru is one of the less known and less visited parks, but it is very unique. We say that it competes with Masai Mara. It's only that we don't have wildlife, wildebeest migration. But when you talk of diversity, it is there. And we'll have a level for this. One of us will win accommodation in Kina Guest House, which take up to 10 parks for 2 days. And then lastly, we'll also market the western part of Kenya, where we have the Ruma National Park in Homa Bay, and these will have Oribi Guest House, which accommodate up to 5 people. Karibuni sana. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you for that offer. Very good. Tumpige makofi namesake. Alex, thank you so much. Last but not least, and these are great friends of Chams Media, we started journeying together when we were covering diaspora circles, and this was the first diaspora circle we covered was Kenya USA Diaspora Circle, and my friends who are going to give us a brief presentation were officials, so they are emeritus, and they do quite a bit in terms of investment, educating people, investment opportunities here and there. And I'm talking about the former chairman of Kenya USA Diaspora Circle, Ralph Kilondo, who is, believe, in Atlanta. He's currently Atlanta, is it? Yeah, Alana. So he's online. I think if he's online, we can bring him on to say hi. And the project they'll talk about is a project in Malindi, which I've covered before, Royal Tulia, and what is it for, who can benefit from this. So Ralph, you have about 3 minutes. You have a very attentive audience. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Bwana Alex Chamwada. Yes, indeed, we started this journey with you a couple of years ago, and not just yourself, most of those people who spoke today. Believe it or not, I have been listening to this conference since it started, 2 o'clock in the morning my time, and it's now about 11 o'clock during the day, so you can imagine how exhausted I am, but I have learned a lot. I've listened to what each of those panelists have said. Dr. Njoroge is a good friend of ours. I really appreciate the last conversation in the last panel that was in. Picking out from Omboe Gaitha, she said a few things that are actually what you're going to talk about right now. Yes, I'm the founder of the Kenya USA Diaspora Circle. I'm also the chair emeritus. And what we have done is we started the journey of investing in Kenya many years ago. And what an important title you have in the theme of today, where you're talking about beyond remittances. We have done a lot of remittances to Kenya for many, many purposes, and bringing in diaspora Kenyans globally together to become purposeful in what they're trying to contribute into the Kenyan economy, running into the millions of shillings for many, many years. So as we progressed and moved forward, me and a few of my fellow directors, Mr. Chege is actually on the ground right about now, he's going to speak up to me, came up together and we decided to carry with us a team or a group of investors, and this is where Omboe Gaitha is actually being referred to, because you talked about working collectively. So we have a team of about 100 diaspora investors who have come to Malindi and who are investing in a holiday away from home, a home away from home. What you're trying to do is we're putting up 2 and 3 bed units, high end, and we have about 12 penthouses. The place is actually about 40 to 50% sold out. And it's a concept that was actually developed by us diaspora ourselves, because this is where we want to come. And I'll tell you why we want to come and visit and be a part of the Kenyan dispensation as we move forward, because some of us have been in this country for too long. Our kids are big, as an example, and I'm using myself as a prime example of the diaspora team that you're bringing into the country. I have 4 children. My firstborn son is a pilot at American Airlines. My second-born child is a doctor at Emory. He's an anesthesiologist at Emory Hospital in Atlanta. My third-born is a is a banker, and the fourth-born is a Hollywood screen and movie writer. I want these kids to come to Kenya to get to know what Kenya is. Some of them were born in Kenya, and they don't know that history of Kenya. What they normally do is they go visiting other countries in the world to do tourism and other activities, because they're all over they keep on flying all over the place. But myself, David, and the other team members that we have, and all the investors that we have, are bringing to Kenya this particular group of Kenyan kids who are now adults to come and discover Kenya through Malindi, where we are putting up those units, where we are going to be home away from home, where these kids can also work remotely, because these are global citizens, they work from anywhere. We want these kids to come to Kenya, they explore Kenya, they bring their friends to Kenya, then from Malindi, they use that as a base to go to their countryside rural homes and get to know who their families are, the blood and bones of where we come from. That is what it is. And then secondly, us ourselves, we are now retiring, we are about to come home. My feet are in both worlds, and you can see already my partner David is already in the country working with us to do what we're trying to do in Kenya. This is a project that is inviting all of us to be a part of. It doesn't have to be just the diaspora returnees. Even people from Kenya want to be a part of this gated community.
Patrick, I'm not sure what happened, but if you could also run the video, our video, for the project, about a minute, so they can see in the background, that'd be probably helpful.
Yeah, so.
Go ahead, Ralph.
Government, we want to put up a conference facility. We also want to put up, and we also bring in recreation and programs that and available in the US. I can speak for right about now. And David, if you can hear me, maybe you can take it away from here.
Yeah,
and run
Ralph,
with the program.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Patrick, I don't know whether you can have a chance to run the video for our project. I don't know where Patrick is. But just to reiterate and tell the story, we are diasporans, ex-meriters. Ex-meriters diasporans who have lived in the United States for many years. For our project, again, it's a project that consists of 106 units. Of those units, we have 12 penthouses. 96 consists about half, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, running at, on average, the 2 bedrooms run at 13.5, and the 3 bedrooms run at between 14.5 and 15, depending on where you pick it up from what level. What is, this project was born out of our experiences as diasporans from working on a previous project. We had started out as initially supposed to be a 300 home project, ended up being 57 homes. We brought the experiences we had to this project by hiring the best developers. Our experience with the prior developer was that we were not able to guide it or to see what it is we wanted. Now, something else that's special about this particular investment and this project. This project was designed so that the investment works for itself. Specifically, if you buy a home using a mortgage, and you can in fact use a Kmart mortgage to buy yourself a home, so it's available. With a mortgage and the service fees, these apartments will give you between 30 and 40,000 shillings per month back, right? 30 to 40,000 back, and it will be paying for the mortgage and servicing itself. So pay for itself in about a period of about 5 to 6 years. And it will do that at 50% occupancy. That means that that house only has to be occupied 50% of the year. So anything above and beyond that is yours, okay? So there is more to us than what I just shared. I will just tell you a short story that I did hear, and this is for us as diasporans. There was a gentleman, he was driving along the road, and he actually saw a lady. She was carrying a basket on her head, and he gave her a ride in the back of his truck. And when she got on the back of the truck, he drives down a little bit on the road, and he noticed that she still had the basket on her head. Okay, so he stopped the truck and said, you know, you can't put the basket down beside you. And she looked at him and said, you know, sir, thank you so much for giving me a ride. I didn't want to trouble you by giving you any more work. Now, why am I telling you that story? Because we as diasporans go out and get experiences elsewhere. But we also need to share those experiences and help change the mindset of the people around and with us. We are building, our project is about, I'll tell you 2 quick stories, and then I'll just finish up. Why did we do the project in Malindi? Why did we do it in Kilifi? First of all, you may or may not know that Malindi was a town that has had many Italians. Many of them moved on during the COVID era. In addition to that, many Italians got, the government forgiveness, so they could return back home. So there is a semi-vacuum in Malindi, okay, for things that need to be done or things that could be done. That's one reason you need to consider it. Number 2, when we first told that I could go do a project in Malindi, that project is about $8 million, or about 1.1. I was told you have to go down before you do the project and talk to the governor. Now, imagine when you're diaspora, you're told you have to go talk to the governor. You think, what's your first thought in your mind? Aha, yes, exactly right. You're thinking somebody wants a share. So we went down and we talked to Governor Mungero. He welcomed us and his deputy. And he said, we'll work with you, we'll support you. And in fact, he told his team members right there about helping us get the approvals, okay? So there's a commitment and support from them. Number 2, we did the groundbreaking about 4 or 5 months later. And about 4 or 5 months later, we invited the governor. He was not able to come, so he sent 3 women representatives. So for the day, we had the MCA and the school kids, and they sang and played, and we had a great time and a great day. Now, I had been told by some friends, when you have your government representative comes, you need to give them funds for fuel, right? Facilitation. So I was thinking, okay, I do have to give them facilitation. How much do I have to give them? So that evening, I was at the hotel, and I sent 25,000 shillings to the first representative. And then I finished. And then I sent another 25 to the next representative. Okay, no sooner had I done that, than 2 minutes later the phone rang. And there was a voice on the other line and said, excuse me, you just sent me 25,000 shillings, and I think you did that by mistake. Okay, so first of all, I was flabbergasted, right? So because how many Kenyans do you send 25,000 shillings to? I'll call you back and say, hey, you sent me 25,000 shillings by mistake. Okay, so I said, no, this is David. We spent the day together, and I was advised that when you as Governor Smekam was supposed to facilitate, and she said, David, we had a really wonderful day. We enjoyed the time we spent together, and we had a great time with the kids, and this was not necessary. And I said, thank you so much. You know what you could do? Please take the monies and donate it to the school and the kids who came to us. And she said, I will do that and send you a receipt. And a couple minutes later, the other lady called me and she told me the exact same story. So that is how we knew we had the right people and we're in the right place to do an investment project. That is a story about Kilifi, Kilifi County. One last thing, because we were also former financial, we're in the financial sector, and there is a topic we're very interested in, and we would like to invite you all and diasporans to share and speak with us on this. It's really about financial inclusion. And the short of it is, we've all talked about the 5 to 6 billion that's coming. But the question is, how included are you as diasporans in that? And so we're interested in working on the aspects of inclusion and collecting views from all interested investors. And so it's beyond it's actually beyond diaspora remittances. So please reach out to us. We're out there. And I'd like to say one last thing, because I've heard it from all of you, whether you know it or not. I think I've heard you all say that you would like this conference to be 2 days and not 1 day. Okay, now, look, you should acknowledge that, because all of you have said, I need more time. I would like 30 minutes. I would like all day, right? Okay, so, but beyond that, I would say to you, you know what it takes to organize a conference like this 1 day? So what would it take to organize it for 2 days? I think it requires all of us, right? It requires all of us to engage, commit, and provide Alex with that particular support. So I'd like to thank Alex for the opportunity and for what you have done in bringing us together to network and to have dialogue. I would say that's what makes a difference for all of us. So I thank you all, and I thank you kindly for sitting and waiting to hear us speak last. So go well and go forth. We'll speak again next time. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, David Wanjiru, for pitching for Chams Media. You've heard what he said. It's not easy organizing a conference like this, and you can imagine that as you go home, take it home, there is no conference like this in the entire world. Ama namna gani, Mr. Michael Wairungu? You can't get it anywhere else. Ama namna gani, Elijah? You won't. I mean, it's nowhere. So this is quite unique, and you are part of this. When we opened up, David, we feared that probably we'll get more non-diasporians than diasporians. But you see, it's a good mix where, it's really, really, and across the world. And many of you have put in so much. Ni vile time imeisha. Wamboi Gaitha, your session was in the morning, but she couldn't make it in the morning. She's been wonderful, mobilizing and saying, Alex, this has to work because it is outside the box. I owe you, Wamboi. Tumpigie Wamboi makofi. Yeah, so I know you may not have gotten much time, but we really appreciate, Vincent Aberi has been doing it from the US. Some of these speakers, Vincent Aberi has been recommending, and has been, you tell them I don't sleep. You didn't tell them. Vincent, at 2 a.m., we are still, okay, I don't want my family to hear that. Okay. So we have one last one, then we go to awards. And remember to hold your raffle ticket. So, OVC, One Voice Consortium, also a great partner. And I don't know if Dr. Robert Shuri is online. Robert, quickly, Robert. Now, this is agriculture and what they are doing back home in agriculture. Let's give them an ear. And I like your patience, guys. Will, I know you are looking at me. I have something with you. And we'll be going to raffle tickets in a moment. On Songo, I have something with you. So, it's Robert Shuri online?
Yes, I'm here.
Karibu sana.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, in brief, like 2 minutes, kindly.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Alex, and the entire Champs Media. We are very, very, very proud of you. We've worked with you right from the beginning, and both here abroad and also back in Kenya. And so we are very, very grateful. My name's Robert Churi, President and CEO of One Voice Consortium, one of the leading diaspora organizations, an umbrella organization bringing all the others together. You just heard from Ralph Kilondo and David Wanjiro of Royal Tulia. Royal Tulia is one of our affiliate organizations in One Voice Consortium. We have over 60 organizations that are member of us in various sectors, education, agriculture, finance, governance, digital economy, digital media, creative economy, and all those sectors that are very, very key. In fact, some of the presenters today are part of One Voice Consortium, and that's why we are very, very proud of all the presentations that have come in here to support the work that Alex is doing of showcasing the diaspora and its resources back to Kenya. Yes, beyond remittances, because the diaspora wants to have a big, big impact in Kenya, and we are already there in Kenya in many ways. I just want to mention one area, and that is in the Food Security Consortium, which is really going into agriculture. I know we've talked about real estate, I know we've talked about finance, but you all know agriculture is the mainstay of our country. And so, Food Security Consortium is hugely in this that is not utilized. We have so many, we have arable land to make sure that Kenya becomes a net producer. We shouldn't be importing anything in Kenya as far as food. We need to grow it locally. We can be able to do it. We have the best land. We have some of the best water systems, and we can be able to expand our agricultural space very, very well. So Food Security Consortium is partnering with Nairobi University in its Kibwezi Research Farm, where we are doing a piloting of various value chains in agriculture. Besides that, we are partnering with Kilifi County in a project at Vipingo, together with Centum Re, where we are having a special economic zone that is going to deal more with agro-processing of various value chains. Cassava, peas, mango, bananas, and all those kind of items which can be processed for the retail market. Beyond that, we are also partnering with Muranga County. They just recently had an industrial park. We have become members of that industrial park. And through that industrial park, we'll be able to have several agro-processing activities there. We'll also have warehousing for various value chains. All this will create employment and also improve the local job, will create jobs for the local people. And besides that, we'll be able to export some of these products from these regions. We are also partnering with Nyandarua County. I was recently unveiled as the global chair of the Nyandarua Diaspora Advisory Council, which again is partnering with the county to see in areas of agriculture what we can be able to do. So what we are saying is that as One Voice Consortium and also its affiliates organizations, we are working with the relevant county governments to make sure that our diaspora is doing as much as it can in all these counties to improve development. One last thing, we have a global standards resource, and you can go out there and see a table just near the door. We have a desk there. You can be able to see what we are doing to train and certify some of our farmers, producers, growers, and exporters so that they can gain certifications that is necessary for them to do business in the world. In today's business, your business must be certified so that it assures customers that it is producing and exporting quality goods. And that is why we want the diaspora to be able to be in all these things, and rest assured that once we do all these things, they are going to really help our economy and in a big thing. I want to mention one last thing. We also have Joto Remittance app. Joto is a new creation of the diaspora in which we'll be able to remit money safely to the end user using rails that are very, very reliable and in a way that meets the needs of both the sender and the receiver, so that they can be able to target particular uses of the user, whether it is retail, whether it is a hospital, whether it is educational, whether it is for medical use. We'll have all those wallets so that that money can be able to go and be directed to the use that the sender has for the beneficiary. So all these packages, we are putting them together so that they help our diaspora here and also our people back home. And guess what? All of us are going to be diaspora returnees, because that is the aim of what we want to do. We are that bee that came to harvest, and now we are going back to the hive, which is our Kenya. Thank you so much, Alex, for what we are doing for this conference. Next year, make it 2 days. One Voice Consortium is going to support you for that, and it's all its members.
Okay,
so that we
asante
can be
sana.
able to grow all together.
Thank you
so much.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Daktari. We really appreciate. He even knows where the desk is. And this man here is George Ouma. George, nimekuona ukitembea huko, maybe watu wakujue. George, uko hapa, unasikiza mdozi wako. George Ouma. Okay, ako nje kwa desk yake nafikiri. So you can see George Ouma for more on One Voice Consortium. Now,
thank you.
Thank you, tumeshukuru sana. You have seen all these resources, all these brains, and the Champs Media, we have an initiative, Elijah, to now bring you together. So we are developing an app, and thank you, Derek Gakuru, for supporting. Derek, you're still here? The IT guy, Derek. So we want to know where you are, and we want you to join this community. So you are part of this community that we want to say, we have 1 million subscribers who like this. So you can imagine, you should be our ambassador. So once this app is launched, and we'll, at some moment, I think we'll get either QR code or the address, which we are requiring you, or rather we are urging you to join so that we test together. So you are privileged to be part of this app. Are we privileged? Yes. Are we privileged? Yes. Yes, so join kindly. And I think, Michael, you'll let me know how people can join. So in this app, we'll be able to tell you, if you want just doctors, Dr. Onsongo, we'll take you to doctors across the world, whether someone is in Kisii or Atlanta or Minnesota. You want people aged 35 to 45. You want teachers only. And it's across the world. So the people who believe in this brand, and we are happy that you are part of those people who believe in this brand. And we are going to grow together. This is an app that will help you network. So like how Facebook works, you'll befriend each other. So you accept. Someone may request. So you could be talking to a doctor in Australia from here. What do you think? Yeah. So awesome. So scan the QR code, join. We will develop this together. What a resource. What a resource. So scan. If you have any queries, you've been having the number through which you've been inquiring, the posters we've been giving you, or my number. And Chams Media is public. You Google, you just find our contacts, make inquiries, contribute. Some of you are experts, will help us to grow this app. And it's an app that you won't find anywhere in the world. So, Prof, isn't this ingenious? Fantastic. Huh? And it's one of the ideas that have come because of your collaboration. We really appreciate that. I'm doing this as we prepare for the raffle tickets, and Michael will be taking that session. But will remain around, and Daktari. Wow. So, Mezcan. And many thanks to all those who are still online. You've seen the whole world. You've seen people staying really attentive up to this minute. And, there's a whole Chams Media team running around. You've been seeing them. Very energetic team. So, Michael, I think this is your next session to guide us through the awards. So, hold your raffle ticket. Hold your raffle ticket. Michael, let's make it real quick. Karibu.
Great. Mic check. Great. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Chamwada for leading us in that session? Thank you so much. Everyone has been incredibly patient. We were supposed to end at 5. We're heading to 7, so thank you so much. Now, without wasting any more time, we will go right into it. So, ladies and gentlemen, do you have your raffle tickets with you? I can't hear you. Do you have your raffle tickets with you? Great. So make sure that you have them in your hands, and then from there we are going to be able to announce some of our winners, and we shall be able to pick them up. So we have some packages from KWS as well as SafariLink, our partners, who are able to just say thank you to each and every one of you for supporting the country, our economy, and the Kenyan diaspora. So what we're going to do is I will call upon our co-director, Mrs. Chamwada. I believe she's around here. And then we shall begin. Is that okay? Great. Awesome. Great. So it is all about appreciating Kenya, appreciating who we are as individuals, appreciating what we can do. Now, if you look to my left, which is your right, you're going to see a lovely video there just about Chams Adventures, which is one of our sister companies. How many have heard of Chams Adventures? By show of hands? Okay. So clearly, it's the right place to talk about Chams Adventures. So Chams Adventures is all about giving you that tailor-made trip travel. It is not a matter of just showing you places in Kenya. It is all about creating memories. Don't we want to create memories, ladies and gentlemen? So through Chams Adventures, you are able to create that long-lasting memories with your loved ones, with your friends, with the people that you hold close, and have that memorable journey. So book with us so that you can be able to enjoy. We have various plans. We have the Lipa Pole Pole plan, where you can just begin making payments so that we can be able to create a tailor-made custom experience for you all through. And we just don't take you to the cinematic places. We also have agricultural tours where you can be able to just enjoy the very best that Kenya has to offer in various parts of the world. The reason we came out with this is because we have been known for traveling around the world, and people wanted to know, you go to these amazing places. Some people think that where we are is outside the country. But funny enough, you'll find that some of the places we're going to is right here in Kenya, and people do not know that. Now, we as Chams Adventures, we are able to create that, to take you to those places that you never knew existed in this beautiful motherland of ours. So, why not journey with us, Chams Adventures, and make that trip memorable? Are we okay? Now, will you utilize Chams Adventures? Okay, you're just not saying that, right? Okay, great. So thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, come at the hour, come at the moment. So I will invite back our co-director, Mrs. Chamwada, to be able to guide us through as well. So she will be picking the winners for us. So there is the bowl that is there. So for videographers, where do you want us to stand? Where would you want us to stand that we can get that perfect picture? Do you want us right here? Yes, so you can both move to the podium. Yes? Yes, to the platform. Right there. So that they can set up, so that everybody can know who won. So what we're going to do right now, we are going to pick the first winner. The first winner. And the first winner comes to us courtesy of KWS. KWS is giving us a lovely winning, and it is a family or group of 5 packs to Oribi House in Ruma National Park for 2 nights, inclusive of park fee, but exclusive of transport. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for KWS. A group of 5. And Mrs. Samoda, yes. We have a winner. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
Okay. You can hear me. Good afternoon. Oh, good night. It's actually not good evening. It's good night. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. So the winner for this 2 nights is number 24907 356.
356. You're 355. 356 going 1. 356 going 1. Going twice. Going once. Going twice. Gone. So.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, guys, it's okay. Since this person is not here, you have another chance, ladies and gentlemen. So next.
Okay. The next is 24907 520.
520. 520. Going once. Going twice.
Okay. I'll be very quick.
Next up.
The next one is 24907 459. Guys.
Next.
Okay, fine. I'm shaking.
Imewakata.
I am shaking.
Imewakata. Sijui turudishie KWS.
Haya. 24907 541.
Hey! Round of applause.
Okay, round
that
of
one has really looked for you. So you can come to the front and just a handshake, ideally, to signify the winner of a family or group of 5 to Oribi House in Ruma National Park for 2 whole nights. Thank you so much. You can say your name.
So I'm Ian Obiero from Syscom.
Round of applause. He doesn't have a family. Utapata watu 5. Okay, thank you.
So thank you, Ian.
Yes.
And Patrick has taken note of your details. We'll reach out to you.
Yes.
For the award.
Okay.
The second one I'll be calling on, there are some 2 Gen Zs who've been sitting here the whole day. They really need to stand up and do something. So the next award will be issued by Chelsea. Chamwada, please come.
Round of applause for Chelsea Chamwada as she... You are 541?
No.
Oh, that's another. Okay.
Oh, that was the winner.
This is the winner, right?
Let me keep it.
Yes.
Yes. I'm keeping this
541.
one so that
541.
I have it with me.
That is fine. So the next gift.
The next one is 24907-458. That's very interesting.
458. Going once, going twice, gone.
Going 3 times, gone.
Okay.
Okay, I am shaking the pot. Shaking the pot.
What's the award? Win and then we will tell you.
We can actually read out.
We read the award?
Yeah,
Okay
because
then.
the 3 KWS awards. So
Yes.
read the first one.
Okay. So the second award for KWS is a family or group of 8 to Kina House in Meru National Park for 2 nights inclusive of park fee but exclusive of transport. So that is a group of 8. Okay, I'm seeing the interest is there.
Yeah. And the winner is, without wasting time, 24907-510.
510. Aye! Round of applause. Let's see. Is it 510? Okay, yes. Round of applause.
Okay. Yeah. Come this side.
Congratulations.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
You can pose for the photo. Pose for the photo there. Yes. Right. We're looking there. We're good. You can say your name for us, please.
My name is Majani Madoya, Mwalimu National Sacco.
Hey.
That's Mwalimu for you. So, Patrick, I hope we've taken note. Yeah. Second award, that is 510. Thank you.
Right, now the next award, the third award is a family or group of 7 to Camboyo House in Savo West National Park for 2 nights inclusive of park fee but exclusive of transport.
Okay. And as I call this, the next Gen Z, he's brought himself here.
Okay, very ready.
So this award goes to ticket number 24907-517.
517.
517.
Going once, going twice, gone.
Yeah, imeenda. Okay, we shake the pot.
Yes, wanasema we go deeper.
Sawa. I'm right here. Okay. The second attempt is 24907-400.
Hey, 400.
400.
Hey. God has heard the prayer of boy child. The prayer of the boy child.
You're coming with a book?
Where is the ticket?
I had given up and then I put it inside here.
Oh, oh.
Just
okay, let's pray for him. Let's pray for him. Hey. Whatever is yours, by fire, by force,
it's yours.
It shall be yours.
It shall be yours. It's actually 400.
Hey, round of applause.
No, you keep it. Congratulations.
Can you kindly tell us your name?
I'm Bran Kimani from the State Department for Diaspora Affairs.
Hey, State Department.
State Department for Diaspora Affairs. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just keep it. I have the copy.
We have the copy that is there ready.
So we've taken note. That's the third winner for KWS.
Yes.
So we are now moving to
Safari Link.
Thank you.
We want to touch the skies. Are you ready? Are you ready? All right. So the winner for a return ticket for two. Return ticket for two people from Wilson Airport, Nairobi, to Entebbe, Kampala, Uganda.
This one I have to be very careful.
International.
Right? International.
And we have it here already signed, verified, ready to go.
Leon, take that. This one I really had to search to the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, whoever wins this, if you don't know what to do in Entebbe, Chams Adventures is there to guide you, okay? And the winner is 24907 442.
442.
442.
Going once. Going twice.
442.
Gone.
Okay. Second
Round
attempt.
2. Okay. And there it is.
24907 425.
Hey, hey! The day of the boy child. What did I tell you?
425.
Congratulations, a return ticket for two people from Wilson Airport, Nairobi to Entebbe, Kampala, Uganda.
For the photo?
Yes. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Again, my name is Peter Dua. I'm a returnee. I've been here for three years. I was a banker at Bank of America. I'm a farmer. I grow cotton in Kwale, and I grow coffee in Kiambu County.
Wow. And you need that vacation to Entebbe.
I truly do.
Right?
And this is your copy.
Great. So a returnee has finally won. So I am happy. So the final gifts. Say the final gift. Girl child. Girl child. Girl child. We say who run the world? Who run the world? This one has to be. So the winner, another return ticket for two people from Wilson Airport, Nairobi to Entebbe, Kampala, Uganda. There we go, there we go, there we go.
Okay, I have it here.
Yes.
Where is the ticket?
Yes, it's here, it is here, it is here.
Okay, this one will be handed over by OGW himself. And the winner is 24907 521.
521, 521, going once, going twice, gone.
Okay, round 2. Okay.
If you're prayerful, pray now.
And this one is 24907 545.
54. Hey! Who run the world?
Girls!
Who run the world?
Girls!
The power of the tongue.
It's called the power of the tongue.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Round of applause. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our final winner.
Have your ticket.
You have to tell us your name as well.
Yeah.
For record purposes.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. Masi Omai from Centum Real Estate.
Oh, Centum.
Yes, welcome to our home.
As in the final one had to remain at home.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, sorry, for our winners, kindly, you can just meet us at the back, nyuma ya tent, before you go so that we can capture a few things here and there. But thank you so much for taking part. We appreciate each and every one of you. The next one will have more prizes, right? So don't give up. Thank you so much. Can we give a round of applause to our co-director, Mrs. Chamwada, for that? And remember, Cham's Adventures Journey with us. Thank you. Back to you, OGW MBS.
Yeah. Asante sana. Wanasema kilicho na mwanzo hakiwezi kuwa na mwisho, na imekuwa Elizabeth Obege is still here. Mmesikia? Alikuwa anasema hivyo kwa radio na appreciate sana. Jana yake kindly to 1 minute ni kama yangu, alitoka Ngara Girls High School kwenda KBC kuuliza kazi, na alikuwa mwanafunzi akiwa na miaka 16. Msiondoke tafadhali. Na akaenda kauliza, akapewa nafasi kuanza utangazaji. So alianza kazi akiwa mwanafunzi, alienda kwa uniform. Na mimi nilianza pia utangazaji nikiwa Moi University. Ni story ndefu, nilikuwa bado second year na tulikuwa tunatuma material kwa ile kaseti ya kuzungusha hivi. Voluntary nilijipeleka KBC pia kuuliza. Kwa hivyo kilicho na mwanzo hakiwezi kuwa na mwisho, hakikosi kuwa na mwisho. Kilicho na mwanzo hakikosi kuwa na mwisho. So vote of thanks in a very unique way. Let's settle a vote of thanks in a very unique way. Will quickly come. Will was among the first people to register, so we need to appreciate Will. And Will, you are like opened, and you said you really want to say 30 seconds where you were and why you came back, what you are doing. I'm appreciating those who registered first. Moja tu.
All right, thank you, and good night. So is it good evening? Which is which? So I just want to give a vote of thanks to Alex, to the Chams Media team, and to all of you for attending this forum. For those of you that didn't hear in the morning, my name is Will Wero. I'm a diaspora returnee, previously in banking, but I'm now back in Kenya. I'm actually a co-founder of a company called Vanish Global Kenya. So if any of you is tired of those squeaking tiles, tired of those leaking taps, sinks, and that poor quality that is actually flooding the market, this is where you need to speak to Vanish Global Kenya. We're importing very high quality fittings for your interior homes, your commercial properties, and we guarantee you inspiring, quality, durable products. So come see us on Likoni Road, and we really appreciate you being here with us. Karibuni sana. Feel free to grab one of these flyers. Asanteni.
We want also to appreciate those who've been online since the beginning. Na hao jamaa wako Japan. Mi sijui ni saa ngapi uko. Daniel bado uko online na sijui ni saa ngapi uko. Just wave to the crowd. Na Daniel ye huuza magari ukitaka magari. His story is on our YouTube channel. Daniel Ngari, salimia watu, tuambie ni saa ngapi na kwa nini hujalala.
Hello guys, habari yenu? Natumai mko wazima. It's been great having you guys, listening to you guys, give your opinions there. Tunashukuru sana. Well, kwetu ni saa 1 o'clock in the morning. Well, as Alex said, we're here. We're actually here to serve you guys as a Kenyan in the diaspora. We're dealing cars and heavy duty machinery. So our main markets kama kawaida Kenya, Tanzania, the Caribbean, Mauritius, and others, yeah? So please watch my story on Chams Media, and feel free to reach out to us anytime. Here to serve you, and please have a nice time. Thank you so much.
Sa ulisema ni saa ngapi huko? 1 AM, sasa unaweza lala. Asante sana Daniel, he's been online, imagine. Mpaka ni 1 AM. James, are you still online? James Kanyingi also from Japan. Is James online, my guys? Ayuko? Tutamappreciate siku nyingine. I think maybe alichoka akalala. So, but story yake pia iko online, pia na leta magari huku, especially duty free, atakusaidia. Story yake iko kwa Chams Media YouTube. So we really appreciate, and of course, I talked about all our partners. If there is that sponsor board again as we wind up, so that we show who was with us. If you didn't get enough minutes, next time, and it's a growing movement. We really appreciate your presence. And you know what, niwaambie, you know we are 106 people here. Did you know that? We are 106 people, so that's really a good number. It's almost the same number we had last year, and we don't take this for granted. Let's keep talking. You have our contacts. Chams Media team, I know you've been busy, but wherever you are, just stand so that we can also appreciate you. Some are busy. Mnawaona our team, na Madam Co-Director, tuwapigie makofi. Yeah, so I know there are 1 or 2 people who are gonna volunteer to do anyama choma for Chams team as we wind up the year. And wow, mmoja ako pale, wengine watajitokeza tu. So mnaona vile tumefanya kazi, mimi hata sijakula. So I need nyama choma. So get in touch and mtununulie nyama choma before end of the year, maybe around Christmas. So thank you so much, Chams Media. Thank you so much the officials from the State Department for Diaspora Affairs. I'm glad one of you won a ticket, so inaleta uhusiano zaidi. Madam Roslyn Njogu, the PS for State Department Diaspora Affairs, was unable to be with us, and she has said that she is really glad that the movement continues, the movement of daring abroad. Kama kuna mtu nimeacha, sio kwa ubaya, lakini nitaomba sasa tusimame. Mr. Daktari Onsongo, utakuja kutuweka kwa maombi. Jamaa wa Stable Health Foundation, as you give maybe a final 30 seconds of body and mind, then utuombe, alafu tutasema alamsiki.
Thank you so much, and thank you, team, for being patient the whole day. I was behind the scenes. All I will say as we pray, go home, sleep by 10 p.m. latest, 2 hours before midnight daily. Exercise daily 30 minutes. Drink 8 glasses of water. Eat healthy foods. If it's nyama choma, as he said, once a year maybe. Otherwise, keep track at Chams Media. We are starting a healthy podcast soon where we'll be teaching you healthy principles on a daily basis so that you don't become a victim like the one speaking to you. As a doctor in 2020, I was admitted as a patient with high blood pressure, yet I was serving patients in ICU for COVID. And I want to tell you that as now we pray, protect your health, it will serve you as you achieve the goals of this world. Shall we pray? Lord Father, who art in heaven, I want to thank you for the opportunity you have given us to have this wonderful occasion today. It has been a great moment where we have listened and heard inspiring stories of those who have dared abroad and those who are changing stories here at home, Lord. We have gotten various connections and networks this particular day that are going to shape our destinies in terms of what we are going to invest into and how we are utilizing the current investments that we have today. The speakers who have spoken, Lord, this particular moment, we pray for them. May you guide their ambitions and their dreams, that they continue aspiring for more achievements, even as they give back to society. We are living now. We pray that you can grant us safety travel measures back home until we meet again another moment to celebrate this particular initiative. Chams Media team that are our hosts, we pray that you can continue to bless them in abundance, that even as they host us, they never lack any resource to accommodate this wonderful group. We pray this in Jesus' name.
Kuna mtu amepoteza hii, unaweza kuja uichukue and continue networking. The good thing, the hotel is not pushing us out. We still have a few minutes. Continue networking, continue interacting. Adios, amigos, alamsiki. Bye-bye.